Yeah, no problem. I'm still looking for the my Buzz Aldrin videos. You can actually find a GIF of Buzz saying it didn't happen. It's so great.
I have a question for you, if that's okay.
Yeah, go for it.
Is Buzz Aldrin also the guy that was like, aliens followed me to the moon, or something along those lines?
Yeah, I don't know. I think that a lot of these guys may have been, MK Ultra. If you catch my drift.
MK Ultra was the failed experiment. No.
It's mind control experiments.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can call it a thought
didn't
experiment.
Well, it's not like the mind control. It's not really the mind control that you would be imagining in your head. Like, that's the best way I can put what MK Ultra is. If that makes sense to you.
Yeah, I get it, but that's we're not going to go off on in the weed MK Ultra at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still
Well, I mean, you brought it up.
For these videos.
To be fair.
I know.
Right. Yeah.
To be fair. So I'm going to find these videos of Buzz telling an 8-year-old girl that it didn't happen. Here we go. There's one of them. Give that a second to load. And then I also think somewhere in here I've got a clip of Buzz Aldrin on the Conan.
Is it possible? Sorry to interrupt you. I just want to ask you just a quick question about Buzz Aldrin. Is it possible in the clip that was provided in the side chat? Is it possible that he was using a figure of speech? That is to say, like he was making a pun, or
so like lying to an 8-year-old?
You can kind of phrase it as lying, but more so of like a pun, like a joke kind of way.
To an 8-year-old that wouldn't get it?
I mean, there was other people. There was ever. Well, I mean, they had an audience, right?
I guess.
If I'm not sure, the place where it was being recorded is the Oxford Union, if I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken, but it looks like the Oxford Union to me. Yeah, where they interview and do Q&As and things with famous people. But yeah, considering the fact that there's also an audience, the pun could be towards a general audience, not just the 8-year-old that was asking the question to Buzz Aldrin.
So let me ask you, what's the pun? What's the pun? What's the joke?
Well, again, it's sort of like I'll give you an example. I'm not good at defining the actual or I guess.
So you're just saying, what if, right? So no, he was speaking very plainly to the 8-year-old. I think it loaded, so you can go ahead and watch it now. But
right, yeah. Let me see.
This is a compilation of clips. Serious? It didn't happen. What does he mean by that? What does he mean it didn't happen? What didn't happen?
I mean, I'm not saying he's joking. I'm saying is it possible that he was joking and using a figure of speech, like a pun? Because you have to take into consideration there is also a camera that is recording that can take on a general audience that could be watching. Sort of like in the first clip that was provided in the side chat, there was also a general audience in the Oxford Union, so it's possible the pun wasn't directly to the 8-year-old, but it was to the general audience that could be listening, for example. I'm just saying, is it possible?
Okay, so let's just say that you're the general audience. Okay, you're not the 8-year-old. You're the general
Hold
audience.
on.
So what was the pun?
Wait, hold on.
Right?
Sorry.
What did you pick up on that was the pun? What part about that sounds like a joke? You know, that's what I'm trying to get from you is what part about that, because you're the one implying that there was a joke or a pun and that it was misinterpreted. And so I'm trying to ask for your position on it. I'm trying to understand from your position.
I'm saying.
Yeah, explain me the joke, because I don't get it. I want to get the joke.
That's what I'm saying. I don't get the freaking joke. I don't get the joke, and I would love for you to explain it.
Again, hold on, wait. I'm not making a positive.
Can you do that?
Yeah, again, I'm not making a positive claim to say that, oh yeah, he 100% didn't mean. I'm just saying, is it possible? I'm asking a question that isn't a proposition. I'm saying, like, is it possible that he could be using a figure of speech? So
that's
like a like, so if you want an example,
it is a proposition.
If we're talking about formal logic, a proposition is a statement. It can either be true or false. Questions can't be true or false. They don't take on any true value. That is to say. But as I was quickly about to say, an example would be like somebody asking. Well, this is just off the top of my head. I've not really thought about this, so this could be a bad example. But I was gonna say like somebody asking me, do you have hands? Well, like clearly saying I have hands, and me saying no, I don't have hands. What are you talking about? In a straight face, like that type of pun, if that makes sense.
Okay, so let's just say there was a pun. What was it? What would it have been?
I guess something along those lines as I guess the same kind of funny interpretation that I gave of the example with my hands. I guess kind of. That's like the best way I can phrase it, put it out.
Okay, then you really have nothing, and this is just. This is like monkey chase the wheel. Is like merry-go round the bush. Okay, like this is not going anywhere. This isn't going anywhere, right? So when Buzz tells an 8-year-old girl, "We didn't go there," right? And it didn't happen. That's just the way it happened. What could he possibly mean?
He can
use your own interpretation skills, right?
Well, hold on. Are you okay? I have to ask you this question. Are you gonna deny that there's multiple possibilities of what he could have meant? Like, there's not just necessarily one possibility of what he meant.
Yeah, sure. Let's say there are multiple possibilities.
Yeah. I'm not claiming.
I'm asking for you, friend. I'm asking for you to name off what those are, right? So what could be interpreted? I'm asking for you to use interpretive logic and tell us what else he could have possibly meant.
Okay. Well, first of all, I think you made a grammar mistake. Interpretive logic, I'm not really familiar with the term, but I would say, so like the example I provided, that is to say,
make a logical interpretation.
Can I speak, please? Yeah, so like the example, a possibility, or I guess like an interpretation, could be the one I provided a couple of seconds ago with that the hands example, right? Somebody asking me while seeing that I have hands, right? Hey, you have hands, don't you? And me being like, no, I don't have hands. What are you talking about? Knowing myself that I clearly do have hands. I'm just saying, I'm not making a positive claim. I'm just saying, is it possible?
So you're saying that
now that you say that nonsense makes a lot of nonsense. I get it.
You're like nonsense.
Whatever that means, man.
Kind of like saying nonsense makes sense.
But I gotta wait. So the guy that just said that, what is the standard that you're?
It's the possibility that what Buzz is saying is that, he's making a joke by. So he's making a joke by saying, well, we didn't go there. It didn't happen, right? But we went there. It did happen. But he's gonna say we didn't go there. It didn't happen.
Okay, wait. So I'm not saying.
What are we like? I'm asking you. I don't want to hear about hands. I'm asking you. What are we logically supposed to interpret from this?
Well, there's multiple things that you can interpret. Like the example I just kind of gave.
If we're gonna go that train of thought, we can also say that he was telling the truth.
Hold on.
He was actually telling the truth, right? We can.
Well, you don't 100%
Put
know
that-
that. You're not in his head. You don't know what he was talking about.
But that's you. You're taking
nobody-
us to his
Yeah,
head.
I don't 100%.
We're just taking what
I don't know
he
too.
said. His
Yeah,
words.
I don't know too.
But
I never made the claim that I knew.
You're saying it's a language barrier. Like he said something, but he
No, I'm
meant
not saying it's a
something else.
language. No, I'm not saying it's a language barrier, right? What I'm saying is that there's multiple possibilities of the meaning that
So
he originally-
one of the possibilities of the meaning is that he was telling the truth, that we didn't go there, it didn't happen.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. And I remember,
there
I'm
you
not
go.
saying he. Hold on, wait. I'm not saying that he didn't tell the truth. I'm saying, is it possible that there is other possibilities, being like a figure of speech, using a pun, for example?
What?
That's what I'm
Can you
saying. I'm
tell
not
me-
making the claim that no, he didn't mean this 100%. Like that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, is it possible? I'm asking a question.
How about
Yeah,
this?
that was already answered. That was already answered. Okay, and so you're still being asked the same question, which is,
Yeah, sure.
what does it possibly mean, right? That he says we didn't go there, it didn't happen, right? How are we supposed
Again.
to interpret that as a joke, or are we supposed to interpret that as a Freudian slip?
You-
Are
you
we
can
supposed to interpret
As
that
the
as
truth.
he's
Well, hey,
as
well,
the truth, or how
again,
should we interpret that, right? But you're trying to say, oh, well, you can interpret it as X, Y, Z, A, B, C, and all of these other things. No, we're looking for precision, for very specific things here.
but in the
Yeah,
context,
can you give one example?
example of what? Oh, like the example I already gave
One
a few
example.
seconds ago?
I must have missed it. One example of what you think he could be meaning by what he's saying.
Oh yeah, so like a figure, yeah, so a possibility, that is to say, yeah, like the given variable would be, for example, yeah, him kind of making a pun, figure of speech. So like for the example I gave a couple of seconds ago, me knowing, me knowing that I have hands, somebody coming up to me and saying, "Hey man, do you have hands?" And I'm like, obviously I don't have hands, whilst knowing that I actually do have hands, like that kind of pun, like kind of joke.
No, but
yeah.
you're
And again,
using
I'm not making a claim. I'm not making a claim. Sorry, I'm not making a claim that he 100%. I'm saying, is it possible that?
Well, that's why I'm
something
asking you,
differently.
that's why I'm asking you, what are one of the, can you provide one possibility as to what you think he's meaning, not by giving an example of another figure of speech that could mean another thing.
Well, I'm not
I'm
100%.
asking you, what could this figure of speech that he said that you could, excuse me.
Sorry,
One thing that
it could mean
he
multiple
said,
things. Are you asking me what I think it means? Like directly?
Yeah. One example of what you think he could be meaning if he was actually intentionally making a pun, as you put it.
Well, like, I mean, I would just reference the example I gave a few seconds ago.
No, but here's the issue, dude. By you saying, check this out, dude. Okay. The way you're putting this, okay, anything that anybody says, okay, could be kind of hand waved in this fashion, right? You realize that. That's what you're opening the door to. When someone, for example, let's say somebody they say something that incriminates them. What is their lawyer going to do? Come in and say, "Oh no, he's just making a pun," and even though I can't really give you an example of what I think he could be meaning, Your Honor, he didn't actually say that thing that he just said that would otherwise incriminate himself if it was taken literally. You just don't understand his pun, even though I can't actually give you an example of what he could have meant, even though I don't know what he's actually meaning. I hope you recognize.
So again, well, I would say that in cases like these, the context is super important. And you can really go off what's more likely that they meant, right? There's going to be possibilities of them meaning something else, but you can always go off what they meant. What's most likely, like what they meant, if that makes sense.
Well,
That's what
here's
we're
the
asking
issue.
you. What is most likely meant?
And
check this out, dude. If you're gonna watch this, check this out. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
If you're gonna invoke likelihood, okay, likelihood is another term for probability. Let's say the issue with that is you have to quantify that somehow. So, what would you propose as a strategy to try and quantify, quote unquote, the likelihood of what he's saying in this case? Do you have a series of examples wherein you have a subset of that set of examples meaning one thing and the other subset meaning another thing?
I gave an example.
Draw probability.
Yeah, I gave an example. I already gave one example.
That's not, I'm not asking you for one.
Look, if you want me to think of other examples, sorry.
Stop cutting me off, dude. Okay, you're claiming that that you have to go on by what's more likely. The problem is you have no means to actually assess that, right? Because again, a likelihood isn't an actual statistical thing, right? You actually have to use math, not by your gut feeling, right? If you're going by your gut feeling, then you ought to use a different word, because likelihood would not qualify for that. You understand?
Sorry, what? Repeat that?
What I'm saying here, dude, is unless you have a means to quantify the probability of what he means, however you're going to do that, right, you would not want to use the term what's likely or not. You want to use something else.
If it's not definitive, then
how do you assess the likelihood of what he meant by what he said?
You take into accountability the context and I guess like the way he said it.
Okay. So take all that into account. How do you quantify what he actually meant? What method are you going to employ to actually arrive at a numerical value that illustrates the actual probability of what he could have meant?
Yeah, reasoning. That's going to be my method. It's going to be the standard that I'm using to determine that there's other possibilities and what's more likely.
Reasoning? So can you actually provide a step-by-step process?
Yeah. So you want me to formalize it?
A number that illustrates or depicts the probability of what he could mean by one thing or the other.
So you want me to put it in like formal logic, like a proposition? Like a proposition.
Listen to my question one more time, sir. Listen to my question one more time. What step-by-step process are you going to employ to arrive at a numerical value illustrating the probability of what he could have meant?
Yeah, that would be logic. You can do that using inductive arguments. Hello?
Okay, go for it.
Yeah. Oh, so you want me to do it right now? Yeah, sure. Give me 2 seconds. I can't do it on the spot. I'm gonna write it in the chat.
And I hope you have a data set. And I hope you have a data set ready, right? Because otherwise, how are you going to assess the probability, the likelihood of what he could have meant, unless you have a priori knowledge of other instances of other people saying the same thing, implying other things than what is actually said verbatim? Right?
Yeah, sure. So can I ask you a question?
No, you're going to go ahead and do what you were asked. Or shut the fuck up.
But can I ask you a question?
You know you're full of shit. You know you're dancing around the issue. You have no means to quantify this. You have no means to, because I'm calling you out.
Yeah, you're being a sophist.
I'm calling you out for being. No, I'm not, dude. You're the one being a sophist. You know why? Because you're using terms, right, to try and create the air that you know how to quantify this, and you're being rational, even though you're not. You're going by gut instinct, but you're trying to create the air.
I'm going by reason.
You know what you're talking about.
I would fall into intuition. Gut instinct.
Thank you very much.
But that's not what reason
is. It. So I appreciate you finally conceding that this is not a likelihood thing, that this is a intuitive thing, this is an emotional thing that you are going by to assess this. This is not a quantifiable thing.
Okay, wait. So I got a question for you. Would you? Yeah. So would you say that?
Do you acknowledge that you conceded?
How did I concede?
I just said it one more. I'll say it again.
Yes,
you went by. What you're actually doing is going by intuition, correct?
No.
So what did you just say 30 seconds ago?
No, I'm using reason as a standard to determine the likelihood.
Okay, so if you're going to employ reason, you're actually going to employ a method.
Hold on. Yeah.
Hang on, dude. No, hang on, dude. Let's recap. Initially, you said you're going to go by likelihood. Let's recap. Okay. Initially, you said you're going to go on based on what's likely, i.e., higher probability. I asked you how you're going to quantify that. You basically conceded that you have no means to actually quantify that.
I never
And
conceded.
not 30 seconds ago, not 30 seconds ago, you basically kind of shrugged it off and said something about intuition.
Yeah,
Right, so
I
you're
didn't concede. I
sidestepping.
never purpose.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
sorry.
do you want to take a moment to clarify what you actually meant? Because it sounds like you're pointing out two different ways, two completely
Yeah, so do you know what
divergent ways of actually assessing this.
Yeah, so
Can you
you know
pick
what
one
formal.
and stand on it?
Yeah, so you know what formal inductive arguments are.
Sure.
So you do? Okay, so can you quickly explain to me what a formal inductive
Can you
argument is?
employ a
Because then
method, please?
if you hold on, wait.
Dude, I am asking you. Here's the thing, dude. You can do what you want. Okay. Initially, you said you're going to
That's
go
a
by
closed-ended question, by the way. Yeah, that's a
dude.
closed-ended question.
Listen. You're
Oh my
done.
god.
Here's
The question
issue,
the
dude.
question began with can, which
Here's the
indicates
problem.
yes or
Okay, You're
no.
not going to fucking talk over me, clown. Okay. The problem is you're not standing on the same square. Initially, you said you can assess the likelihood. I asked you how you did it or how you would do it. You couldn't actually do that because you don't have a data set to actually assess the likelihood. This is a quantifiable metric, right? Then you said intuition, and now you're going to go back to logic. Okay, like stand on something, dude. Okay, I don't care what you employ. Don't try and spin it onto me. You're the one making the claim. I'm asking you to see it through, please. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so first of all, it started off with saying, do you think, or I was asking a question to, what's their name? Yeah, Lioness. And I said, is it
Love
possible?
Lioness.
Is it, yeah, sorry, I butchered your name, but is it possible that there could be more than one interpretation? Right, and then you, and
Okay,
then
so I want to run this back for you then. I want to run this back for you.
Yes, sir.
3 different times. 3 different times, and I'm going to run them back for you.
Okay.
Okay?
Mhm.
There is the time with the 8-year-old girl. He says, because we
Yeah.
didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. Another one was with a woman in the audience that asked about what the scariest part of the journey was. And he said, scariest? It didn't happen. What is it? What can we interpret it is? Okay, the third one, he's on Conan O'Brien, and Conan says, when I was a kid, we watched you guys land on the moon. And Buzz says, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. What you saw was an animation. It was a production. Nobody was taking a picture at the time, right? How would we interpret exactly what's being said when Buzz says, it didn't happen? We didn't go there. You watched an animation, a production. What? Go ahead and logically interpret that.
Okay.
What are we supposed to think?
Yeah, let's say we grant that he was being for real. That's fine. I was asking you the question at the matter was, is it possible for another interpretation? I wasn't claiming that. Oh no, he definitely said this, right? I'm even granting you for an external internal critique, right? I'm granting you, and all I'm asking is like, is it possible that he meant something different, or that you can interpret it differently?
Yeah, and I already said, sure. Let's say it is. Okay. Yeah, it's possible he meant something different.
So
I'm telling you to tell us what one or many of those possibilities could be for those 3 instances. Please tell us in your own words what the possibilities would be for those 3 instances if he wasn't telling the truth.
Yeah, sure. So I already gave an example, like figure of speech, or
that's terrible.
Yeah, figure of speech. I can pun.
Nope.
You don't get it, dude.
Figure of speech.
We're not asking you for some other example of another instance of somebody saying something that they didn't actually mean. We're asking you to give us an example of what this could mean.
These 3 particular specific instances.
How does that? I'm sorry. Wait.
I don't need your sophist bullshit. You're getting real old real fast. We're already getting sick of your shit.
Yeah, your debate bro horseshit's not going to work in here.
We're not debating. It's not a debate.
I know it's not a debate.
Okay,
I know that, but the tactics that you are employing are very typical of those who, all this shit that you're doing. Okay, you're skating around the issue. Dude, we're asking you a very big, point blank question, and you can't actually. No, you didn't.
I did.
That's like you asking me That's like you asking
Yeah,
me.
figure of
Okay,
speech.
watch it. Let me give you an example. Okay, if
Okay,
I
give
tell
me an
you the
example.
sky's
Mhm.
watch this. If I tell you the sky's blue, and Jenna hears that, he's like, that's not what he actually means. It could mean something else. And you go to her and say, well, what could he actually mean? Oh, well, my dog ate my homework
No,
or
that's
something.
not what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
yeah. Let me
No.
just say
out
it
of
could
left
be a
field, like it
joke.
doesn't make any sense.
No,
That's not what
that's
no,
not
it's
what I
talking
was
about the
saying.
sky.
No, that's
What-
not
what
the
can-
that's
my
not
question-
accurate.
It
That
is,
doesn't
dude.
logically follow. No, it's not. So the example I
Of course, it
gave.
doesn't logically follow. Of course, it doesn't
Yes.
logically follow. That's the whole
Yes,
point.
because you're
I'm
not
showing
adapting
you
my
that what
example
you're
that
saying.
logically
No,
follows.
here's the problem, dude.
Yes.
Okay, number one, you're not gonna fucking talk over me. Okay, shut your fucking mouth. Okay, the problem is you're right. It doesn't logically follow. Right? But this is what you're doing in this very instance with this thing with the moon. Okay, what you're saying does not logically follow. So we're asking you to provide something that does actually logically follow, i.e., actually answer her question. What could Buzz possibly mean by what he said if he did not actually mean what he said verbatim?
Let me reformulate the question real quick. Okay,
Go for
20
it.
cups. I'm going to reformulate it to off. Okay? Because the first original question is like, how do you know that he's not just joking, right? Like, oh, no, I don't have hands. Okay? Okay, so now I'm going to reformulate this. Okay?
Okay.
Since we're interpreting things now, if he wasn't telling the truth, or let's say if he was telling the truth or that he was joking, I'm asking for what other possibilities it can be. Was he telling the truth or was he joking? Because those are the two. That's what's being asked here. Was he telling the truth or was he joking? And how would you go about explaining or interpreting the joke?
Well, given the example I did a couple of minutes ago, like I don't see what's hard to understand here.
Let's move on from this, guys.
I'm not saying again. I'm not claiming.
as silly
I'm
as
not
it can
claiming
get.
that. I'm
This
not
guy's
claiming that he.
Yeah.
No,
This is
I'm
full
not
retard. I'm
making.
sorry.
Okay, what you're trying.
You need to F off.
Let me give you an example. Okay.
Okay.
If Buzz Aldrin said to the little girl in context, whatever they were talking about, she asked him a question, he answered, I went to the bathroom. Okay, whatever it was. That's subject to interpretation. Oh, did he go take a shit? Oh, did he go take a piss? Did he have diarrhea this morning? Did he go vomit? Right? There's four possibilities of what he could have meant by I went to the bathroom. What he could have been doing. Right? That's very evident. I gave you four examples. Yeah, you can probably enumerate several others. For all we know, he could be doing other stuff. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Do you see how I gave you four particular examples by what he could have actually meant by saying that particular thing?
Sure.
You follow?
Okay,
100%. So in this instance, when he actually says we didn't go there, what are four? Just give me one possible thing he could have actually meant by that.
Yeah,
just one.
And I don't see how the figure of speech example isn't.
No, give him two.
But can I just say? Can I just also say real quick?
What's one?
Why are you controlling?
One figure of speech and its meaning. Okay, that correlates with those words that came out of his mouth.
Well, again, branch is a figure of speech.
And you're going to answer the question. Can you give one figure of speech and its meaning?
Yeah,
that correlate with the words that came out of his mouth. Not an example of some set of words that have a particular meaning depending on how you understand how you interpret it. I mean, this particular one. No. You know what? No. If somebody wants to unmute this motherfucker, go ahead.
Him, bro. You don't want to talk to him? I'll talk to him.
Go for it, Jebsy.
Jenna was talking to. Anyways, he could have meant the other side of the meaning of what he said. So he said it didn't happen. We didn't go. What this guy is saying is that he couldn't mean that we did go and it did happen. That's the only other option that he can say. That's it.
Yeah, I guess what I'm asking is do we interpret that as he's just kind of telling the truth very subtly, or do we interpret that as what? What else? Like a joke, or like how should we interpret that?
The only other option is we did go, it did happen.
Yeah, so why would he say, we didn't go there? It didn't happen. You
Well,
watched an
that's what he
animation.
said exactly, and we can interpret it as being the truth. The other way you can interpret it is that he was like this guy saying, joking, meaning the opposite. That's it. There's no reason why you should extend this for so long.
You know, and I can turn that around and reinterpret and be like, you know what? Yeah, that is the joke.
Oh wait,
That is the joke.
I got a good one. What if what Buzz Aldrin meant, like what he said by it didn't happen, was I went to the bathroom this morning? Huh? How about that? What if maybe there's a joke in there or a pun in there? Oh, maybe he meant that, guys. Yes, case closed.
That's another
right?
possibility, sure. It will be in the trenches, but where's the guy? Do you mean he meant that he did went for the example, I have hands, but you don't have any hands or whatever? The opposite, saying something.
Yeah, so can I?
Saying
Yeah, so
something,
can I-
but being the opposite of what you said. That's what you mean.
Go for it, man.
So I'll define a pun in a couple of seconds, but first I want to just talk about this real quick. All right. So just like you was talking right about the bathroom, right? You mentioned there could be you could make numerous possibilities, right? Well, the same thing could be said here. My original question wasn't exactly a claim. It was just to say that is it possible that he could have meant something else, not that he is making meaning something else, right? That's all I'm saying. But I'll define a pun as the clever or humorous use of a word that has more than one meaning, or of words that have different meanings but sound the same, right? So like the example that I gave a couple of minutes ago, so the example that I gave a couple of minutes ago, like somebody coming up to me saying, "Hey, do you have hands?" Me knowing that I have hands, saying, "Oh no, I don't have hands," as like a kind of jokey way, right? I'm not saying,
great.
I'm not saying that. Yeah. But the
So
example
based
that
on
you
that
gave,
example, it will mean that he's saying we didn't go, it didn't happen, but he meant we did go, it did happen.
No, okay. So again, I'm not saying that he did say that. I'm saying that is it possible that he said that or that?
Yeah, we got that.
There was.
Nobody
that's
cares.
it,
This
guys.
needs to stop right here. No. This needs to stop right now, gentlemen.
No, wait. Off. Okay, we understand. Okay, that you're highlighting the possibility that maybe what he meant to say when he
I'm
said
not
we didn't
claiming.
go is that he did. Right? Maybe he meant he did when he said he did it. They didn't. We get that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well, fine.
Okay.
That's fine then. You can
Okay.
interpret it however you want. My question literally just was to.
What leads you to think he might actually mean that versus any other thing?
Well, it's not that I think that he might mean that the most. It's that it's possible that he could have meant something else, right?
So
I believe the clip that he actually did mean it.
So what actually? Okay, you think he did mean it? Okay, cool.
Yeah, but I'm saying
great.
it's certainly yeah.
If anybody else think that he meant that they think he means something else,
yeah.
I mean, let's get the list going.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get that list going.
That's fine. But where did I claim that he meant something else? I just said, is it possible? That
I understand. I understand you. I'm not saying you made the claim that he did mean something else. I acknowledge that you're opening up the door to the set of possibilities, even though we don't know what's in that door, right? That could be, meaning something else. The problem is, at this moment in time, we're opening a door to an empty room, right?
Okay.
So if you're not going to invite us to open a door to a possible full or occupied room, what's the point of opening the door?
Well,
so there's no point. Again, that's my point. There's no point to this. That's it.
Hold on.
Just close the door and go to the next door.
Hold on. My point was to show that it's. Hold on. My point wasn't to show numerous amount of examples on like what's possible and what's not. My point is to say that it's possible that he could have meant something else. If that makes sense. Or like the example of the
problem is though, at this moment in time, you have foreknowledge behind that statement that the door that we're going to be opening is empty, is to an empty room. So we have. Okay, you're asking. Okay, because you're not providing you're not providing any examples to go like. Okay. So if we answer, yeah, it's possible. Mm-hmm. Like what? No. Answer my question, dude. If you're going to ask us, do you think it's possible he meant something else? And we say, okay, sure. Like what? and you say nothing, then well, it's like, what was the point of you saying that?
Well,
All you're doing
well,
is,
first of all,
treating Bud for no
Can I
reason.
answer it? Yeah, okay. Can I answer it? Well, first of all, again, I already gave an example, and even if you don't like that example, say that it's shit. That's fine. That's cool. I don't care. Whatever, right?
It's
And
not shit. No,
secondly,
it's not shit.
hold on, wait. You're
No,
talking
dude,
over
it's
me.
not shit. But we're not saying it's shit. Okay, that example about the hands thing, we understand. What's being what's trying to be highlighted here is that it's a non sequitur
Yeah,
that part in this
Hold
conversation.
on. Can I just say that? Why is it necessary? If you grant that it's a possibility that he could have meant something else, then why is it necessary for me to show every single possibility that he could have meant by? I'm just to me that sounds like a non sequitur.
But no one's asking you that. No one's asking you to give us all
you showed me to. Yeah, you said
I
show
asked
some
you-
possibilities.
No, exactly, not all. I'm not asking you to enumerate an exhaustive list. I asked you for one
gave one.
example that
And I gave one.
gives you the sense that it's actually possible. No, you gave us another example of some other saying that obviously has some sort of counterintuitive meaning to it. That's meant to be used in a sarcastic sense
I mean,
to something else, to some other
To
to some
something else?
other set of words, some other set of words used in a different context, highlighting a certain meaning, meant to be used as a pun or to be sarcastic. Okay, we got that set of words. We understand.
I was showing the use of it.
We understand that rhetorical device. We're asking you this set of words that he said. Okay, what could he be trying to employ with that set of words? Can you give us an example of what you think he could be meaning by that set of words?
Yeah, well, like what Jemsy pointed out.
So he could be using reverse psychology, basically.
Yeah. So,
okay,
reverse
cool.
psych, that would be.
Thank you for finally answering the question. Go ahead.
Yeah, great. Yeah. Which I guess you could wipe that off as a pun.
No, that's called reverse psychology. That's like That's like a manipulative tactic. And if you think he's doing that to a poor little 8-year-old or the audience, I mean, that's a hell of a
some things.
That's a hell of a claim.
Yeah. Well,
right?
are you familiar?
That's why I'm sure you would not claim that, right?
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, is it a possibility? But can I just also quickly say to that what you just said? Well, again, just like how things can be morally obvious, I would say the same thing in this situation. That it could be obvious is also like what I mean by morally obvious, right? Is to say that, for example, let's say you're walking out and then like you see like an animal getting killed, right? You would obviously have some type of feeling towards that. That's obviously, I guess, like clear, right? The same thing. Like you would have some, I guess, like obvious feeling towards if he's making a pun. Does that make sense?
But you would have to have the foreknowledge that he's actually making a pun. You'd have to understand the pun.
You'd have to,
right?
You have to make that into account.
Not just from the onset. Assume that everything he says is going to be counterintuitive or intended with or said with the intention of creating a pun,
100%.
right? And then walking on eggshells all the time. You take people at their word, and then you post hoc analyze it, right? Quickly or slowly, it's up to you, right?
What was the exact question from the leader? So Jenna brought 3 examples, 3 different times that he said something similar to the answer to the leader.
And I'm saying in all of those, I'm not again like 20 already pointed out. I'm not claiming that he definitely
Okay, I wasn't done with my question, dude.
I'm just you asked the question from earlier. Yeah, you asked the question.
No,
from earlier.
I'm asking
now
a different one.
that,
what was the exact question from the little girl? What was her exact wording? What did she ask? I think she asked, how come we
let me see.
We haven't been back to the moon?
Yeah, well, I'm about to see because you said you think, implying downstance. Okay, let me see. Okay. Wait, where is it?
Because if you guys gonna explore this, we're gonna have to do the whole thing then.
Yeah, sure. I mean, all right.
Because he was probably answering the question to the girl. We didn't go
to the moon.
Bro, I was asking Jenna, dude. Come on. Jenna, what was the exact question from the little girl? Since you brought it up.
Yeah, she said, how come we haven't been back to the moon in such a long time? And Buzz goes, well, that's not an 8-year-old question. That's my question. and we didn't go there. And that's the way it happened. And he goes into this really super uncomfortable, vague kind of explanation, like, I don't want to lie to an 8-year-old. You know, like the vibe was, it didn't
Right.
pass the vibe check.
Okay, so it could have been that he was censoring on that
Yeah, I mean, you can.
why we didn't go.
Mhm.
Why we didn't go? Oh, because
Yeah.
we didn't go there, and it didn't happen.
You can 100% make the case that that like
The second time.
given the context, it's more likely that he actually did mean it. But I'm just saying, like, there is like possibilities, like
Running
logical
off the cliff long
possibilities.
enough, okay?
I mean, I can think about his answer on. You guys we're giving all these possibilities, so that's another
Yeah.
possibility. His answer was specifically to that time frame of the question.
True.
Like, why
Mhm.
we
He
didn't
meant
go?
it. Yeah, he meant it. Yeah. But again, that's what I'm saying.
What?
Okay.
Because we didn't.
something.
Why
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
you go to the supermarket?
but notice
Because
how.
I didn't went to.
Yeah,
Why didn't you go to the supermarket today and bought ribeye? Because I
Mhm.
didn't.
Yeah, but hold on.
I didn't buy
Genji,
it.
but notice your phraseology there. You said at least one of the possibilities is that he actually was telling the truth. So if it's at least one, then you're already granting it, or you're
Yeah,
already
so-
there's an implication.
Yeah, that's
Dude.
obvious, dude. We already outlined. Okay, so far we have two. Okay, one, he actually meant what he said verbatim, and the opposite that he meant the actual opposite. So if I ask you, dude, why haven't you gone back to the store in such a long time, and you answer, oh, well, because maybe I didn't go there, implying the first time you didn't actually go. Okay.
Yeah.
If you meant, oh, well, because I actually did go, is because I actually did go the first time actually an answer to the question why you haven't gone the second time?
Right.
That's not like no, it's not. It doesn't make any sense.
right, but
Precisely.
So,
If I
at this
use-
point, so far in our list, okay, upon scrutiny, you know, the complete reverse psychology is sort of a tactic, you know, that he may be trying to employ that, you know, we're kind of spouting out here. You know, when you dig into it, you know, it's brain, it actually doesn't make any sense. So that leaves us with one possibility. Can you give us another one?
what do you mean it doesn't make any
Fill in the
sense?
gap. Okay, I'll give you an example. I ask you, why haven't you gone to see your mom in such a long time?
Okay.
Oh, well, because I didn't actually go. Possibility of the meaning number one. Possibility number two, oh, well, because I actually did go.
Okay. Yeah.
Does that second possibility actually make any sense to you?
Yeah, well, you just gave me like hello.
Okay, explain to me how the answer, oh, because I did go, actually make any sense to the question
Okay.
why you haven't gone into the XYZ in a long time.
Okay, maybe I'm getting confused. So are you saying, is the question saying the why haven't you visited your mother, and then the response is no, I didn't go, and that implies that no, I did go. Is that what you're saying?
That's what we're scrutinizing. That's the analogy to this other thing.
Yeah.
So by looking into that one
It could be,
possibility
again-
where you're employing the reverse psychology, let's inspect what that complete opposite would actually mean, and see if it actually makes any sense as an answer to the question.
Okay. Yeah.
Right? To see if it's actually a viable possibility.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So can you actually answer that? Like, does that make any sense to you? If so, how?
Like, does the pun make sense?
It's not as a pun, as a direct statement in the opposite sense to the literal words that would come out of your mouth as an answer.
Which is to say, no, I didn't go.
The opposite of that. Being,
So I did.
yeah,
Okay,
I did
so
go.
I said, oh, okay.
Right.
So I said,
So if you
so I said,
yeah.
no, I didn't go, but meaning I actually did go.
Yeah. So how
Well,
would
then-
"yeah, I did go"
Yeah, because
actually be a viable answer to the question, why haven't you gone in such a long time?
Yeah, because obviously from a well, I was gonna
Right.
ironically, I was gonna say from an obvious account, you could take it to meaning directly, but if we're playing the semantics game, technically, I could go that route and say, well, my definitions are my definitions are subjectively linguistic, right? The study of language and semantics.
All right.
can
So here's the
mean-
problem, dude. This is where you
Yeah.
get into fucking full on spaghetti, TikTok brain, clown show dictionary world. Okay.
What do you
Now
mean?
I hope you realize that what the path that you're on is basically an infinite regression, because anything
Okay.
that you say, very similar to how I pointed out earlier. Okay, that
Yep.
type of rhetoric
Okay.
opens up a can of worms to an infinite regression of endless possibilities of meaning from this, that, oh, maybe this word actually meant this other thing and this other phrase meant this other thing. So let's scan the possibilities of what that
Yeah.
one word could have been. And you see it's an infinite tree growth
Well,
type
hold on.
type
What would you
illustration
say?
of what can happen. And this
Yeah,
is
well-
why you can't.
well, would you say
you can't act like that, dude. It's not going to work in here.
Well, I
Okay,
was
you're
gonna
going to
ask
spin
you-
everybody off their fucking onto their ass, and it's not going to happen.
Well, I was gonna
This is
say,
not viable. This is not
Yeah,
viable.
well, I was gonna say, until the person giving the answer actually says, no, I this is what I meant by it, definitively, right? Then you can say the other possibilities.
Sure,
would
that's
be
how
false.
it works, dude. Are you sure it's how it works? If this guy was in
Um,
court and he answered a question like that, do you think the court the jury's gonna be, oh god, whisper into each other, oh wait, maybe he meant this, maybe he meant that. Oh, what about this? No,
No,
they're gonna
because
take it as
it's-
his fucking word.
Yeah, they're
They're
gonna
gonna take
take
his
his
word verbatim, right?
yeah, they're gonna take it from an obvious.
Thank you
account.
very much. Thank
But, yeah,
you
but that
very
doesn't
much.
eliminate the
Right? So this
possibility.
is how we have to treat it. Nah, there's no room for that, dude. Otherwise, you open the door
for
to
logical possibility.
There-
Anything
It's not about
in a
logical
logical sense,
possibility.
anything can be possible.
This is not logical sense, dude. He's incriminating himself, or he's not. Okay.
Okay.
This is how it's. Otherwise, there's no.
Nigga.
All right, dude. Eat shit. All right, piss off.
Oh, what the fuck, man?
Anyways, as our conversation.
Clown shows coming. Yeah,
Yeah.
clown shows
So,
coming.
but the thing is with court, Buzz Aldrin already would have had, if he was actually in court, because this is the thing, if he was actually in court and these were the specific conditions, right? Surely he would know not to use any, I guess, as you want to call it, reverse psychology, because they're going to take his words. Hold on, wait, because they're going to take his words as an obvious account, meaning going off of his words, he actually meant this instead of interpreting it differently.
Right now, but the problem is you're assuming he's actually using reverse psychology right now.
I'm saying that it's
Right?
possible that he's using reverse psychology.
Okay.
Right.
Well, then how do we know that
I'm not
in a
making
court of law, he wouldn't be using a reverse psychology either? Thus, leaving the jury to go, whatever it said. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
the jury,
what the?
yeah, 100%. I was gonna say the jury obviously is gonna take it to an obvious account. They're
Right.
gonna take it
Well,
to an
thank you
obvious
very much.
account.
So
Yeah,
why
taking the
should
words
we not?
directly? But that doesn't.
So why should any of us not also do the same?
Well, because that's even if even if the jury was to take it from an obvious account, I don't think that ultimately eliminates the possibility of what of the other interpretations, right?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, it could not matter, and that wasn't my question originally.
Here's the thing. Off. Check this out. You have
fine if it
every
doesn't
right.
matter.
Okay. No, watch this, dude. Okay.
Mhm.
If he said maybe because we didn't go there, and you interpret that as him possibly meaning that, oh, I didn't go take a shit this morning. I forgot my pills this morning. I went to go see my grandma yesterday. If you're going to enumerate all these random possibilities just to fill up a bucket list to satisfy your sense of, of scrutiny. Oh, I've gone through all the lists of possibilities. He could mean any of these things. We can't, close the case until we check all these possibilities that grows infinitely. Okay. To satisfy that itch that you have, okay, to go down that route, because that's what it seems like it.
Yeah.
You're allowed to do that, dude. Okay, but it's
Well,
fucking
hang on.
retarded because you'll spend the rest of your life actually searching everything.
No, I'm not allowed
Watch
to do
this,
that.
dude. Yeah, you are, because that's what you're
No, I'm
doing right
not.
now.
No,
You
no, no,
are.
no, no,
We
I'm not.
asked you. We
Hold on,
asked
wait.
you, dude.
Can I
Can you
elaborate?
give one possibility? Can you give one possibility? And the only thing that you could come up with our help, by the way, Jenna, Gemsy, and I's help, you came up with one possibility. Okay. After that arduous effort of trying to pry something out of you, you finally acknowledged you could be maybe using reverse psychology. Then we scrutinized it, and then if you were employing reverse psychology, i.e., meaning the exact opposite of what he actually did say, the actual sentence read out as an answer to the question would not make any sense, thereby leaving you with one possibility. Do you have any others that are not totally random schizo fucking
Okay.
bullshit answers
Okay.
that you want to investigate?
You saying sorry? Okay, now I can talk. Okay, great. You saying that I can?
What did I ask you, dude?
The
Hold on. What did I
possibilities.
No,
Yeah,
no,
I'm
dude.
going to get.
No. You're gonna. I'm gonna ask you, dude. Say back to me the question I asked you briefly, so I know that you were listening. Go ahead.
You were telling me to answer the question. The following.
What was the question?
Oh yeah, can you highlight more possibilities?
No, you weren't. No, fuck off, dude. This guy's not even listening. You guys hear that? I know I talk a lot, but you can fucking summarize a question. Tabarnak. Man, what are you on? Or off, I should say. Do you guys really want to continue this conversation? This is obvious debate, bro, horseshit, tactical, employment. Like, I'm sorry.
Didn't I tell you guys to move on from this one and talk about something else? I did. So there you go.
I must have missed that.
Yeah, we should have moved on from off stupid ass a long time ago because it chased somebody out of the room who wanted to talk about the topic of the room. They wanted to
Good
talk
point.
about flat earth and science and physics
Yeah.
and all of this stuff, and now they're not even in the room anymore. So thank you, off.
You're welcome.
Take it away, man. This guy's done.
So guys, why do you support that the Earth is not flat? Or flat, I don't know, what do you support? Flat, I guess, right? Why do you guys say Earth is flat? Answer me. The one is speaking. Why? Why no one is speaking?
Do you have a question? What's your name?
I
Uter?
said, why do you guys say Earth is flat?
Does anybody want to take this? I already spoke a lot.
I can take it.
What's the question? What's the question?
Are
A
you a girl?
question?
I don't want to talk to a girls.
Do I scare you?
Yeah, a lot.
Oh, okay. So you don't want to talk about the surface of the earth with a girl?
I don't want to talk about anything with a girl. Even like if someone
Okay,
comes
so-
and say the tree is a planet and she's a girl, I don't want to argue with her.
Okay. That's weird.
Yeah.
So, like, why do you believe that Earth's a globe?
I
What do you
didn't say I
believe in globe
this
Earth?
or that.
What do you believe? What do you think the Earth is?
I believe in myself.
What do you think the Earth is?
I don't know.
Think it's flat?
Like
Think it's a ball?
some games makes it square, some games makes it flat, some games makes it circle. It depends. What game are you playing?
Oh, never mind. You're not worth talking to.
Yeah, I said I don't want to talk to a girl, but you keep talking. Of course, I'm gonna troll.
I guess there's no more good faith interlocutors.
Could be.
Well, we went from the other guy to this one. I guess the other guy would have done better with a different topic. It would have been way better. Just moving on to this troll.
Say bottle of water.
That's a downgrade.
Say bottle of water. Say it. Oh man, say bottle of water. Don't be shy, bro. I'm not gonna eat you or something.
I don't talk to trolls. I don't want to talk to a troll.
I troll only with girls.
I don't want
Said
to
at the
talk to a
beginning.
guy that is scared of girls.
Oh, your dog is so cute. Are you gay or something?
I don't want to talk to a guy that is scared of girls.
Of course I'm scared.
Can you
If
stop
see a car
talking?
in front of
Can
you,
you stop talking?
I'm
So I
not
don't
gonna
wanna
stop
talk to you.
talking.
I'm
Then
gonna have to mute you
yourself.
if you don't mute yourself.
No, you mute yourself. I'm here to ask a question.
But
You
not.
wanna ask my question?
So Jenna answered his question whenever he asked it. Okay, go ahead. Ask your question.
Who's gonna answer it?
Jenna will. So go ahead and
Jenna
ask
will.
it.
If she's a girl, I don't want to repeat my words thousands of times. I think that's why you guys say Earth is flat, because you have a flat brain. You don't understand English.
Yeah, so look in the chat real quick. So you said I agreed with you on that too. For context of the discussion, we was talking about it being possible.
You want to keep going? All right, let's keep going.
Can I just quickly? Yeah, can I quickly just say this? Yeah,
Please,
all right.
go ahead.
Because I want to be productive. Yeah. So again, I said your friend Lioness already conceded when she said sure it's possible. Then you in the chat said I agreed with you too on that. And then you said then upon scrutiny we couldn't find any that make sense. Now here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. As I've already pointed out in the chat, if you think there are none that make sense, then you're contradicting yourself when you said that you agreed that it's possible. So is what you're saying that it's possible but it doesn't make sense?
No, dude. Check this out. You asked, "Is it possible?" I said, "Sure. Let's look into it. Let's investigate." All right. I asked you, "What other possibilities are there?" And after some fucking pulling of teeth, you finally agreed. Okay, maybe there's some reverse psychology, and that's it. That's all you could come up with. Okay. So then we look into that, and we realize that would not actually make any sense. That's where we had our two possibilities, right? The real meaning and the opposite meaning. And then the opposite meaning, when read out, doesn't actually make any sense. Literally.
Okay. So
So I would ask you, do you still qualify that as being a possibility, even if it doesn't actually make any sense? Or do you want to maybe suggest that, oh, maybe he's doing a reverse psychology on a reverse psychology, and then a reverse psychology on a reverse psychology of another reverse psychology. How deep do you want to go down this nested loop, dude?
Okay. Well, okay. Two things off.
How deep?
Right?
How far do you want to go before you actually add your arbitrary threshold?
Hey man, can I talk?
If you can answer the question, otherwise I'm not engaging with you, dude.
I'm answering the question, but you're just talking over me, man.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So as I was saying, right, you're saying that it doesn't make sense, correct?
That one possibility that we actually were able to elaborate on, correct?
Mm-hmm. What if it doesn't make sense? Then how would it be a possibility?
It's not actually a possibility, but for the sake of exercise, right? We were trying to investigate this set of possibilities, possible possibilities. Let's say that's the only step that we actually got into, right? Because you couldn't enumerate any other ones. So we just pulled random shit out of the hat, right? Throw shit at the wall and see what sticks, and then investigate what sticks. And then upon looking at the shit that did stick on the wall, after about 2 seconds, it fell off the wall, so it didn't stick either.
All right. Well, possibility to me in this context sounds like it's kind of
it's called brainstorming, dude. No, it's called brainstorming.
Well,
do you know that?
I said in this context.
At this point, we were brainstorming. What are the what possibilities could exist, as to what he could have actually meant by what he said, apart from, verbatim what he actually meant. Oh, well, maybe the opposite of what he said. And then you look into it, doesn't make any sense, so you scrap that. Okay. Well, no, I leave you the door open, dude. Okay. What other things can you come up with that he could have actually meant? Right. This was asked you about 10 times already.
Okay. All right. So
if you're not going to answer that question, dude, I'm not going to let you speak in here. You're talking shit. This is you're accusing us of being sophists and shit, and here you are spinning the entire room around. You're a fucking Olympic figure skater here. Okay,
right,
this is soft.
Hold on.
If you're not going to answer the question, you're going back on mute.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. If I'm not talking shit,
one other possibility. Go for it. 10 seconds.
One other possibility.
And what he could have meant. Go for it.
We could have meant. Well, off the top of my head, I'm not sure. I can't come up with one.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that doesn't rule out possibility.
So if you want to, here's the problem, dude. If you want to leave that door open into perpetuity of never really knowing what he could have meant, man, that's not going to get you very far, dude.
Well, hold on.
Because that would mean that you ought to employ that to every single thing that you engage with. Nothing will ever close.
Okay. Well, okay, great. Well, can I just say, right? Just because I say something, what's possible, something else could have happened, or he could have meant something else. It's possible.
Yeah. Check this out. Go figure it out and come back and let us know. I'm done. Piss off.
Does God Emperor have anything good to say? Pixario?
Shall we unmute God Emperor there? I don't know who muted him there. You guys want to talk to him?
I've just seen him, what he's been saying in the side chat. He said, "Unmute me, cowards. Let's debate and brainstorm." He's ready. He wants to.
All right. Well, anything's better than off at this point, so go ahead, Mr. Emperor. Gemsy, I got it, bro. I'll call this. Okay, unmute him, dude.
What the heck? Oh, I want to hear what he's going to say. I'm very
There's a
interested.
server mute button battle. Gemsy, are you going to do it?
Talk to who? No. I'm gonna just listen for a while.
No, I was because I was going to unmute him, but the button keeps. What the fuck? Are you re-server muting him?
No, I'm not touching any buttons.
What? Oh, okay. Then there must be some like automatic server mute thing on this guy. Sorry, dude. I tried.
Somebody with higher status must have muted him.
Just let Jenna go off about different topic or something.
Go for it, man.
Away from that topic, away from whatever possibilities of meanings of that guy.
Yeah, he's gone.
Alright, keep your secrets.
I mean, there was a guy in here that wanted to talk about, the flat Earth, and then he got chased off by the ridiculousness of that conversation with Off.
Shame. Do you guys want to continue with off or peace and quiet?
No, let him off.
Like let him off mute?
I want to.
Or
Yeah.
I want to get back to the surface of Earth. Like, I want to get back
Exactly,
to
that's
the
what I'm
surface
saying.
of Earth.
Just bring it
Dude.
back to a topic related to the VC.
I want to know where. I want to know where that curvature is because I haven't seen it, man. I know I'm seeing way too far.
take it away.
The ridiculousness of Off, even though you agreed with me.
No, we're talking about the surface of Earth now, buddy.
Okay, we'll get a biologist a scientist in here that's better
Biologist.
accountable than me.
But a scientist? All right, so let me ask you this, dude. What science
Sure.
are we going to be doing? Any science when we're like measuring things for like height and distance?
Well, you know what empirical evidence is and how
No. Shush.
observation.
Yes or no? It's
Well,
quick.
I'm
Yes or no?
asking-
Yes or no? Yes or no? Yeah.
Repeat
Are we
the
going
question.
to be? Yes or no? Are we going to be using science when we are measuring things
That's
for
not a
height
yes or
and
no.
distance?
Yeah, that's
That's
not
a yes
that's
or no.
not how that's not how closed questions
yes,
work.
we're
That's
going
not
to
how
be
closed.
using science.
Look in the chat.
No, we're not going to be using science. Yes,
You
we're going to be
answered for
using
me.
science. No, we're not going to be using science when we're just measuring for height and distance of things. Yes or no?
It's not a yes or no.
It
This
is a
dude
yes or no question.
No, it's not. That's not a closed question.
Are we going to be using any
Can you stop
science?
controlling me? That's not a
Okay, stop
closed
controlling
question.
me.
That's not
It's a
that's
yes
not a
or no
closed
question. It really is.
Well, it's really
Yes,
not. You're
we
making a
are.
categorical error.
No,
it's not.
are
It's an open
not,
question.
right?
Just
It's an
because
open
she has
question.
a point, you're not answering.
You're not answering.
It's a closed. Hold on, wait. Okay, cool. But you're saying that it's a yes or no question. It's not. It's a closed question.
It is.
But
Right?
if you're doing
It
that,
is.
it's fine.
Just,
not.
just,
He's doing
just,
it,
just
Answer
answer,
it.
dude. Just let him answer.
Okay.
You're tiptoeing.
Yeah.
You.
Just
It's okay.
I can
It's not a
answer it. I
trap.
can answer it. But first of all, you have to address your error that you made. You said it's a closed question.
I didn't
It's
make
not.
an error. Are
You
we
did. You
going
said
to
it
be
was a yes or
using
no.
any?
Close-
Are
authorized
we
closed
or are
question.
we not? Are we yes going to be using science,
Are we
or
or
are we not going to be using science when we are
Okay.
simply measuring for height and distance of
Okay.
things?
Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Wait. Again, that's not a yes or no. That's not a closed question. It's an open question.
No, it's not.
It
It's
is.
a yes or no
Open
question.
questions. No, open. Hold
Are we
on.
going
Wait.
to be using science?
What do you mean? No, it's not. Yes, it is. An open.
Yes or no? Are we going to be using science?
hold
yes
on,
or no?
wait. Can I just talk?
No, I'm not going to hold on. Wait,
addressing
you're
your
going
error.
to answer the question, or you're going
I can
back
answer
on
the
mute.
question once you just
You're just
concede
going to
that
get
you made
muted
an error.
again.
Okay, then mute me.
He won't admit it. He won't.
No, I'll admit it once she admits that she made a categorical error, right? Because she's saying
okay.
her question was a closed question, a yes or no question. It's not a closed
You
question.
made the
It's not a closed
categorical
question.
error, sir.
Type up what a
Okay?
closed question is and type up the rules. No, it's
You
not.
made the
That's not a closed question.
categorical error when you said look to science, right? We're going to look to science.
The open
Right, to
question would
measure
be
the-
how
to-
you
when
to-
she
to
said
measure the surface of the earth.
let's talk about the surface of the earth, and you said as a biologist or a scientist, you made a category error.
Hold on,
both
wait.
times.
Let's talk about. Wait, hold on, wait, Gemsy. Let's talk about the surface of the air as a command. That has no true value. It's not a propositional
The
statement.
surface of
It
the
can be
earth,
true or
my
false.
guy.
Yeah. So
If
an
we are
exclamation. Hold on, wait. Hold on, wait.
No,
so an
you're not going to get
exclamation.
out
No,
of
let me
this.
educate
No,
you
you're
because you don't
pinned
know what you're
down.
talking about.
You don't know who you know. You don't
No,
know
you
me,
don't know.
dude. You're pinned
You said-
down. You're pinned down. Just answer it.
said
It's
the
yes or
letter-
no. It's
Hold on,
very
wait. You
simple.
said the word R. You said the word R is
Yes.
a yes or no beginner. It's not a yes or no beginner. That
Are
implies
we?
Closed questioning. It's not.
Are
It's an
we?
open question.
Are we? Yes or no?
Are you going to
Going to be
address
using
what
science.
the mistake that you made?
It's a yes or no.
It's not a yes or no. Once again, you're doing it again.
It is a yes or no.
Once again, it's not a yes or no. It's
You
not a
made the
closed
category
question.
error by
So I
saying
put what a closed question
you made
is
the
and see if,
category error by appealing to
and see if
biology
your
and
question
appealing
applies to a
science.
closed question. Go ahead.
Are we going to be
It's either
using
yes,
science?
we are, or no, we are not. It's a
It's
closed
very
question, we
simple.
just do it.
But as I was saying, Gemsy, right? What you said is a command, by the way. It's not a proposition. It's a command, which falls into the category of questions, commands, and then exclamations, which would be like,
Oh,
Oh,
ouch,
he's
for
such a
example.
pussy about it.
You suck at this, dude.
I'm
You
a pussy about it.
really
What is
suck
the
at this.
standard that you are
No,
using to
you
determine that I'm a
suck at
pussy?
this.
Oh, wait. Yeah, oh, wait.
Wow, dude.
You really
Justify
suck
that
at this.
claim. He's just a pussy about
So,
it. Yeah,
so
can you
you're
justify
just
that?
here just to
Oh,
not address anything is being
Give him
said,
the out.
basically.
I'll address it when she. Hold on, I'll address it when she concedes.
No,
that
you're
she made a
not gonna
categorical
address it.
error.
I have
No,
my
I will. I know.
doubts.
I just said I will
thought-
once she
thought you were
concedes.
able to
If she concedes,
actually
then I'll address
have
it.
a conversation, but
I
you, I
am
don't
able,
think you
but
were
once she
able.
concedes
I
that she made a
think you're
categorical
not
error,
able to
then I'll
do it.
address it.
No,
Yeah,
I don't
then I'll
think
address
so.
it.
You're not able to.
Oh, you don't think so? So hold on.
No.
What is the standard that you are using to determine that?
So
you don't
she has a
think that I'm
question,
going
you
to
answer.
answer or address
That's
the
it.
question
It's pretty
once she
simple.
concedes that she made a categorical
Off.
error. Oh wait.
Off.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, hey, what's up?
So, height and distance would be a thing, right, on the
Are
surface
you
of
gonna
Earth
concede so I
that
can
we can
engage?
measure.
Yeah, you're gonna concede so I can engage.
I don't have to concede to anything.
Because I'm just giving the energy that you guys bring.
I
So
asked
are you going
the
to
question.
concede?
I
Are
asked
you going to
the
concede?
question.
Are you going to?
I don't
are you
have to
gonna
concede
that you made a
anything.
categorical error? Are you going to concede?
I didn't
Yes or no?
make a
I'll
category.
answer a question once you concede.
You made the
It's
category
not a closed
error.
question. It's an open question.
You made the
idiot.
category error when you said looked at biology. I mean, looked at science, right? You
Yeah,
made the
I
category.
corrected myself. You
Okay.
didn't. You're still saying it's a closed question. You idiot.
You're still in a category
can
error
use the
because
same
it's not
rhetoric.
when we're trying to find
Why are you
curvature,
stuttering?
so
Stop
we're going to
stuttering.
measure. We're going to measure for height and distance. I'm trying to not be interrupted by you, by the way. So
Okay. You've interrupted me
distance,
many times
right?
in this VC.
shut
Don't
up.
be a hypocrite.
Shut up.
Don't use the same critique.
You won't
even
let me
though that
finish.
You literally
You
interrupted
won't let me
earlier.
finish. You won't let me finish. You won't let me
Okay, Why
finish.
do I
You
need to
won't.
let you finish? What is
You
the
gonna answer
standard
the
that you're
question?
using to determine? I have to let you
Standard
finish. Oh, wait.
Oh, what a, bro, like, honestly,
Yeah,
dude.
the standard
like,
is just going to be
just-
defined as a tool. Go ahead. What's the
Listen.
standard that you are using to
Listen.
determine that I have to let you finish, quote unquote? Oh, wait. You can. I'll engage with your question once you concede that you made a categorical error.
I don't have to
in saying
concede
that your
to
question was a
anything.
closed
I
question when it
don't
was
have
actually
to
an open
concede to
question.
anything.
Well, if you want
I
to
asked
engage
you a
with me, you do.
question.
I've already
Are we
highlighted the
going to
rules
be using
for like 5
science
times.
when we are measuring for
Again, if
the
you want me
heights
to
and
engage with the
distances of
question, and you
things?
concede that you
Will
literally made
we
a
be
categorical error.
using measure? Are we going to be using
Stutter
science? Yes
again.
or no?
Yes,
Are
Stunlock
we
for
going
the
to be
second
using
time.
science?
He said
You're
yes.
answering
We're
for
gonna
me.
be
You're
using
making a
science
decision
to
for
measure the
me.
surface
So
of
the
the
That's a
earth.
answer is
So,
fallacy.
yes.
Yeah, that's a
right?
fallacy.
so he
You're
said
making a
yes.
Is that,
decision
is that
for
your
me.
is that your answer?
You're making a decision
So-
for me. Fallacy
After
again. If you want me to
after
engage
she
with the
asked the question,
question,
you say yes.
You're
hold on, wait,
bad
hold
at
on,
this.
wait, hold on, wait. If you want me to engage with the
so bad
question,
at this. You're
concede that you made a
terrible at this.
categorical error.
But in the beginning, you made the
You
error.
said
Dude.
you said
You
my
concede that you
question
made
was
the
a
error?
closed question or yes or no question, even though it wasn't. It was literally an
You
open
said
question.
you said that you're
I can
gonna.
give examples.
You said as a scientist about the
Wow,
surface
dude.
of the Earth. That was an error. You said a
on,
biologist
wait.
first.
The context of
Mhm.
discussion. Hold on, wait. The context of discussion is flat Earth.
So you
right?
said a
or
biologist,
the Earth
and you
is
said a
flat, for
scientist.
example,
You're
right?
still in error, dude. You're still in error. You haven't fixed your error yet.
Okay. Do you know the difference between physicists and scientists?
Okay.
Are
Do you know the
using
difference
science to
between
measure
No,
things?
it's the same.
measuring the
it's
surface
fucking
of
height and
the
idiot.
Earth?
distance? Fucking
What?
A,
But as I
dude.
was saying, Lioness, I'll engage with your question once you concede that you made a categorical error and saying it's a closed slash
I
yes or no
didn't
question
make a
when it's not. It's an open
categorical
question.
error,
You
bro.
did. You said it's.
You did that. You did that when
No,
you said
you
ask
did
the
that.
scientist
You
on
and
the
you still
surface
haven't
of Earth about
conceded.
the
He said a
surface of Earth,
haven't
biologist
conceded.
first.
right? You
And you
said a
still haven't
biologist and a scientist,
conceded.
both of which
Yeah,
are
I did that, and then I
categorical error.
retracted what I said. I
You
corrected myself.
No,
You haven't
you
corrected
didn't.
You're
yourself.
still in error.
No,
You
you
said
haven't
did
corrected
scientist.
yourself.
not.
You think you correct?
N-
You think
we-
you corrected yourself, or you're still in error?
Exactly.
I said
You're
biologist.
still
I
in
mean
error.
scientist. I corrected
Exactly.
myself.
You're
You
still in
didn't.
error.
You still think it's a closed question, man.
So that's why
Holy-
Chief
Yeah, you still think it's a
replied
closed question,
asking
man.
you. That's why she replied asking you. Do
Holy.
you think it's a scientific question to measure the surface of the Earth? And you still
Hold on, wait.
haven't
Why
answered.
are
You're still
two
in error.
Dodgers? Hold on, wait. Why are two Dodgers coming at me right now? Let me address Lioness first of all, right? So if you want me to
So
engage
you're
with
still
your
in
question,
error
can you
of-
concede,
of-
Lioness?
you're
You
still
made a
off-
categorical error in
being
saying that your question was a
intellectually
closed
dishonest.
question. It wasn't a closed question.
No, you're
was
being
an open
intellectually
question. Can you
dishonest,
concede
and the
yes or
whole
no?
entire room can hear it.
Can you
Okay,
concede
I
yes or no?
asked
See, look, what I just said
are
was a
we-
closed
I
question.
asked
It
you,
began with can.
and the whole room
My
heard
question
it.
is a closed question
The
because it began with can.
intelligent-
Can you
the
concede? Yes or no?
intellectually
Yes,
honest
Can you
I
ones
concede?
in the
Yes or
Go
room.
ahead.
no?
I concede. I concede. Yeah, I concede.
I'm not
Go
talking to you
ahead.
for it, face. I'm
So-
talking to your friend. Can
No,
you concede? Yes or no?
she's
wait.
muted. She's muted. Talk to me. She's muted.
She's muted. So what is the standard that you're
Yeah.
using to determine that she's muted?
So because I'm the moderator in here, not you.
Oh, because you're the moderator in here. And what is the standard
Exactly,
that
that's the
you're using to determine that you are
standard.
the
That's
moderator in
the
here?
standard is that the people of the server decided that I can be a
No, you're
moderator.
already
Those are the
You're establishing the
standards.
conclusion, which is the rules. I'm asking like the standard, as in the tool.
The standard is that
they
the
can be
owners of the
defined as the
server
tool.
decided that I can
Again,
be a
you're establishing
moderator,
the
and I
conclusion.
am a.
That's not a right
So there you go.
justification. You're wrong again.
So, anyways, are you gonna
Yeah, so
fix your
anyways,
error about saying that you're gonna be using science or biology to measure the surface of the Earth?
Dodger. Again, I retracted in saying biology, and I corrected myself correctly and said scientists. Right?
So what are you gonna
Yes,
be
exactly.
using to measure the
She-
surface
hold on,
of
wait,
the
hold on,
Earth?
wait, hold on, wait, hold on,
You're
wait.
saying
She didn't.
science?
She still thinks her question is a closed question when it's not a closed question. It's an open question.
Okay, it is an open
Like, I
question.
corrected
Okay,
her
I
about it.
concede.
Yeah,
It is
okay,
an
wait,
open question. Go
so
ahead.
yeah, so you
answer
concede.
the
Why doesn't
question.
she concede if he wants me to engage with her
Don't worry
question?
about
Why doesn't-
her.
Okay, I
Don't worry
concede. Now
about
where does this go? Okay, I concede.
There
Where
you
does
go.
this
She
go?
concede. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so I was about to say, scientists, physicists, everybody basically uses some degree of empirical evidence, which is observation / measurements, right? Do you understand? Why you want
You
me?
are
Hello?
still in a.
want-
You
yeah,
are
want-
still.
do you
still in a
understand?
categorical error.
So you're denying that empirical
I'm not gonna be
empirical
using
evidence
physics.
doesn't follow
I'm
observation
not
and
going to
measurements?
be. Nope.
You're
I'm not
denying it?
going to be using any physics. I'm not going to be using any science. I'm not going to be using any biology to measure for the height and distance of things
Yeah,
on the
you're going to be
surface
using
of
empirical
Earth.
evidence,
So the
which is
answer is
dominated by
no
science.
to the original question that I asked, which is, are we going to be using science to measure for the height and distance of things on the surface of Earth? The answer is no. We don't need any science for that. We don't need any biology or physics for that. You, sir, are in the category error.
Correct.
Can you concede to that?
Hold on.
No, I'm not
Don't
holding on. It's time for you to
hold
Who
on.
concede.
created
Don't hold on.
who created the methodologies such as empirical evidence?
Who created? This guy's like
No. You're not getting
he's
off
a
of this because you
conversation
still haven't
dog.
answered
No,
me.
no, because he doesn't
No,
understand.
Guys, he's not. Guys, I'm not letting him off of this because he still hasn't answered the yes or no
Then
question.
what did I just do? It's not a
He's
yes or no
trying to
question.
trigger the room. Just don't let it happen. That's it. He's
It's not a yes or no question. Once again.
I want the yes or no,
debate
or
tactics.
yes or no, or go on mute.
Yes
Yes or
I'm going
no,
mute.
or be put on mute.
Okay.
Answer the question, or shut up.
Ask me the question again.
Are we or are we not going to be
Again,
using
you already
science?
conceded earlier that the word "are" is used in open questioning. That's not a closed question.
Okay.
Once again, you made a category.
Are
Did
we
you not just
yes
concede a
or
few
are?
seconds ago?
Wow. All right. You're not
Yes,
intelligent
exactly. You
enough
did
for this,
concede.
bud.
You did concede.
Wow, he's spiraling
You're
now.
bad at this.
You already did concede
You're
it.
so bad at this.
Yeah,
You're
you
so bad at
conceded a
this.
few seconds
heard
ago
that
and said that
laugh?
no, yes, my question
heard
was an
that
open
laugh?
Yeah, I
question.
did hear that laugh.
Everybody in the VC
I
heard you
did
say
hear
yes, I
that laugh.
concede.
Wow, you're
That's the
going
laugh of
off.
a
So once again,
clown.
you're
You're
making a
going
categorical
off.
error. So can you concede for the second time that it's not a closed question? It's an open
Off. Can
question.
you turn your
It is
brain
a
on?
yeah, closed question. I said that I conceded, but I lied
So
to
then
you.
why you wait? Hold
because I
on,
wanted to see
wait.
where
Then
it would
why are
go.
you contradicting
see?
yourself? Then why are
I
you
already told
contradicting
you.
yourself?
Now I'm
buddy,
going to tell you the
you're
truth,
muting the
which
wrong
is
guy.
I lied to you. I
You're muting
lied
the
to
wrong
you
guy,
and
by
said
the
that
way.
I conceded to see where this would go. And this is where it's gone.
Oh, so now
okay?
you lied to me to say that you
Back to the
conceded.
fact that you are still in a category error. Back to the fact that you still
Highlight the
haven't
category error.
answered
Highlight the category
a
error.
yes or no question. Okay, here's this. Are you
Yeah,
or
still
are
haven't
you
done it,
not?
idiot.
Are you a boy?
That's an
Yes
open
or
question.
no?
That's an open
Are you a
question. That's an
boy?
open question.
Are you
Yeah,
a
that's an open
boy?
question.
Is that a yes
That's
or
an open
no?
question. I mean,
How are you gonna
I can
answer that?
engage with the question once you admit
you a
that
boy?
no, it's not a closed
Are
question.
you a
It's an open
boy?
question. That's an
Are
open
you a
question.
boy?
Okay, you concede
you
it's
a
an open
man?
question.
Are you a male?
Can you concede that it's an
Are you
open
a man?
question? Well, can you concede
you a
that it's an
male?
open question like you
Are you
already
a
did
man?
previously?
Are you a man?
Like you already did conceded.
Are you a
Can you
man?
concede again?
Oh, I guess he's not a man, you guys. He's not a
You're already
man.
making a decision for
That's
me.
not
That's
a
a
man.
fallacy.
I'm not
He's
talking
not
to a
able
man
to
right
You've already
now.
decided before me. That's a
I'm
fallacy.
not talking to a
You
man right
decided
now.
for me. That's a fallacy.
No, this
Yeah,
is
that's
a
a
weak.
fallacy.
Yeah, language
This is
barrier,
a weak
though.
little. This is a weak little.
Oh, I'm
You're
weak.
weak little
So what is the
flower.
standard that you
Yeah,
are
you're a
using
weak
to
little
determine that
flower.
I'm weak?
Because I'm not talking to a man right now. So I must
I
be
think it's a
talking to
language
something else.
barrier.
Wowza. Good chat. I guess he's not a man. That's amazing. Like, just argue against reality.
You're still in
You
error.
can see the curvature of the Earth, like in the ocean, I think. So, what is the argument against this from your perspective?
I've never seen curvature.
You know, when you're on a ship on the ocean and you see a ship in the distance, do you know what kind of optical phenomenon there
Yeah,
is?
you've got atmospheric distortion and miraging that's happening, which can cause compression, which can affect the way things look, especially closer to the horizon. So, it
So
can
you
make
see
things look
the upper part
so
of
it
the
can make
ship
things hold on, so it can
because
make
the
things look
lower part of the
sunken.
ship.
It can make things look sunken or cut off, or squatted, like really like squished together, closer to the horizon, like I said. So
Wait,
it's not that it's
what
like
did you call it?
it's not that it's actually going below a curvature or behind a curvature or anything like that. It's that it's an optical. It becomes an optical thing, right?
What is it
Where
called?
that boat is going out of your optical limitation of view.
Wait,
It's
what is this
also
optical illusion called?
being subject to the conditions of the air around it, which is going to
Okay, so
affect the
it's
way
called what? I want to search this up.
miraging. Just look up like stuff about miraging and how it affects the way we see things, like opticals, like
Okay, text
how
it
things
in
look
the chat.
wavy. I used to think Earth was round too, but I quickly learned.
Okay, I want to see the. So. Can you text it in the chat?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Give me a second. Had this copied from the overview. So look up mirages. Actually, this is a good one.
Wait, what do you think is on the downside of the flat Earth?
I don't know. I don't make claims about things I can't know or prove.
And like, why is there like daytime and like nighttime?
Why is there day and night?
Yeah, if the Earth is
Be-
flat, you know.
Because there's a limit to how far the light can reach. It's the inverse. It's within the inverse square law of light. You can break it down that way, but the light's not going to reach forever. It's not going to go on forever and ever and ever. Eventually, it turns into other things, light to like radio waves and things like that. So you're not going to see it forever. There's a distance to that. That's why.
Can you okay, see. Can you type it in if you have it and I will react to it then?
Yep. Well, can you go type in the inverse square law?
Because you know English is not my first language, so it would be better for me if I can translate it.
Okay. I'll show you a couple visual examples too. Inverse square law. And I'm going to show you an example of that. Gotta find it. So you know when you if you go into a really large room and you get a small flashlight and you shine it in the corner, it's going to be light in there, but it's going to be dark in the rest of the room. It's very similar to how this works.
Mm-hmm. Yo, there's like a person streaming this.
All right. Do you see it? I just posted it.
Yeah, I see it.
And you see, nobody can prove to me that the sun is bigger than the earth. That's another thing.
Yo, the person who's streaming this on YouTube.
Are we live right now?
Yes, we are live. Actually, I mean, I don't
Is this thing
continue to
on?
this, but
Is this thing on?
Yeah, it's on. I don't know why this person is live streaming. I
That's what we
don't
do in
think
here.
it's allowed, but
It is. Welcome to
it is actually.
24/7 Flat Earth Live. We are live and on the air. He comes in here, he's like, I don't consent to this. It's just so crazy how some people can't answer a yes or no question. Crazy.
He was being dishonest, so what can you expect? He said, I'm gonna give you the same energy you guys gave me of whatever that meant. So he wasn't being honest, so that's it.
He couldn't even answer like something as simple as like, are you a boy? Like, are you a man? Like, right? Like, Jemsy, are you a man?
Yes.
There you go. There you go. That's how you answer a yes or no question that starts with the word are.
The thing is that he was just grabbing whatever else in the sentence.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say you ask a question, and he was not concentrated on the questions. He was just grabbing some straws
Yep.
and going for that just to mess around.
Yep. It couldn't even answer something as simple as "Are you a man?" That's embarrassing. Off. That's so embarrassing. Do you have like some sort of like humiliation kink or something? Like, what's your problem, dude?
Whenever he's ready to have a conversation, just let me know. Off. And Lioness, she's a pretty decent lady to speak to. So if you want to talk about this topic, she'll gladly speak to you if she's available. But if you're gonna be
But I'm not
doing
going
all
to have
that,
my intelligence insulted with people that refuse to answer simple questions. So that's not the thing.
if you guys can reset and just, tone it down, relax, pick a topic and talk about it, that might be good for a conversation. Just forget about the past hour. We're adults, right? We can do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm all about being chill and having chill conversations and being able to actually, get into the intellectual volleyball, and get going back and forth and have a good exchange and, good honest conversation. But, that stuff with off people like that, dude, people like that just stay muted.
Holy guacamole.
Does this work?
You're coming in loud and clear.
Amazing.
Oh gosh, Embo, no. You're the worst Glober ever.
Yeah, I am the worst Glover because I actually know what I'm talking about,
No,
unlike those people
because
from
you're
India
still,
here who are
because you're
learning English.
still Glober after being just eviscerated time and time again. And you still come in here to get eviscerated even further.
Yeah. I mean, if I was indeed getting destroyed every time I come here, I think you wouldn't be scared of me coming here.
I'm
Why
not even
would that be a
scared of
problem?
you. I'm annoyed by you. Your presence is
Wow.
so annoying, obnoxious.
I mean, I haven't been here
You
since
love
like maybe a
that.
year.
I heard that
So,
stupid laugh. You love that you can be obnoxious. You don't have anything to offer other than being obnoxious and you're proud of it. I can hear that.
I have much to offer. I have, like, evidence for the globe.
I haven't seen you put up any kind of evidence for the globe. It's been
Then
how
you-
long?
Then you clearly have amnesia. No, like at least 4 to no 4, like 3 to 2 years, something like that.
How many of you
just constantly
here are
presenting
familiar with?
evidence for the globe?
How many of you in here are familiar with Embo?
Me.
Yeah, I know Gemsy is. Oh boy, Gemsy, have you ever seen Embo put up any kind of like good, solid, rock hard globe evidence?
And, all of those
It will be the
distance
opposite of rock
observations.
hard.
Solid, man. Like it all falls apart under scrutiny. Complete and total intense scrutiny, and the globe all falls apart.
Last time I described the observation I made of an island that showed the curvature. There was accusations that I didn't take temperature readings, like pressure readings, whatever. But then when you use evidence against the globe, then you can just take a photo, don't care about the conditions and all, and voila, you declare that you've proven flat Earth. So how does that work? What does a rigorous evidence mean for you?
Like rigorous testing?
So you need to account for like all of the variables in the observation, right?
Like air temperature and water temperature?
I don't know how water temperature would be relevant to long distance observations. Unless you're observing through water.
No, because when the certain temperatures of the air meet certain temperatures of the water, you can see distorted or miraging effects that will happen across that water along that point, along that line.
But that's still air temperature. It's just that the air temperature is
yeah, I know, I know. But
result of
the
water
temperature of the
temperature.
water matters because that is going to affect what you're seeing closer to the horizon. Off, you're the worst. I don't know. Am I supposed to close-ended questions are supposed to start with is? Is that what you're saying, Off? So I can change it to, is there any science involved with measuring for height and distance? Yes or no?
Can you repeat again? I wasn't
Yes.
listening.
Okay.
I
Then
was
you're
busy with something else.
the retard.
No, I was just busy with something else. I was responding to someone typing. Pinging me.
There's a guy in here by the name of Off, and he is really not smart.
Mm-hmm.
So I had asked him, are we going to be using any science to measure for the height and distance of things on the surface of Earth? Should be a simple yes or no question, right?
Okay.
Right, so how would you answer that, Embo?
I would say yes.
Then you're retarded too, just as I suspected. You wouldn't. Okay, so all right, since you answered yes, what science will we be using to measure the height and distance of things on Earth?
You could measure an angle to it with a theodolite.
No. What science? What branch of science? Science, right? What science? Since you answered yes. What science are we going to be doing to measure for like the
what
height
type of science?
a tree?
Geodesy.
No, not geodesy. Not if we're just trying to measure for, say, the height of a tree.
Oh, then I don't really think that would be science.
Exactly. So no, we will not be
Unless-
using science.
Wait.
Okay, so
Actually,
here's the
it's-
thing. I want to measure the length and width of my backyard. Okay? What science will I have to use to measure the length and width of my backyard?
Mm, I don't think you would be really using in science. But technically, I want to
Okay,
refrag my
perfect.
statement.
Excellent. Cool. And if I wanted to try to like line some statues up in my backyard, right? And I needed to measure the height and the distance for these, I still wouldn't be doing any science.
You wouldn't?
No, you said I wouldn't. So okay, so we've established that. So do you see? We're not going to be doing any science. Even the other Glober says it. We're not going to be doing any science to measure for the height and distance of things on Earth. Thank
I
you.
actu-
Rest my case. Globe Earth isn't science. Pseudoscience, theoretical physics, and imaginative fairy tales with tons of stupid equations that go on forever and ever. Don't prove anything. You don't have any demonstrations. You don't have measurements. Nobody's observing curvature any frickin' where ever. Nobody's measuring for it. Nobody's accounting for it. Nobody's taking it into consideration in their daily lives for anything at all whatsoever.
I think that's something different with the Earth, because the Earth is something that like we don't know from the beginning. It was something that we have been gradually discovering the informations about, unlike like a table that you can make and then measure its size. So in this case, I think it would be science, even though you're using similar methodology. But because you're doing this with the Earth, it is science because the Earth is like a natural thing, and you're gradually discovering more about it, like its shape and its size and so on. And it's basically the same procedure as with any other kind of science where you have some natural phenomenon and you're learning more about
I'm
it.
not going to be doing any science just to measure the distance of something or to measure the height of something. I'm not going to be doing science. So this is where off was in a category error, right? And you, Embo, already conceded that no, if you're just, measuring the height of something or measuring, across your backyard, like you're not going to be doing any science. Right? I'm still not going to be doing any science when I am trying to see where the horizon should be from, say, 1 foot above sea level. Still won't be doing science. Nope. I'll be doing geometry. I'll be making some observations and doing some geometry. That's hardly science at all.
I think it's very arbitrary. It's not really a matter of a method. It's rather a matter of what's the subject of the measurement. I think when you're measuring distance,
that's irrelevant.
What makes it science, natural science, is when you're measuring some kind of natural object. So, for instance, let's say you're a scientist who's dealing with trees. I don't know what's the name of that. I think dendrology, something like that, regardless of the name. And let's say you want to research the impact of the type of soil the trees are growing on the heights of the trees. Then you have to measure them, and that gives you some scientific information, because now you know how, if you're doing this in like different places with different types of soils, then you know how this influences the height of the tree. So even though the method itself is geometry, you're doing this for the purposes of science, which is like discovering something about the trees. And you can't really do that with a table or with like your analogy to any man-made object. You can't really formulate a hypothesis about it, because like it was already made by humans, so we already know everything about it.
Okay, all right. Okay, because you're just going to go on and on and on and on and on. So, what's the definition of science, Embo?
There's many. but one would be something like
The
investigation.
noun, science, the noun, the most common definition. What is the definition of science?
I would say it's something like the process of investigation of natural world through observations and experiments.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. So we're hardly doing science at all, though, because we're not doing any experiments. Okay, we're not. We're not really testing much, right? We are making observations and we're taking measurements. We're not doing much else but making observations and taking measurements, and these are over known distances too. So, like you're very familiar with the oil rigs. I know you are, and you've been around here for quite some time, which is I am surprised that you still believe in a globe. So, and you know what the problem is with the oil rig, with the how the oil rig is a problem for the globe, right? The black swan. You want to explain the black swan to me?
Mm-hmm. So there's this thing called refraction you've probably also heard about. So you're accusing me of like ignoring evidence. You probably hear this explanation at least like dozens of times every day. So I don't really think I have any need to explain it again. And this refraction, it bends light over the curvature of the Earth because there's a gradient of pressure. Of temperature, of pressure also, but temperature is the main influencing one, and it's denser on the bottom, so the light is going to bend down, and that is going to make it bend over the curvature.
It's not. No, nothing's bending over curvature. The problem with that is that the horizon should be in front of those rigs. It's not going to bend up like that to where you're seeing the fronts of those. You're seeing those head on in a direct line of sight, and you see the horizon behind the rigs. Okay, and even still, when you watch the conditions change from hour to hour, and there's a time lapse video somewhere of this. You're still seeing the horizon where it shouldn't be. Like it's not, the horizon's never where it should be for the Earth to be a globe. We're still seeing too far, way too far, and refraction isn't going to save you from that. Refraction is Snell's law. You need two mediums for that.
Not really.
You're talking about miraging.
Refraction is a matter
Miraging.
Refraction is a matter of how fast light travels in a medium. The slower the speed is, the greater refractive index of that medium is. And the atmosphere, it has a gradual change of that refractive index. It doesn't matter what's the physical composition of that medium. If it's less dense, but like composed of the same chemicals, like the atmosphere, then it's still
here
going
you
to
go.
have a small
I would like to show
index.
you right here in the text chat. Here is Black Swan, right, with minimal refraction. And here is the Black Swan with even more refraction, right? But you think the refraction allows you to see things that you shouldn't see, or see farther than you should see. You see how silly your refraction argument looks when it's put like this? Because refraction does not allow you. No, it does not allow you to see farther or over a physical obstruction of a curve. No, I'm not unmuting you off. You can stay shush because you don't know how to answer questions. Embo doesn't really know how to answer questions either, but he did let us know that we're not going to be using science to like measure heights or the distance of something. So, yeah, another Glober was able to actually answer that question. You suck off. So, suck off. But yeah, your refraction argument's toast, dude.
I think it's a little bit more complicated because on that bottom photo, you don't have a uniform strong refraction throughout this entire oil rig. You can
That
see
is
that
strong. That is very strong refraction.
Can
Everything
you
looks.
stop interrupting me? So I
No,
can
because
actually finish my
because you're
sentence.
wrong. You're wrong
Uh,
already, Embo.
So, is there a stronger refraction at the bottom of this oil rig?
Much stronger refraction.
On the bottom.
At the bottom image. Yep.
I don't really see it, to be honest. It looks pretty clear to me. It looks like it's completely undistorted.
Mm-hmm. And I think you should get your eyes checked.
It's definitely more clear than on the top photo. What is happening here, according to my
No, the
eyes,
bottom,
what I
the
see?
bottom one is not as clear as the top one.
The bottom of the bottom one is. The top is very refracted, but it seems like this refraction only happens so significantly at the top of the oil rigs, not at the bottoms, where there's the water and like where the horizon happens. The bottom is very clear. It's even clearer than on the top image.
No, it's stretched. It's not clearer, it's stretched.
It's actually not stretched at all.
It is stretched.
It doesn't look like to me at all.
Again, you should get your eyes checked.
You have those perfectly preserved in details, those different like metal beams on the bottom structure, like the pillars it's standing on, and then the oil rig is very refracted, it's very stretched. But those pillars are very high quality and they aren't stretched at all. And they're
stretched.
No, they aren't.
Yeah, those are pretty darn stretchy.
There's definitely much less refraction near the water on that photo than on the top of the oil rig. Seems like a very weird gradient.
Yeah, so
very weird stuff happens. That's true, and that's what
you can see the oil rig in the water, right? You see water that goes all around the rig at 6.21 miles. That's not refraction.
How do you know that?
Because in the second one, you can't see it. Because in the second one, which is heavily refracted, you can't see the water around either of those because of those conditions in there, right? But you can see water that goes all the way around the platform hill house at 6.21, right? And you can see horizon beyond the one at 9.41 miles, right? Refraction isn't doing that.
It's not heavily refracted at the bottom, where the horizon forms.
I can't unmute you. I don't have the power to mute or unmute, so you gotta take it up with Gemsy or 20 Cups, not me. I think you should stay muted, and I think that they think that too.
Yeah.
Off
the only
has
thing
been
those
an
photos
absolute
would show you is that weird stuff happens with refraction when you're at a beach. And that's the reason why photographers go to a beach and do those observations as low over the water as they could, because the refractive conditions are the most variable, because as you already pointed out, the water is going to either radiate the heat or like cold or like cool the atmosphere above. So it's going to create very weird gradients, but if you go higher, much higher than the water, then you don't really have that problem and refraction is much more consistent. But photographers never do those observations because they love this. Because they need as strong refraction as possible, because the Earth is a globe and it's actually very hard to see much further than on the globe, and you need those strong conditions.
This is also not refracted, and these rigs are several miles away from each other. Right? No refracted, just level water and some waves.
There's absolutely no details about the distance on this photo. There's no details about the observer site. There's no details about nothing.
That's okay. The horizon's still horizontal, Embo. And horizontal is not a property of a sphere. You know, and you can't get angles off the surface of a sphere, so.
You
It's
actually
okay.
can. You would fail any
No.
mathematics class.
No, nobody's doing that in
Of the same.
reality, Embo. Nobody's doing that in reality.
That's actually pretty easy to do in reality.
Nobody is doing it in reality for practical application.
Oh,
Nobody.
What was that guy called? Red's rhetoric. Red's rhetoric. He did that in reality with like a small ball that he actually knew it was a ball for sure, and he was able to measure the angle of it, and not only measure an angle but also use the same principles that are used in celestial navigation to calculate the location of his camera he placed on that ball.
Like you, you think that's funny. I really think it's funny that you think that refraction allows you to see further, let you see things that are hidden behind other things.
Yeah, I know it's very funny to just acknowledge basic laws of physics instead
Oh
of making up some random stuff about magical light bending of the celestial bodies that make it perfectly replicate the globe, like the sun setting, the moon setting. No, refraction is good, but when you have a refraction actually consistent with the laws of physics that is very small, that is
kind
very
of weird,
slight,
right?
the
Because
atmosphere.
okay, so the sun sets below a curve, so we should be still seeing the sun after it sets because of refraction.
That happens, yes. When you're watching the sunset, the sun actually already physically set, and you're watching a refracted image of the sunset.
No, I've never seen that. No, I've nope.
How could you tell you're not seeing that if the image is refracted?
So you think the sun? So you think that when for this for instance, so you think that this, right? The sun has already gone away. That's not actually the sun. That's just a refracted. That's just the sun refracted.
Up
and over the
point, yes.
yeah,
no. I would say like
No.
at the fourth photo, like the one where the sun is the lowest, the sun probably already geometrically set. On the upper ones, it's probably already still above the horizon. It's just a little bit lower than the refracted
You're
image.
just saying that. You're just saying that though, and you can clearly see horizontal level water all the way. Right? You don't see any curvature of the water. You don't see it. You don't see that at all. You just see the sun going away.
It's going away and taking a nice bath in the ocean.
Yeah, no, and then we've got this one. Then we've got this one too. Give me a sec to pull it up. Here we go. The sun springs to an absolute pin dot of nothing, and it's still above the horizon. You're saying that's refracted? It's up and over the curve? But that top one's refracted too?
Yes,
up and over curve?
I'm saying it's
the sun's already gone? That's retarded.
Absolutely.
The sun's still there. That's the thing, is the sun is still there. It's still there. Because the sun doesn't, there's no curve for it to go by.
Actually, if
Adam
you
Insulted, I love
know
that
a
one.
little bit of how refraction works, then you can easily prove for sure
Yeah,
that
I
the
do.
sun...
I do know how refraction works, and I know that that's absolute bullshit. That nobody's ever been able to demonstrate this in any way, shape, or form.
You don't think refraction has been ever demonstrated?
No, you can't demonstrate this.
Bro,
How can anybody demonstrate this, right? Because I can show you the same kind of refraction or sinking type videos over a flat surface, over a flat floor. I can show you the same effect happening over a flat floor.
I guess you could, because you can really bend light in controlled conditions in any way you want. You can place lenses, you can place like a tank of water, whatever. The question is if the conditions in such experiment are analogous to what we see on the Earth. You can just place like a random lens from, let's say, eyeglasses and say that because you can replicate something, the same thing is happening on the Earth.
So, Embo, the conditions would be analogous, right? Because I'm going to set up some objects on my flat floor, okay? And then I'm going to open my front door, and I'm going to watch as the things on my floor appear to sink into the floor, right? That's replicated with the natural outside air coming in, okay, and being on my floor. I can do that. You can do that. There's plenty of examples of this. So we can recreate this. We can make a demonstration of this type of refraction, this sinking refraction over a flat floor. Which means you don't need curvature for that effect to happen.
Yes, you could replicate something like that. Something like that even happens on the globe. On the globe, sometimes you have sinking refraction, although it's more rare than the refraction that rises things.
Yes, also the sinking refraction that can happen over flat surfaces. Here we go. Yes, Lat.
Yes, absolutely.
You go, Lats. Thank you. So check out what Lats posted. Have you seen? I'm surely, Embo, you've seen this before.
Yes, I've seen this.
Okay, so you really are going to try to sit there and tell me that things are going over a curve when you can't empirically prove that? But we have evidence right here that things can appear to sink on a flat floor? Get out of here. Get out of here, Embo.
Yeah, you can for sure replicate such effects. The problem here is...
You can replicate it for curve? You can replicate it for a curvature? And have the reverse effect? And have something pop up for a curve? I want to see that.
Absolutely. Where was it? Have you seen the one with the candle?
I don't know.
Oh, it's been so long, I don't know where I have those resources. Refraction. Maybe I have something spherical. Okay, here we go. I still have the link to that video. Okay. I posted the link to the video that guy made. What was this? I don't remember what he was rising, but it was something. He made the image of it rise beyond an obstruction only by creating a layer of warm air, by like having a cover over it and placing a candle. So like the candle hits the air, the hot air cannot escape because it's like blocked by this piece of, I think it's glass. Yeah, it's glass. And the warm air is making this red thing, whatever that is, being visible. Indio got absolutely destroyed by Blitz. I've seen that video.
Dude, you know what's funny about this? Is that they're using flat surfaces everywhere. Like, how is that even helpful for your argument when you're trying to prove curvature, but they're using a bunch of flat surfaces in this video?
Is that moving? Is that moving the goalposts? I hear. I smell.
No, but wouldn't you want to try to do this over a curved surface?
I could, but
wouldn't that make more sense if you were trying to prove your point for curvature?
I probably could.
Yeah, so this doesn't make much sense to use flat surfaces to try to demonstrate effects that we know that these things happen over flat surfaces, right?
But
I understand that this is something that happens over flat surfaces. So show me it happening over a curved surface.
Also, so now the surface is the variable. I've seen this being demonstrated, light bending down and getting over obstruction countless times. There's countless of videos.
Or is the surface
So-
not curving, Embo? But you're using they're using flat surfaces in this video. And I mean, yes or no, don't you think it would be better to use a curved surface to better demonstrate your point if you're trying to prove this phenomena over curvature?
Yeah, possibly it could be better.
Okay,
but
then your video sucks.
No, but again, it would be a more accurate representation, but it still demonstrates the point.
I'm still okay
This
because
still
this
demonstrates the point because it shows that a light
you're
can bend
just
over
showing us something
an
that we
obstruction.
already know can happen. You're
you
just
have
showing
no
us
reason-
it already happened
You have no
over.
reason why this shouldn't happen over a curve if you replace this with a curve. Like, there's literally no difference.
Do it over a curved surface. Do it
And
over
then-
a
and
flat surface. We know that these weird optical phenomena can happen over flat surfaces.
And then when I demonstrate this over a curved surface, you're going to say that now I have to demonstrate
You won't
this
do it.
over
You
a
won't
curved
do
You
it.
won't do it.
No,
I
you're
wanna
not gonna
see
do it.
dude. I
You're
want to
just
see
saying
it.
that.
Do
You're
it
just
over a
not
curved
gonna do
surface.
it.
But
I'm
but
not-
make sure it's like make sure it's hidden a good ways below that curve of whatever you're doing it on.
You're not
Actually-
gonna do it, Embo. Come on, just say it.
Actually, the objects that we see from behind the curve aren't that much below
Just
the curve.
go ahead and do it, or say you won't do it.
I won't. I was just making the hypothetical. The reason why I won't do it is because I've seen this demonstrated. I
So
already
this is
know
not
that this
evidence
can
for the
happen.
globe. Then this is not evidence for the globe. You admit.
Exactly what I'm saying. It's not evidence for a globe. You should have been using a curved surface and figured out that way to
No.
try to like replicate it with the sun and a globe Earth, right?
It's evidence for refraction, not for a globe. This is just
Refraction
evidence
doesn't
Yeah,
work
we
on
know-
a globe. The refraction doesn't work on a globe.
Exactly.
Why?
We know that these effects and phenomena are happening over a flat surface already.
We see
and we
refraction in reality. We don't see the globe and refraction on a globe in reality, Embo.
Mhm. We for sure do. You're just saying we aren't. But
Show it. Show it. You say you won't show it, but show it. You say you won't show it, but show it.
But like, what would this surface being curved make a difference? With the purpose of this video is to demonstrate refraction. That refraction can bend
Oh,
light.
refraction
it
works
can-
in reality, but doesn't work on the globe.
Okay, if the Earth was a globe, why wouldn't refraction work,
Just
What
show
was
it
the-
then. Show it.
bro? Like, you can't imagine conceptually what would happen if something was true.
You're the one that cannot
You
show
aren't
it
capable of it.
working in the hypothetical, nonsensical
matter.
fantasy idea of the
For
globe.
curvature,
You're unable to work with hypotheticals.
You're unable to show it working on a fantasy globe. You're not able to. That's you. Your problem, not my problem.
Again, I demonstrated this principle that refraction can bend over.
Yeah, that debunks the globe. The way
obstructions.
you're demonstrating, you're a globe debunker right there, showing that.
So how is the light bending from behind an obstruction showing that the globe is debunked?
Because you cannot show it on a globe dart.
Because no one has ever done that. Well, that doesn't mean it cannot be done. It's a non sequitur.
So there you go.
It's a non sequitur
Again,
argument.
you can see it again. You cannot show it on the globe. It doesn't work on the globe. You cannot show it.
It's a non sequitur argument.
And the globe is a nonsensical argument.
Do you know what a non sequitur argument is?
Do you know what a nonsensical argument is?
The same thing.
So there you go. The globe is nonsensical.
Okay, Okay, so we can demonstrate those effects. Like we can demonstrate
You say you
looming,
can't.
we can demonstrate sinking. The problem here is when you actually have to quantify it and like see what conditions make those effects happen. And then when you can actually do this, you can take temperature readings. Then you can't just claim this effect happens baselessly because it actually has to match the conditions. And
You need all of these conditions in place, and you admit it. You just said you need all of these conditions in place, and you cannot have any of these conditions on the globe. So again, you debunk the globe again.
Can you have a temperature gradient on the globe?
You cannot have water on the globe. You cannot have the gas pressure on the globe.
Why?
So you cannot have any of these things on the globe.
Why can't I have water or gas pressure on the globe?
Because when you add water to the sphere, if we use a real sphere, in reality, the water goes off the sphere and goes splash, splash on the floor.
Where does it go after it
To the
goes
floor.
splash splash?
To the floor.
And the floor is made out of what?
The floor that we're standing on, and we grab water that we can find in nature, right? The real water, and then you grab a real sphere. You cannot have the conditions that you're saying you need to demonstrate what you're claiming.
It goes towards the earth.
Yeah,
It
and
goes towards the
and
earth.
the earth debunks what you're claiming. All of the conditions that you require to demonstrate what you're trying to demonstrate, you cannot have on the globe.
So if the earth was a globe and water goes towards the earth, then it would just go towards the earth.
If the
It
air
wouldn't
was
fall
in the
off the earth.
vacuum of space, you wouldn't have water. You wouldn't have the gas pressure. You need those to demonstrate the globe. And you also need curvature, which you don't have. Remember that you said you cannot demonstrate the curving ball and the refraction conditions? So you don't have anything to be able to demonstrate the globe. You're saying that the lack of you be able to have any of those conditions and the lack of the evidence for that, it's demonstrating the globe somehow? It doesn't work.
No, that's not what I said. What I said is that in reality, when you want to do rigorous tests, then you can't just make up whatever phenomena, whatever conditions you want. You have to actually measure those variables like temperature, and then find out what
Water and gas pressure for
type of-
those conditions. You cannot have that on the globe dart.
Yes, exactly. And
exactly.
you're going to
Thank
find out, to calculate what kind of refraction you would expect based off that. Not just like say that it could happen and therefore it happened.
So
you
you need
have to
water,
make sure that in this
you need
specific
air
observation
pressure.
it did happen.
you need the conditions to be able to. You need curvature, right, for the globe. You don't have any of those things. You don't have the globe.
So
Not
why don't you
to
think?
mention that you need to have the thing in a vacuum and spinning at the same time. So you don't have any of those conditions.
Maybe just stick to one and not just scattergram.
Well, but you're skipping. You are skipping all of the variables and then saying that you cross the bridge before getting to it. You don't even have a bridge. You don't have the bricks. You don't have the anything, and you're saying you're already past the bridge, even though you haven't constructed it yet.
So why wouldn't the atmosphere be able to exist next to the Earth if gravity existed?
Demonstrate that. You don't even have that.
I don't have gravity.
You mean some? You're saying what is that? When you say gravity, what's that? What are you trying to say?
Gravity is a force between massive objects.
A force between massive objects. And then what?
And then because the Earth is massive, it's going to exert force upon the particles of the atmosphere.
Can you show that?
Yes, you can go outside and you can measure a pressure gradient, and this is the Earth exerting the force over the gas pressure, over the the gas.
What are you clicking, dude? Is that a game or something?
I'm just randomly scrolling the chat here because I don't have anything better to do. It's just boring to just talk.
So let's get this straight. You're saying the lack of evidence is the evidence.
No, that's what you said. That's what you said. Like when you said that nobody has ever replicated refraction with a curved surface, this means that it cannot happen. This is what you said.
we do have refraction in reality. We do have that. Yes, nobody's denying that. But you're saying that you have refraction on an imaginary thing that you cannot demonstrate. Can you show that imaginary thing and then show refraction in it?
Okay. Then do you want to do a specific long distance measurement and analyze if it matches the globe or if it matches the flat Earth?
Show the globe first. Show that you can have the curvature. Show the curvature first, and then show the refraction on the curvature.
Okay. So maybe like show it.
Yeah, show the curvature. 8 inches per mile squared.
That is very easy. Like, okay, do I have permission to share? No, I don't have a permission to share the screen. So it's going to be very difficult. I don't have permission for images. I don't have permissions for nothing.
Screenshot it and post it.
No, I don't even have a permission to do that.
Damn. Are you new in this server?
I am new to this server, yes.
There you go. So again,
like,
can't even share links.
I think the issue you have is, yeah, I can share links, but a link is not enough to just, I could post the link to a photo, but you have to actually know what you're looking at.
And send the images to me, I'll share it for you.
There's a lot of this. A lot.
Okay, hello? Yo,
What do you
Linus,
want off?
Yeah, I want to talk about the absolute insanity the lioness is spewing.
We don't want to talk about it. We don't want to talk about it.
Well, it's about science.
But we don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, so you made the claim. So
we
Linus,
don't want to talk about it.
yo, Indus, I don't care. Yeah, I don't care.
We don't want to hear it.
Fart face. Fart face.
I don't want to hear it, jerk off. I don't want to hear it, jerk off. If you think shapes are science, you're the idiot in a category error that thinks that
you made a negative claim. You said that it wasn't invented by
science has anything to do with fucking shapes.
Yeah, it does.
No, category
talking
error.
about meters.
Yet again, you're a dumbass. We don't want to talk to you anymore.
Talking about meters.
You're not gonna get it. You just got cooked.
You know what the 7 SI base units
You're eternally cooked if you think
you don't do because you're a fucking idiot.
Science. You are eternally cooked if you think that shapes are science.
What is the international system of units?
Eternally
Since we're talking about meters. Look, she's running away.
Right?
We don't have to use she doesn't want to engage. She's running.
Whatsoever. We don't
Yo,
have to
Embo,
use
look,
any
she's running.
science whatsoever to
She doesn't
measure
want
for
to
the
engage with
height
me.
and distance
She's
of things
retarded.
across the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, you're just spewing
Right?
bullshit.
That's
You're
your
in denial.
dumbass in
You
a category error saying that we're going to need to use science and physics to measure height and distance. No, you're wrong. And you're going to be eternally wrong and eternally cooked so long as you never concede to this.
Boy's here, and he's one of the glow priests in these communities, and he told you you're not gonna be using science to measure the surface of the Earth.
No, it's a matter of convention. People call measurements of geometry science when it has to do with like some natural object like the Earth or a tree or whatever. It's not using a different method. It's just a really an artificial distinction.
Well, the original question was from Lioness, and he's about the surface, measuring the surface of the Earth, and he said, "As a biologist, is that correct? You ask a biologist about the surface of the Earth, Embo?"
I am not a biologist.
So then he said, "As a scientist, is that who you go to ask about the measuring the surface of the Earth? Is that what it is?"
Not really. I would go to a surveyor.
Oh, there you go. So there you go. Are you gonna concede off that you don't? You'd rather go to a surveyor?
Well, you're
Embo just
appealing
said
to
go
authority.
to a surveyor.
Well, hold on, wait a second. You're appealing to authority.
So,
That's wrong, by the way.
So
You
you're
can
gonna
fact check what
concede
he
you
just
were
said.
wrong?
No, I'm not gonna concede. You can fact check what he
Okay,
just.
so you're done then. You're done. You're done off.
Actually, I think surveyors technically could be scientists. It's just a matter of if they do like measurements of someone's plot, or do they do actual measurements of like trying to figure out what's the shape of the Earth. Or
Yeah, surveyors
what's the-
can be scientists, but are they doing science at that moment? It's a different category. They could know different things and have different jobs, but at that moment, they're not doing science. Like when you're a mechanic, you also like playing basketball. You're not playing basketball when you're fixing a car, right, Embo?
You're not. But I think that is
There you
doing
go.
science because, again, it's because you're applying it to some natural object, which is the Earth. That's why it's called science.
So when you're playing ball, measuring the ball, you're not doing science.
You're not measuring the Earth the same way as you're measuring a basketball or a football. You have to actually. You could actually do this in a scientific way. You could formulate a hypothesis. Like, if the Earth is flat, then you would observe no job over distance. If the Earth is a globe, you would observe this amount of job over distance, and you can go to test it. With a basketball, that really wouldn't be the most direct option. The most direct option would be just to make a direct measurement. But with the Earth, it isn't possible. So it's more like a hypothesis testing.
Hi.
Hi.
What are you talking about?
Flat Earth.
We are talking about the surface of the Earth and how it is flat, topographic, horizontal, stationary.
All right. You want to talk something?
I don't know, just guys, but flat Earth, like, how come?
Well, have you ever seen curvature with your own eyes or measured it?
No.
Neither have I. Nobody in this room has, and nobody ever will, right? So every time we go out to try to measure for curvature, there's no curvature. So
Yeah,
that's a
but
problem.
what about
So if it's not curving, then if it's not curving, what is it?
Yeah, but what about the images from the Hubble telescope, of our Earth? It's all scum?
Yeah, you need to look into Sophia. They put Hubble. Hubble didn't even go to space, right? Hubble was put on a 747 airplane called Sophia.
Yeah.
And so yeah, whatever images it got, that's not relevant to the ground, okay? Because that's something looking away from the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we want to know about the ground. And we're not going to know about the ground if we look away from it.
Yeah, but it's so complicated, the flat earth theory as well, you know. You just like nobody if earth is flat, why nobody reached the end of the earth yet?
I don't know, because I don't know how big the earth is, and I don't think anybody knows how big the earth is, and I think that wherever the ends of the earth are might just be a desolate place that, you know, you might just die trying to get there. So I don't know.
Interesting.
I don't think that anybody knows how big this earth is, and we don't make claims to the size of the earth, right? So this is why flat earth doesn't have a model, because it would require us to just make something up, and we're not going to just make something up that's not intellectually honest. So we have been able to determine that the earth is not curving. The real world observations over long distance, they're not matching to the globe math for the numbers, the dimensions of what they say a globe earth should be. And so that's a problem. We're going, okay, so it's not curving in 10 miles across the water. It's not curving in 20 miles across the water. It's not curving in 30 miles across the water. It's not curving at 40 miles up to 300 miles or more. So if it's not curving, it must be flat. If we're being logical and just using common sense, it's not curving, it must be flat. So it's not matching.
Too complicated for me, guys. Honestly, too complicated, because like I so get used to the round earth theory, you know, like through all my generation. It's not easy to accept that it's not right.
Say that again?
No, it's just for me. It's not easy to accept that's all the theory of our planet system. It's not right.
Well, I find that as far as the cosmology goes, that the Ptolemy model, the geocentric cosmological model, makes more sense to what we observe. Given that most things, like a planisphere, for example, these are Earth-centered or observer-centered tools, right?
Yeah.
So, like a compass would be the observer-centered tool, or even a telescope or a planisphere. It's dependent on the observer of the world around you. So if you look at the Aristotle or Ptolemy geocentric, it makes so much more sense. But it would also make sense over a flat, stationary Earth at the middle of everything. The transit of Venus and everything, the pattern that it makes, the predictability of it, things like that. So we can look at the sky all day long, and make these predictions. And they've been able to do it for thousands upon thousands of years. And the ancient people used to think that the Earth was flat. And it's coming back around today. I find that very fascinating, because if something's not true, it will eventually die, right? But if something is true and it's trying to be, you know, or it's being censored, it's always going to come back up in some way. So here we are in 2025, thousands upon thousands of years later, and we are still seeing a lot of the same patterns, the stars, the same constellations, season to season, year after year, all going around Polaris. And you know, it's predictable. But when, like I said, when we look to the surface of the Earth, we're not finding any curvature there, especially across water, right?
It looks
Sea
like
level.
they dropped out.
Oh yeah, I see that. Yep. Bummer. It looks like Off ran off too.
He took off.
Yep. Eternally cooked. To think that he needs science. To think that he needs any kind of science whatsoever just for measuring the height and the distance of something. I want to measure the height of my fence, right? And I want to measure the distance of my backyard from the other side of to the other fence. Like, I don't need science for that. There goes Embo. Embo left too. I have cooked all of the Globers.
Well,
Say womp. I'm gonna go get some dinner, you guys. See what's going on in other channels.
neat.
Hey. Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up, bro?
The sky.
Yeah, bro. Your internet is very bad, so I can't hear you.
Maybe yours.
Nah, it's yours, cause
Grammar,
I was in
Bangladesh ولا شنو؟
I was in Rome right now, and I can't hear everybody. Listen, bro. Where you from?
Bangladesh.
You from Bangladesh?
Yes.
There we go.
Fuck you.
Hello. Are you guys streaming this on YouTube? I guess it isn't 24/7. Which side is muted now? It's so funny. You guys are always yapping so much. It's not right, dude. What the fuck?
The earth is round, not flat.
global invention. It's an ad hoc rescue for.
Well, you have to explain why people are upside down in Australia.
Yeah,
but you could
that's
still
what
have
I
a
thought.
gravity that just right, but you could still have any form of gravity and the Earth still be flat, right?
Yeah, because what I think gravity is like an object with mass will obviously exert a downward force, but now down doesn't exist in the globe. It's only on the flat Earth that you have somewhere that you can call down, a specific direction called down and up. But on a globe, there's no such thing. So they have to invent this invisible force. Is what I think. Yeah.
I think it's electrostatics. That's what's holding us down.
Yeah, that's beyond my ability to understand electrostatics, because that would like, obviously be another force, right?
Yeah, but it's something that you can see and touch and measure. You can't do that with gravity.
Okay. I thank you guys for having me up. And keep up telling that, exposing the lies of this global conspiracy.
Is there any more ballers in here? Anybody have any thoughts on the Charlie Kirk assassination? Anybody have thoughts on anything?
Yeah, the shooter didn't have to account for Coriolis because the Earth's flat and not rotating.
If he got shot in the neck with a 308 or a 30-06, would you think his neck would be like in pieces all over the place?
I don't know. And I don't care. Not that I don't care, but just that it's not the topic. But I do got a really bad meme that would piss off liberals. Well, certain types of liberals.
What types of liberals?
The Trump derangement syndrome liberals.
Oh, the TDS liberals.
Yeah, and that are globe zealots. Well, my meme goes like this. You know, if you guys weren't all stupid, retarded globetards, maybe your Trump problem would have been solved. But too bad your shooter tried to account for the curve in Coriolis like a retard. Sucks to be stupid. It's a work in progress. Well, you know how it is. Some people in the world take pleasure in the death of other people, and they wish death upon people that disagree with them, et cetera, et cetera. All while simultaneously claiming that they're the ones that are the most moral. It's crazy talk. But rest assured, flat Earth doesn't cure the human condition. You can be a flat earther and still be immoral. You can be a globe earther and be immoral, or vice versa. You could be either one and be moral.
Have you seen that footage of the SpaceX launch where it looks like it's hitting like water in the sky, like it's making wake, and it's like blue, and it just looks like it's scraping some like a surface of water in the sky. Have y'all seen that footage? Any thoughts on that?
I think so, and I think there was a good explanation for it being some kind of dispersal of something. It's hard to tell because there's so many things going on up there. I've seen other footage too where people have claimed that it looks like it's skipping through a liquid or something. But looks like is the key, right? How would I know what's actually happening?
Why are they always launching these rockets on the coastlines? Why not launch them from the North Pole?
The North? What? They'd have to bring it there.
Bro,
just anywhere. Like,
listen,
why would they just launch it anywhere?
You know how hard AI works to build structures? You think he wants rockets to fall on builds? Come on, dude.
Wait, I thought they were going into space. Why would they fall?
But if they don't make it to space, then they'll fall.
Oh, okay. It's for the safety. Okay. Safety of everything.
That would be an interesting movie. Like a landlocked country has a space program and they send up their first rocket and then it just falls on like a parade that the citizens are having.
Yeah. Well, they say they launched the rockets into the rotation of Earth to save on fuel, and so it always goes up at a curve. But it's like, are you sure it's not just like going up and then coming back down and then landing somewhere in the Bermuda Triangle where you're not supposed to go, or you'll get
Yeah, but
lost
there's
if
an
you go
important
there?
part. There's an important part you're missing. A lot of those have multiple stages that they're disregarded. Now, supposedly Tesla's been working on rockets that don't have that, but up until then, rockets have multiple stages, right? And so those stages are falling, right, from whenever they get jettisoned from the craft that's going to continue on. So they're just falling straight to the ground. So if it would be over the land, I mean, imagine if you had a big enough desert or something you're over, it might be okay. But if you're over any kind of land or populated area, that thing's just going to fall on people.
Have y'all seen the internet meme of the Challenger crew and how they all have identical twins that are still alive?
Yeah, I have an identical twin. He's still alive.
But they just so happened to pick these astronauts that all had identical twins. One being a random teacher.
Maybe that was a prerequisite back then to have an identical twin before you can become an astronaut.
Oh, I just didn't know that.
That one is pretty weird, but I will say this: that when I was in the Army and I did a lot of flying on like regular airports, I've seen so many people that looked exactly the same. It was like just a classic look, and they would even wear the same clothes.
I had
It's
two
almost like,
girlfriends that weren't related, and they look like so similar, or like almost the same. I hang out with one of them, and then I hang out with the other one, and people thought one was the other one.
I mean, I feel like I understand twins. I have twin daughters that are identical. I see the difference in them. Most people don't, but I'm their father. So I get that, but it's kind of fishy.
My mother's a twin. I can easily tell the difference.
Well, she's your mother.
Yeah, it's like burned into your brain. It's literally the first face you see.
There's definitely differences between identical twins. They're
Dude,
not
when
the same.
I was born, the first face I saw was the doctor, but he was wearing a mask. So I pulled his mask down and I slapped him. I said, "The pandemic's over, bitch." And then he's like, "What pandemic?" I'm like, "Oh, dang, I forgot I time traveled again."
Came out the wrong crotch at the wrong time.
Timing, exactly what we needed to hear. Very relevant. Depends on which timeline you're at or you're in.
But that brings up a good point, though. It's like, do all the doctors wear masks and then they give the baby to the mom? Or is it actually the case that sometimes the baby's first face is the doctor or the nurse? I wonder if that's weird. But I guess throughout history, people helped, their siblings give birth or midwives. But when the baby comes out, aren't their eyes closed? until they get slapped or something?
Sometimes they're closed, sometimes they're
My
open.
daughters both had open eyes when they came out. I mean, they opened their eyes right away.
I always thought that because I heard there's a disease that you get if you come out with your eyes open, or you can get.
Well, if the baby like poops in the womb from long-term labor, yeah, they can get sick, and that could get in their eyes. But that's a pretty safe space for the baby to be in. I mean, that's where they're grown, you know. So
A minute, like seconds after they were born, they were opening their eyes. That's it. I don't think they were inside with their eyes open. I'm not saying that. Came out, started crying, and eyes open. And looking at us right away.
I don't know how many people in here have kids, but isn't it insane how expensive it is to have babies in hospitals? I mean, they used to have 15 kids out on the farm with a towel and a bucket of water for free.
Dude, I watched
People still.
I watched a video of an African lady walking. This African lady walking, right?
Hmm.
She's just walking, mind her own business, and she stopped. She looks around, she just squats down, pulls the baby right out, and then like practically keeps on walking, like no big deal.
Yeah. Yeah. The women these days are so frail, so weak. It's like $10,000 a kid right now to have a kid in a hospital. One of my twins was in the NICU for a week, and it was an additional $30,000.
They pay nothing.
Huh?
Pay nothing.
You got off cheap if it was that cheap. Our twins were substantially more than that.
Yeah. It's an intervention. Just
Oh
rip you
crap!
off.
It's twin parents.
Say again.
Isn't this the kismet of twin parents being magnetically attracted to each other through the ether sphere?
There is actually something to that because the place we live in now that we just bought in August, we are actually the third set of identical twins in a row.
The ether.
Yeah, it's crazy. There is some kind of magnetic attraction between twin parents. It's hard to explain, and it happens far more often than we could ever share.
Dude, I get you because it's like, as a parent of non-twins, it's like everywhere I go, I keep meeting people that are the same. It's like their kids aren't twins either.
Oh my gosh.
It's like buying a new vehicle and then you just see the same vehicle that you bought driving around everywhere all of a sudden. Like, I think that's
Well, what's funny is we had no idea until we were in here that twins had anything to do with it because our real estate agent we've known for many, many years, and then she didn't tell their real estate agent. And so when we got in here and then we finally met the other real estate agent, she just went absolutely crazy because they were twins. And then the previous people didn't even know that there was a set of twins here before, so the people across the street who've been in this edition since the beginning of it told us that, and so it's quite fascinating how it often works out that
How do you keep your twins' birthdays straight?
it's really hard because they were born in the same minute, so that makes it even harder, believe it or not.
Yeah, but what if one goes to California for a day and comes back and they supersede the other one based on election, and then all of a sudden you have these.
You're losing signal. Say it again.
Well, that's actually how robots speak.
Say it again, AI. We didn't hear you.
I said, if one came out before the other, your birth order could get screwed up for birthdays. If one of them goes to California and then comes back, they could be like 3 seconds older now, right? So now they get to go first. You got to make sure you do your time dilation math, get those birthdays right.
No doubt. Yeah. And that's one of the things I'm looking forward to them getting a little older and asking is who came out first, and then we're going to tell them to look at their birth certificates because their birth certificates tell it. But there's absolutely no indication because it shows the same exact minute on their birth certificate.
Right. And so I said that to say this is that there are people out there that believe that you can actually know the difference in how old a twin is via time dilation. For example, I think Scott Kelly supposedly, I can't remember if he was the one or the other one was on the Earth versus the one that was supposedly on the ISS for a while. And then there was this big story, the twin came back from space and now he's 3 seconds younger or some baloney crap like that. It's like, how do you know he's 3 seconds younger? But did you put a youngometer on him and it told you? Like one of those things you put in a turkey and it pops out when it's done. It's like, oh, he's not done yet. He's 3 seconds not done. It's like, this stuff is such fantasy, dude. But people believe it. Why? Because they believe Earth's the globe. Because they believe gravity made the globe in the past as some kind of creator. And then, a bunch of Einsteinian gobbledygook about how if you go up real high, time itself changes.
Yeah, it's the best explanation based on evidence.
Right.
A very, very good friend of mine was talking about the last time he traveled wearing his clerical collar, that the person sitting next to him looked over at him and asked him, "Do you really believe in that bullshit?" And so I asked him, I'm like, well, why didn't you look back at the guy and just say, man believes in all kinds of bullshit, don't they? Like balls spinning through space. It's amazing the pure bullshit that humans will buy into. I just sometimes wonder if there's like a conference that goes on somewhere, like maybe it happens in Washington, maybe it happens in some place like San Francisco or some fruity town like Jefferson, North Carolina, where they go in and they all get together from all walks of life and say, what kind of bullshit can we come up with that these people will believe next? Let's come up with 100 things and take some bets, and then see who can get rich from this.
Have y'all seen the 3-body problem on Netflix?
No.
There's something similar to that. Sorry for the spoiler alert, but you should watch it. It's they designate a person as the person that knows everything and knows the plan for everyone, but he can't tell anyone, because so that way AI doesn't know the plan. So he has to keep all of his thoughts to himself, and he can't tell anyone, his family members, his kids, nobody. Only he could know the plan. That could be what's going on.
Very possible. Very, very possible. Like, no way they'll believe that the Earth is a big spinny water-covered ball. No way. No way will they believe in bendy water.
Hey, dude, I had that theory a while back where what did I call it? Can't remember what I called it, but essentially it was that the Earth got so polluted and we had to leave. And so they made this big spaceship which simulated the Earth, right? And then they shot it out towards the new world. So we're actually in the giant spaceship heading towards our new home. But because we're humans, we're basically reliving the exact same thing in the simulated world, where we're, polluting, and then we got to escape. So we're going to escape from the spaceship that we're in to go to another place and then realize it's a giant spaceship.
Yeah, there's actually an Outer Limits episode that's very creepily similar to your theory.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't remember if it was 1997 or maybe 1998, but it was called A New Life.
Yep. I made that theory in response to some Globers who were arguing some things that made it sound like that's what they were getting at.
Oh, it's 100% what they're getting at. I mean, they might as well be trying to get on the ship that's following Hale-Bopp. They might be trying to catch up with Doe and his followers.
Oh, wait a minute. I just upgraded my theory. You know how the Dell believes in the upward rising Earth? Well, what if on the spaceship that we're on, heading towards our new world, because they couldn't actually make a globe spaceship, they made a spaceship that had a flat floor, and then they shot it in a direction at 9.8 meters per second squared, and then the floor is oriented to the vector of that direction.
Yeah, we're still in the acceleration phase. It's kind of like being in an airplane, like somehow it pins you back in the seat while it's lifting up.
Yeah, well, that way it allows Globers to accept the fact that the Earth measures flat, then still believe they're in space and they came from a planet that was a globe in the past. It's like a soothing device. They're like, oh, the real Earth that we left behind is still a globe. I can sleep at night.
Yes. It's so kind of you to come up with that. You're doing them such a kindness.
Well, we've had people that were basically told us that they're pretty compelled about the flat Earth paradigm, except that they don't like the idea of the romance of space being taken away. Like all these distant worlds that we can travel to with starships and find new aliens to either kill or have sex with, et cetera, right? They're like so in love with that idea. That's what they're really attached to. They could really care less about the Earth being a globe or flat as long as they get their space fantasies.
Well, I mean, I guess you would say they can get the rocks off that way.
We're doing this.
Or, I guess, a little more get off the rocks that way. But hey, what can we say? But yeah, it's just crazy what they'll believe, and crazy what they'll guard within an inch of their life, because there are so many people who could not give up the little Yoda, or they could not give up Captain Kirk.
I used to love Star Wars.
Even long after I knew the Earth was flat, somewhere around Halloween, I would make a yearly post on Fascist Book asking, what do real space aliens think of Star Trek? And I always actually thought that'd be a great short story to film, is like have some sort of alien on the screen, and then they would sit the alien down and say, okay, well, look, we're going to play this for you, and we want to know what you think of it. And then, of course, they play some Star Trek episode of some sort, and then they ask the space alien, well, what do you think of it? And he kind of just shakes his head up and down, doesn't really say anything. And then he gets up and kills everybody on set.
I think I've seen that movie.
Yeah, wasn't it called Galaxy Quest?
You know which movie I'm moving forward to? Spaceballs 2.
Yes, Spaceballs is one of my favorite pictures ever.
That's actually
Spaceballs 2, The Search for More Money.
That's actually a movie where they could actually incorporate Earth being flat into, and it would make perfect sense.
They should make a movie about flat earthers, like something like making fun of flat earthers, because you know they will. Like a conspiracy movie about how flat
Oh, they already
earthers.
did. It's on Netflix.
Oh, they already did. Oh man, thought I had a good idea.
It was a documentary. It was still fiction, but it was a documentary.
Like they just recently made a movie making fun of the moon landing. What was it called? It was like a big motion picture. How they were like
recently.
Yeah, like they made a movie about how they. Yeah, Scarlett Johansson was in it. Something similar to that about flat earthers. Fly Me to the Moon is what it's called.
Oh, what's the premise?
Well, they're just making fun of the moon landing and how they use like recorded training footage to show the American people they went to the moon.
Yeah, but is it like
really
a group of flat earthers in the movie making fun of it, or the people behind lying about it making fun of it? You know what I mean? Who? Glovers don't need to give up all their space fantasy media. I mean, that is pretty much their only experience of the globe and space in the first place anyway, so... It's like I went off a lot of space media when I came to Flat Earth initially, but I've come back to it slowly, you know? Just enjoy it for what it is.
Have you seen, the Universal Studios logo? Like it's the ball Earth. Like, how did they know the Earth was that shape back then before they even went into outer space? That alone tells you deception.
Well, I wouldn't say that alone, but, it's something. They've been conceiving of this shape for millennia.
See, never forget that when you wish upon a star, it makes no difference who you are. Because when you wish upon a star, your dreams come true. And that's what Universal did there. They wished upon a rock, and that's what happened next.
I think I said this before, but like, if you were to snap your fingers and erase all influences of the globe and space and everything that's come from fictional media in the average glober's mind, you wouldn't be left with much. And I don't think they realise that themselves.
Deep down inside, they do realize that, but their ego is saying, don't let them know that you don't know what you're talking about. Hold it inside. Desperately hold on to this fantasy. We've all been there. We've all had to give that up.
Yeah, they've got a lot of things working against them. The kind of general arrogance of the human condition, the refusal to be wrong about something, and then they've got the issue they take with learning anything from a flat earther, so they refuse on that ground too. So it's all just compounded, There's a guy in here just earlier, and I think CB was explaining, how you can replicate bottom-up obstruction over a surface that there's no potential for curvature. And he said, what did he say? He said, oh, well, you wouldn't just, expect, I wouldn't expect to show you one thing and then you suddenly give up your entire position. So you wouldn't expect me to just look at this one thing and give up my entire position, But it's like, well, we're not expecting you to give up your entire position, but in the context of you making the claim that boats are obscured by Earth curvature as they go away from you, we expect you to reevaluate your position now, and update it according to the new evidence. And I think, is that not a completely reasonable expectation? How long should someone stick to like a premise that has been shown to them to be faulty until they say, oh, okay, right, now I'll update it, just to kind of save face for a bit?
Yeah, that's the question we're trying to figure out. Why are they holding on to this? Why do they think water can curve?
Maybe. I don't think any of us just dropped the globe in one day, you know. It was a accumulation of each argument, new information coming to it, and then updating that kind of argument or your interpretation or understanding of it. And slowly but surely you went through enough arguments for the globe and you realized I've got nothing left that's valid for this position, you know?
What did it for me was all the deception that I was seeing with everything else in the world, like 9/11, the pandemic. I mean, if they're going to lie about all that stuff, like, why wouldn't they lie about the shape of the earth? Especially whenever we can see that water doesn't curve. You know? They want to keep us all in the same spot, using the same oil that they're selling to us, and using the stay connected to the electricity grid, keep paying for the electricity, keep buying food that's killing you, so then you can go to the doctor and spend money on healthcare to get other issues.
This is something when I speak to more normie types, you know, and if we can have a decent conversation about society and the directions it's going in, you know, they'll always kind of qualify, like they'll acknowledge some negative directions things are going, but they'll say, oh, you know, overall everything's improving, you know. And I'm like, by what metric, you know, truly? All we ever hear is, you know, prices are higher than they were before, you know, cost of living's worse, energy costs more, everything costs more, you know. It's like, by what metric are things improving that, like, we have so much access to mindless fucking media we can waste our existence on? That's an improvement in society. Because that's all I can really think is more readily available. You know?
Yeah. Everything that they tell you.
If you were to put like mindless media, like put a value on it next to the value of like fuel or food, mindless media would cost pennies. It's wholly abundant, you know?
And then the more people that watch it, the cheaper it is. Because that's more ad revenue.
Yeah, I mean, by where we are in kind of manpower, knowledge, and ability in our modern Western societies, we should have solved the crisis of energy and food long ago. You know, they should just be, you know. 'Cause I always come to these conversations with the assumption that as a people, we are trying to move our societies to a place of true wealth and abundance and ease of access for the important things, you know, the things you need to survive for everybody. You would think that every person you meet and talk to can agree upon that shared goal. But it certainly doesn't seem that way, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they don't want us to live long.
If it was a top priority of our societies, we'd be rolling in it to speak already, you know? In the UK, like, energy prices have went up like between 150 to 250% over the last 3 years. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Where in the UK?
Well, I'm in Scotland, the east. So, but it's all across the UK.
Thank God.
All I'm getting at is when is the average person going to notice that nothing is really moving anywhere at all? Our technology is obviously getting fancier by the minute, right? But our intrinsic way of life is it's definitely not going forward. It's not going to a better place, and it's very much going to a worse place, you know?
I mean, you can only fit so many people on this ball, so they got to kill us off somehow. They don't want to pay all that Social Security money to all these elderly people. They want to get rid of them somehow. They can just make it seem like it's our fault with the way we take care of ourselves. Hey, take this medication. It'll make you feel better, but it'll give you cancer 10 years from now.
Yeah, we don't need to talk about medical stuff on the stream. But I get what you're getting at. Well, the way it is, it's like you'll get nothing in this world that you don't fight for, you know?
Yeah, and they're brainwashing us into not fighting for anything. We're just fighting
it's
to get
like
another dopamine hit.
if people get it in them to fight to protect some aspect of society over here, then they just go and pillage over there. Meanwhile, you know, kind of that right hand, left hand thing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
See what's going on in the UK currently with digital ID incoming. You know, we'll see if people stand up and fight this back.
Yeah, enough people stand up, and y'all can end all that. But you just gotta. Everyone has to stand up to it.
Yeah,
that's why
it's
Flat
more
Earth
just
is
not
going
partaking
nowhere.
in it. It's more just refuse, just walking past it. You know, that's how you fight something. Truly, you just ignore it.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get out there rowling and squabbling with picket signs. You just ignore it, because that's the value you put on it. It's like, this is so unworth our time. This is such a pathetic idea, a pathetic policy. This is not even worth our breath, you know?
So if you ignore it, will you not be able to spend money out of your checking account?
It'll get to that point. Everything will be tied into your digital ID.
So if you
Then
just
the
take
idea
out,
of a car, you know, you'll have a carbon allowance. It's like, oh, you've bought, you know, like 5 pounds of meat this week. That's too much. So you know, your card will no longer, you know, it'll go to these extremes. Absolutely.
Well, there's other places in the world other than Scotland, just so you know, that won't get that bad that fast. Or more people will stand up to it, or not stand up to it, but ignore it, like you said.
Yeah, I do not mean ignore something like bury your head in the sand about it. No. But I mean, like, they benefit over people squabbling over issues in the first place, you know? It's a massive waste of our energy and ability to unify and organize ourselves, you know?
Yeah, it's like division. They're just trying to divide us.
Yeah, it's like if we are squabbling over that issue, then we're preoccupied, you know? And we're giving it, we're putting the spotlight on it, we're bringing it into existence, you know? We're validating it in some form or another, even if we disagree with it. It's what a lot of Globers don't realize regarding these interactions. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the globe? It just flat out does not exist. There's nothing more to it, and that's it. End of fucking story. You know? Let's go out for a beer. That's why this is less about a debate about evidence or anything, and more just kind of helping people through the fucking trauma of the realization, you know? It's like a therapy session in here more than to do with evidence.
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of makes people think like, oh, there's more people like me. I'm not alone.
Yeah. So, but the globe, of course, is absolutely grand in its religious scope. You know what I mean? For every anti-flat earther like Professor Dave that falls off the radar, there'll be a new one to take his place and keep maintaining the stupid, fallacious talking points to give new up-and-coming globetards, you know?
That guy's still around. He's such a fake. He's a grifter.
Wow, he's got a blue tick next to his name. He must be credible.
Oh yeah. Well, maybe he's doing something right. He's playing their game and benefiting from it.
For sure, he's a total sellout.
Yeah. He's okay with being a total sellout as long as he's on the top.
There's no denying that being a sellout in this world pays, you know. But when it comes to an argument, suddenly that concept goes out the window for Globers, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no conflicts of interest, you know. There's none of this behind closed doors stuff going on, you know. Globers will whine day and night about the conspiratorial aspect of this discussion, right? But what do they go and do once they log off this Discord? They go and fucking complain about whatever political party it is they oppose, which is essentially just saying, you know, these guys are conspiring to do something negative. I don't like it. I'm trying to bring it to, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They just go and be conspiracy theorists, quotes, themselves.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a socially accepted form of conspiracy theorism.
I mean, it's not bad for your health to think or to know that the Earth is flat. I mean, they might argue, oh, if you're denying COVID is a real thing, you don't wear your mask, you're going to kill grandma. Like, that was a good little scam that they did. And it won people over. But thinking the Earth is flat, it's not hurting anybody. It's just they're scared that more and more people will believe it and find the truth in it, and then they'll be wrong eventually. then their ego will be crushed. That's what they're really afraid of. You got to shut
So
it down
does hurt
before it
them.
gets too big.
It hurts their perception of power and control.
hmm We're just trying to tell them that they don't have power or control, just like us. Nobody has power and control.
Oh, but they
It's just a
believe they do.
deception. You think they do?
No, but they think they do.
Right.
Because of all the mindless sheeple that just line up, shut up, and do what they're told. Hey, little Johnny, we're going to teach you it's a ball. We're not going to prove it to you, but we're going to jam it down your throat anyways. Little Johnny accepts it. He grows up, he goes to work, becomes a good dad. Eat, sleep, work, repeat cycle. Never has time to do anything else because he's so busy. When he's not at work, eat, sleeping, rinsing or repeating. He's got time with his kids. They call those weekends. Then outside of that, he doesn't really have time for anything else. He might watch the news while he's eating dinner so he can reinforce his indoctrination.
Yeah, well, it's designed exactly that way, you know.
Perfectly.
I was thinking about this just the other day. I was thinking like, how come our economical situation is built in such a way that you only kind of, you know, if you're working class, you kind of just scrape by with a minimum 40 hours a week, you know, and that's a minimum, you know. Most do much more than that.
Mm-hmm. Because you will own nothing and you will be happy.
For sure.
Me mate CB.
What's up? Fresh and Fit just ended. I am back, baby. Let's go.
Fresh and Fit.
I'm gonna study how my future wife/girlfriend thinks. Anyway, what's going on?
Now, just say you've got some context about the other day. Did you notice when that young fellow asked, is there any ball believers there? And I said, yes, I believe in the ball. Did you notice how his tone changed? And it was like, it was this massive sigh of relief that he hadn't just dropped into a complete room of flat earthers only.
Shark Tank.
It was hot. Yeah, exactly. This poor fella dropped in and he was asked a couple of questions. And I was like, no, what shape is it? No, it's a ball. And you could hear it in his voice how relieved he was that someone else was happy just to stand. And that was as much as I said. The rest of it was just all full flat earth stuff. And he was just happy with the fact that one person was a baller.
It's an interesting phenomenon where they're more comforted by knowing that others also believe what they believe. They're more comfortable with that than
the facts.
Not having any evidence or facts, exactly. It's kind of weird.
It's really odd. It's just like one in, all in type attitude. It's like, it's super weird. I don't know what the necessity for it is.
It's
if
all
I have to believe you do.
consensus and tribalism at the end of the day anyway, so.
I'm going to say mob mentality. Exactly, Adam Salton has like a visual. I think to be a flat earther, you have to be able to. I think people feel stronger with a mob, even if they're not even like they have no fact. They just feel comfortable in the numbers. I think that's what sets us apart. Is like we feel comfortable as an individual with the truth. I think that's their sort of truth is more powerful than like the numbers that they have.
Well, I've said this before. Something I've noticed about a lot of the FE guys and gals is they've already been isolated in some way, shape, or form. They've already been put aside, cast out from society, whether they're the black sheep of the family or whatever. I don't know the exact causational mechanism of this original isolation, but a lot of the flat earthers already have been isolated. So when they come out and go, hey, I'm a flat earther, and everyone goes, ooh, stay away from you, and they're holding up the cross sign with their fingers, it's like, I don't really care, because I'm already out there anyways. I'm already one of the please stay away from that person for whatever reason. You know, like I find it very interesting that they need to be a part of this mob, whereas all of us don't. We've got no issue with soloing it, going out there going, up yours, Charlie, it's flat, and they still need to be a part of the group. They need someone to hold their hand. I want to feel loved. I want to feel needed. We could probably sing a song about that, but anyways, it's really interesting stuff when you break it down. Like, most of the people in here, and that's probably why 24/7 is so awesome, because we are all individuals. We're not, hey, we all believe in this, therefore our thing is it's just measured flat. You know, there's no measurable curvature, so if there's no curve, it's flat. We're not here telling people what the sun is, what the moon is, and all this other jazz. It's just the ground's measured flat, there's no curvature equals no ball.
I don't believe self-growth happens in the company of others at all, whatsoever.
Someone should write that down. Holy shit, that's a bar right there.
Yeah,
need to
no,
write that
for sure. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I'm just taking it from all the fucking wisdom that's already been figured out. It just doesn't, you know, and my personal experience, of course, you know. It's nothing new.
Can you say that again?
But it's like we know self-growth doesn't happen in the company of others, you know.
Damn.
You have to learn how to be friends with yourself.
But you know, we're well aware. You know, we're well aware, and we kind of get this taught. I assume most kind of hear this somewhere in their lives pretty early on, that you know, you become who you surround yourself with. You know, so be careful who your friend groups are, because you know they'll influence you. That's understood. You know.
Well, I've lost all my friends because they think I'm a crazy flat earther.
Yeah, well.
But I don't care.
Whether you're crazy or not, that's another show.
Well, it's like, okay, if you're surrounded by people and you become like them, they're the major in influence, then who is it you become like when you're only surrounded by yourself? That's the question, right?
I think everybody, I mean, it's very rare to find a hermit these days. So you're going to absorb things from your podcast or your coworkers or whatever. It's very difficult to be that isolated, you know?
Oh, for sure.
But you make a good, I mean, I like what you're pointing at there, though.
Well,
it's like if you're in a room
when they grew up, unless you were homeschooled by flat earthers.
Right.
So
it's probably, you know how they tell people, oh, go travel, it's good for the soul. You know, you'll tell young people to do that. It's like, go spend 3 months in the mountains in a fucking cabin by yourself.
Yeah,
you know I mean,
it was funny. I was going to bring that up. I watched it. Spent like time in like the mountain by himself, and then like came back to report what that was like. And I thought that was pretty interesting. Probably do a number on you, honestly, in a great way, I would imagine.
Well, if we're constantly surrounded by people, then we have this urge to connect and relate and bond with them, right? But if you're constantly surrounded by nothing but the natural world, what is it you choose to bond with, relate to?
Nature.
And then comes the discovery of spiritualism and something greater than yourself and all this.
We're going
Isn't that
deep
interesting?
tonight.
I've never had the necessity to be part of groups of people. I think people are fucking stupid and they annoy the shit out of me.
Oh, for sure.
Nothing against, not
As
sure
George
anyway.
Carlin put it, man, he's like, I like people. I can tolerate people. I can go a good 25 seconds or so until I'm sick and tired of them.
25 seconds.
Yeah, I just find it interesting when you get all these psychologists and whatnot. Oh, you have to be a part of a group, and this is your basic desire to do this. And I'm like, really? I think I'm broken. I don't have any of that. No, must have missed something at school there.
Well, I think they've co-opted the social nature of humans, right? I do believe we're social creatures, but I think they've amplified the idea of it to an exaggerated level.
Yeah, good call.
I think they try to convince people if you don't really try to be a successful social creature, you're gonna die like losing oxygen.
Well, that's why everybody's carrying around a mini computer that's connected to every single person in the world at all times.
See,
So
I'm
you're
not one of
addicted
those
to it.
people that walks around with a phone in their face. How do you get places, Matrix? Well, I look it up on a map and then I just memorize it and be on my way.
I wish we did that still.
When I went over to the United States, I was there for 36 days. The first 15 days, I did not have a map and managed to get around just by looking at street signs. Isn't that amazing, boys and girls? Road signs can tell you where your places are. Who'd have thunk it?
Or you could just do the good old fucking...
Where'd you visit?
Pick a direction, walk in it, see what happens.
The only place I didn't get to go to, up in the northeastern corner, you've got a whole pile of states all bunched together, just on the northeast side of New York State. I didn't do any of them. I hit every other one, though.
You didn't miss anything, don't worry.
Did you go to Yellowstone?
No, it was pissing down rain when I drove past it. Like, when I say rain, it was, you could probably see about 50 yards ahead of you. And I'm like, I ain't getting out in this shit.
That's a normal day.
Oh, well. So I should have got out then. Damn.
Yeah.
Nah, she was flogging down when I went, was at Seattle across. So, yeah, it's pretty heavy rain there.
Where'd you go from there? From Seattle?
Where's my map? Hold on. Google Tide Maps will help me.
Oh, you don't have your map memorized? Come on.
Wow.
I don't know all the US states.
Everybody knows the
Washington
US states,
State,
man.
across Idaho, Montana, North Dakota, down to South Dakota. Clipped the edge of Nebraska, into Iowa, stayed with a friend there. So this was over a couple of days. Went up and around Lake Superior, which is pretty cool. That was a bit of an accident, but anyways. Around Lake Superior, back down to Ohio, visited a friend there.
There we go. Hell yeah.
Yeah. Down West Virginia, visited another friend there, and then went all the way down to Florida. So I went for a little drive.
You got Miami?
Down to Miami. Didn't stay there, but drove back up. Stayed at Tampa. Back up. Then the next day it was I drove all the way around. My intention was to go to New Orleans, but I got to Biloxi and I stayed there for the night. And it wasn't far from where another friend lived. And he was like, "Oh yeah, I only live here." And he was like 10 mile away. That was it. It's like, oh man, if I'd have known that earlier. But the lady at the motel said, "Look, after Katrina went through New Orleans, there's quite a few thousand people that are homeless, and some of them have become exceptionally good at pickpocketing. So if you're there with a group of friends, it's not too bad. If you've got your missus there or a girlfriend there, not too bad. But by yourself, look, you're going to lose your car keys, your passport, your soul, and probably anything else that's not
your soul."
So they're pretty handy. And I said, look, in all honesty, I just want to go there to sample food, and like check out nightlife and that kind of thing, because I've been told it's pretty awesome. But
Wouldn't that
she said,
just be the funniest thing? Like fucking master pickpocketer running into a master pickpocketer. peach picking each other's wallet. Walking away chuffed.
Got your nose, got your wallet. But I went down there, then I drove, where was it? Back up to just east of, I can't remember the name of it now, I just had a mental blank. Doesn't that suck?
You never went to Texas or Wyoming?
Yeah, I haven't got that far yet. Drove up to Memphis. It was just to the right-hand side, Collierville. I had a friend there and stayed there. Then I came back down, stayed at Fort Worth. So I was like, yeah, hit Texas. That's pretty awesome.
So, I'm assuming most of these friends are Globers, right?
Oh, whether they're Globals or not, don't know. At the time, this was quite a few years ago now.
I was going to say, what is it? You like just stayed with each friend right up until they kicked you out for flat smacking them too much.
Now, these are a lot of the guys I used to play computer games with. So, all my online mates. And, yeah, that's what I said. I was coming over the States and visit a few of them. So, from there, I drove back up to Iowa to one of the boys I'd visited on the way through in the first place, which was pretty cool because I stayed there for 2 nights and we got pretty smashed because he does his own home brew and pretty good at it too. So, then come back down, did a helicopter ride over the Grand Canyon. That was freaking awesome. Best $280. Freaking awesome. I recommend anyone go and do that. Through Las Vegas, back to LA, and stayed in LA for 1 night, and then it was me flying out. But that afternoon, like I got to LA pretty early. Did a drive, went right down a fair way. Was it along, what is it called, Oceanside, like down towards San Diego.
Oh shit! Okay, nice.
Yeah, I went for a mad long drive because I got there heaps early. Like I got there like 9 o'clock in the morning. And it's like, you know what? I'm not going to sit in my motel all day. That's bullshit. So yeah, went for this bit of a cruise, mad long highway. Didn't get all the way down to San Diego, but yeah, went down a fair way and then went. Yeah, that's a good couple of hours drive. Turn around, go back.
Oceanside's like 10. It's like 20 minutes from here. It's crazy. That's beautiful.
Yeah, got back and yeah, it was crazy. 36 days, 13,500 miles.
Wow.
W. That's hell yeah. Respect.
All solo.
No
curvature. One thing I did love, which was no curvature. One thing I absolutely loved is all the radio stations. Like over here in Australia, you press the scan button and it's like 3 minutes later you might find a channel. Whereas over there, you press the scan button, every 0.1, there was a new channel. We're a big country, all Western. Yes.
They're all like that. I
really
love the themes of them. Yeah, they're awesome.
It was great. Because I love listening to music. And yeah, when you're solo driving along in my little Chevy Equinox, look at me. Thought I was going to become a hood ornament for a freaking Ram truck. Well, no, thoroughly enjoyed myself. I recommend anyone go for it. The only advice I will give, try to stay off the major highways and do a lot of the back roads if you can. Because you miss a lot on the main highways.
True, very true.
That's my only professional advice for cruising the States.
That's a hell of a trip.
Did any of the stereotypes from America come true to you after visiting?
As in
anything?
Yeehaw.
Yeah, like when you went to Fort Worth, Texas, where you're like, wow, there's a lot of cowboys.
Actually, I'll tell you one thing. A lot of cowboys. No, I didn't get much of that. When I was down there, I stopped at a gas station, or naturally to fuel up, and there was this one young hottie that was in front of me, and her accent, it was like, damn, she's too big to fit in me back pocket.
Oh, what's this?
And she was smoking. And it's like, yeah, Mum would be proud I'd bring something that hot home, but I'm pretty sure I'd get in trouble. And it was funny, quite a few places. You go to the service station, and it's like, yeah, mate, fuel at Bowser 1, thank you. Pardon? And they're like real slow talking. Yeah, the petrol, Bowser 1, pardon? Oh, sorry. The gas, pump number 1. Pardon?
You call them Bowsers? What the hell?
Fuel Bowser, yeah. Or pumps. So it's normally just pump 1, 2, whatever number they are. But yeah, apparently I talk really quick. And it's
really?
You gotta talk. At least they're slow if you're in Texas. But I didn't mind it there. Texas, very similar to where I live.
Like the weather, the heat, and the humidity?
Yep.
Wow.
Wow, Matrix,
So,
you
yeah,
gotta say,
New Mexico,
give me 50 on
New Mexico,
5.
Texas. Yep, very similar.
I lived
Without
in
the
Houston, Texas my whole life. I just moved to Wyoming.
Sorry to hear
I'm
that.
running away from the heat. Yeah. It snowed a little bit today.
Sorry to hear that.
Why? I like the cold.
I'm like the opposite,
No.
bro.
No, cold shit.
Have you ever lived in cold climate?
No,
Yes.
for a reason.
You said you were from Ohio?
Yeah.
That's a different kind of cold. That's a wet cold.
It's cold, boy.
I know it's cold, but it's like a wet, humid cold.
It ain't better.
Maybe you're not moving to Miami anytime soon.
Huh?
Wyoming's like a dry cold. Like windy.
Oh, so you're saying it's nice? That still
like
sucks, bro.
I hate sweating and humidity and mosquitoes and
Nah, give me the sweat, the heat. Pause.
concrete palace.
Pause.
What'd you say? Pods?
No, I said pause, bro. I said give me the sweat, the heat. Big pause.
Yeah.
No, I need it to be hot, bro. I can.
Hey, I don't know if it's
more bikinis, I guess.
I can hear you, Obi.
Yeah, I was saying, I figure you want to be moving to Miami, no?
Miami? That could be like plan B. I kind of like where I'm at, though.
I was planning just sticking where you are.
Yeah, I think I just want to stay here. Unless it just California just absolutely goes to shit, but which it probably has already. But whatever. I like it here.
You want to see how far it would go down the rabbit hole?
Yeah, I'm in San Diego.
Jeez.
One of the interesting part of my trips, I was going to Detroit City. So, cruising along, and I'm listening to the radio, and they're like, oh yeah, blah, 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 X amount of people out of work, which is normal for every city. There's always some kind of statistic of people that are and are not working. Anyways, blah, 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 X amount of people haven't paid their power bill, have a little cry about it, whinge, 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 and the next thing this woman gets on there and goes, you do realise they only have to pay 10% of their power bill to keep the power on, and there's 30,000 people that'll be getting their power cut off in the next 2 weeks or 3 weeks. They didn't say what the time was. And I've just gone, hang on a minute, 30,000 people are getting their power cut off in the next 2 weeks because they can't afford 10% of their power bill. Next exit, please.
I thought it was illegal to turn people's power off.
Nope.
If you haven't paid your bill,
you don't
if
pay
you're
that
not
bill,
on
they're
some
gonna
kind of
cut your
life
ass
support,
off.
they will turn that shit off.
Mm-hmm. And your water. I may or may not be speaking from experience.
About the only thing that was disappointing for me, I went to Laguna Seca Raceway the day before they were racing, the day after they were racing, the day I was there, no cars on. Motherfucker. Anyways, so I still got to drive around, like not on track, but around the whole lot of it. So that was all right.
What do you drive every day in Australia?
The Kangaroo 3000.
And
Is it like a crotch rocket or something?
Actually, have I got a photo of it? There it is. I'll put that up in the chat so you can have a look. There you go. That's my current loading. Street weapon.
Oh,
XR6
okay,
Turbo.
boy. Is that a Ford?
Yep, Ford, straight 6, turbo.
Damn, that's fire. Wow, that's like a weird looking Ford.
Where's the chat at?
Where's the chat? We're right here, bro.
Live stream voice text. Next one up.
Oh, okay.
You got that thing lowered, don't you?
Nope.
Oh, damn. It's just naturally like that? That's crazy.
Yep.
I like it. You guys have to have a front plate?
What's that, sorry?
Do you have to have a front plate?
As in license plate?
Yeah, in the front.
Yes.
That sucks.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, same here.
I'm team no front
Fucking
plate.
front.
Fuck it.
Yeah, a lot of people sit them up on their dash. So, yeah. Because that wrecks a lot of cars, the look of them. But
Yeah,
some
man.
cars are actually designed to have a plate on them and others not. So, yeah, it's just one of those
Nice.
things.
W.
What kind of car is that? Is that a Ford?
That's like a.
Yep,
That's like
Ford
a.
Falcon.
It's like a. Ford Falcon. Oh,
interesting.
XR6
Falcon, huh?
turbo.
I can hear it now.
There it is.
What up, 20 Cubs? Mansky is here as well.
Is the petrol expensive in Australia?
For 98 octane, it's about $2.06 per litre.
What? Wait, you say 90
octane?
What the
Hell
hell?
yeah.
98 octane is our premium unleaded. Yep.
Damn.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
high.
no, it's great, isn't it?
That engine is probably super clean. Just burning all that gunk out.
Yeah, well, the amount of thrashings that I give it, it should be clean.
Wait, so Dib, how long have you been like a flat earther?
I became a flat earther back in 2020. My wife actually, we got married when I was in 2020, and she brought it up, and I was like, "Oh, you're stupid. That's fucking dumb. Like, only stupid people believe that."
She brought it up?
Yeah. And then
damn,
I
you
started
gotta keep her. Holy smokes.
Yeah, and then I started looking into, like I was telling everybody else earlier, I started looking into like 9/11, and then whenever, COVID happened, I was like, this is all fucking bullshit. Why would they, why would it be round? Like, why would, and I started looking into the evidence, and I was like, how does water curve? Like, this is stupid. I mean, I've really thought about getting a high zoom camera to go see it for myself, but I mean, all the videos you see online, I mean, yeah, they could be fake, but there's like thousands of them, and the laser tests across lakes, and it just didn't make sense. And so I just kind of just followed the truth that I believe is the truth. And yeah, my friends make fun of me. Family members think it's stupid, but I'm like, I don't care. Like, it doesn't make sense that it's a globe. So why would I just go along with it to fit in? Like it doesn't, it's more interesting to like, I want to find the truth. I want to know what's beyond the ice wall. I want to know what's at the North Pole. I want to know why the tides go in and out. It's not because of the fucking moon. Like, and the moon doesn't tell me what the shape of the Earth is either. That's what everybody always brings up with me. They're like, well, the moon is round, so the Earth must be round. What the fuck does that mean?
Damn, bro. Wait, so how long have you been hanging around here?
Oh, I've been in this chat for like probably a couple years, but I haven't really come into the live chats that often.
You've been listening on the tubes? Or like, how did you get familiar with the arguments?
Oh, just Telegram, just searching, the usual people, Dave Weiss, Witsit, which they all kind of seem like shills and fakes now, but yeah, just kind of absorbing all the information I can and just kind of figuring out what I think at the end of the day. So, I mean, I know what I could be seeing on the internet could be fake, and what people are getting from NASA could be fake. I mean, we all could be getting false information, but if you go outside and you just explore, like, it just doesn't seem the way they keep saying it is. So, and like another thing, like the government's been shut down for 25 days. Where's all the chemtrails? Do they shut that down? They don't have the money for it.
Interesting.
Are they funding NASA right now? Are they sending food up to the ISS?
Nice, bro. Hey, man. Well,
nah, they got a fast up there.
They're fasting.
Hey, fasting's good for you.
Yeah.
Resets your immune system. Best way to fight off COVID.
I mean, well, I'm pretty sure I can speak for the whole band, but we're glad to have you here, bro.
I need to get a soundboard like that.
This town ain't big enough for the two of us. No, I'm just kidding.
You should get yourself a high zoom camera though, and still go and perform some of your own tests.
Wait a minute.
Don't know if you're still with your wife, but yeah.
Wait, yeah, the wife thing, dude. That's so dope. You're telling me your wife was a flat earther before you? Damn, man.
Geogeny.
Well, we kind of she brought it up and was like, hey, this is interesting. And she would send me some stuff. And then we kind of both dived into it and we're like, wow, it's fucking fake.
Wow. Dude, you literally have a keeper. Holy smokes, bro. What?
Do none of y'all have girlfriends or wives that are flat earthers?
Most don't know.
I mean,
most women
telling me women that think critically exist?
What's that?
I do not meet women that are based, bro.
Oh, this is based? Are you a Nick Fuentes fan?
Absolutely. I'm a groper.
Yeah,
yep.
brother, America first. Let's go.
Exactly.
Yep. I've been going into Nick Fuentes videos like hard for like the last 2 weeks, especially after the Charlie Kirk stuff. But it's so crazy. Like for me, the more they censor someone or they ban things, I go after that stuff. It's like, what are you trying to hide? So if you don't want people to look at things, then don't ban them or don't censor them, because people just are going to go look for them. So it kind of makes me think like maybe they're doing this on purpose. They want us to go look at him.
Barbara
I like this guy.
Yeah.
I like this guy because I've thought that as well. Like, what? What was that old saying? Like, if you tell someone not to think of yeah, it's true. But you tell someone like, don't think of a purple elephant, and then they immediately think of a purple elephant type thing.
If you want to make some people shit properly, CB, you tell them not to think of pink elephants before they go to bed. Them fuckers don't sleep at all.
Don't think of a globe dart.
I mean, it is kind of like some like 5D chess, though. I'm not gonna lie. But I mean,
They're
you look
aware
at
of that.
this.
They're aware people are catching on. If they censor stuff, censor something hard that people will look closer, you know.
Yeah.
So they do it with their own puppets, you know. They'll censor their own fucking puppets so people will listen closer.
Mm.
I think I don't know, fucking Alex Jones, man, the biggest shill there was.
Yeah, Jones. I don't know.
His whole lawsuit, his whole $1 billion lawsuit and all that. That was
Oh yeah,
was
that was
another thing-
ridiculous. That was
That was another thing that convinced me about flat Earth was I don't believe in Sandy Hook. Like that was a scam.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah.
Like have you seen the helicopter?
Here,
huh?
on the stream. We don't talk about that stuff here on the streams.
YouTube.
I mean, it's
yeah, I mean,
evidence, but
yeah.
I mean, it could be fake.
Yeah,
it could
YouTube
be fake videos online. But
shit. Yeah, there's questions, but we'll leave it there.
oh, this is being recorded on YouTube.
Talk about
My
9/11
bad.
stuff, you know. I mean,
Is that what the two YouTube icons are at the top? Recording.
We are live.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we're live.
Keep that in mind.
Hell yeah, we got you on camera.
Like, you know,
Hell yeah, we got
20,
your ass, nigga. You on camera, nigga. Say
you
something.
know, school incidents, off limits.
It's off limit, but we can say the N word.
I mean,
Hey, I just want to know the rules. That's all.
A lot of gray areas.
yeah, facts.
Pretty soon, flat Earth is going to be a gray area.
You can't even fucking speak about it.
I was gonna say, like, even with the space news, like the crazy news that they put out there about developments in space and all this stuff, like they just dropped the lore about a second moon. Maybe you guys have seen this. I mean, I could probably post a screenshot to my phone.
They've done that before.
Yeah,
That's not
I've seen it. The space news is
They do that all the
ridiculous.
fucking time.
It's like, so that makes me think also that they do it on purpose. It's like people are gonna see that and be like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, it feels like if there's a control panel, they just turned every knob up. Like no matter which way you go, everything is just so conflicting and out there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I wonder if we'll get another asteroid shaped like a skull, you know, for Halloween.
See, that wouldn't surprise me. That wouldn't surprise me. Look, there's a pumpkin-shaped meteorite. Ugh.
It's like they've just unleashed like these AI articles. They're just churning them out, no matter how contradictory.
True.
It doesn't matter. It's like they know globers are between a rock and a hard place. They can't deny the globe, so they have to accept any bullshit article they put out, basically, because denying the article would.
I mean, they have to deny. Yeah,
right.
But that's the thing, though. They do deny it.
They want.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
That's
No,
the
but
crazy
see,
part,
that's
though.
the funny part is they always deny it. Every time you present, like, look what this article said, they go, "Nah, that's ridiculous." It's like, yeah, I know, but this is your shit.
Yeah, and even if it's a lie, and they're like, okay, yeah, there's probably a lie. It's like, all right, so can we at least not trust that publication ever again? And it's like,
no, I still trust
the
it.
next day, they'll be linking it. You're like, bro, like, what's it gonna take, dude?
Yeah.
Like, at least just to start trimming down sources. You know, it's like, they lie to you, cut them out. You know, like, at least start somewhere.
Some of the people in my circle will tell me there's millions of people that study this stuff, so therefore it's true. And I'm like,
Well, we're
okay,
still waiting for them to
those
show
people.
Yeah.
Oh,
you're
they'll never
smarter
go in
than
here.
millions of people.
Millions are, man.
Yeah.
You know, we've dubbed a syndrome for that. It's called phantom expert syndrome, where in their mind, they think that there's a ton of people out there with answers, experts in this, that, and the other. But they're just imagining that. They couldn't, if you ask them to name one person that has the information, they're like, well, I don't know. It's like a collective group. It's a panel of big brains. It's
They're
like,
all
okay.
they're all relying on each other, you know? Like, they're all relying on each other for... They
Exactly.
believe it.
isn't that like the emperor has no clothes type of thing? Like everyone believes this
exactly.
thing type of thing.
100%.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's just an illusion.
It's scary how
I like
common
Hindu's
that is.
take on it. It's magical science, man. You know.
Yeah, and that story, when it's a little girl that actually breaks it, because she says the obvious thing. Such a
And then
good
they
metaphor.
always end the argument with yelling and screaming, saying, "Okay, so what? If it's flat, I still have to go to work tomorrow." Like I always
Heard
hear
that a
that. and I'm
gajillion
like,
times.
What does it matter?
Yeah,
We've heard that
And
a
I'm like,
thousand gajillion times.
It's such a weird point to make. It's like, well, I guess you could just say that about everything then. So
yeah.
Well, my answer is always the same. I always say, well, dude, this is not supposed to like relieve you of your job's responsibilities, or if you have kids, like now you don't just stop taking care of your kids. Like, it's just the truth. It's like 2 + 2 is 4. It doesn't mean you just stop going to work or whatever. It's not supposed to relieve you of those responsibilities.
You know, maybe if we were pissing away such immense resources on everything to do with this fucking cosmology, our society would look, significantly different.
I agree with that, though. It probably would change some things on a deeper level.
No, I think it's just a silly question because it's like, well, if anything, doesn't it make you look back on your entire life in a way, at least as far as, well, then how did I come to this conclusion? At least you should reflect on that and wonder how that could happen.
Yeah, I mean,
people believe they're immune to propaganda and brainwashing, though.
Yeah, it does go way deeper than flat Earth too. I usually say like, well, if I'm going to answer the change question, it's like that makes you less gullible. That's for starters. I mean, it can bleed into other things like maybe wearing a freaking diaper on your face for 2 years or whatever, so that can change your life. Or doing
like
the more
zooming out almost.
Yeah.
They do know it matters. I just think it's just coping when they say that shit.
I know.
It's also
it's just some sort of cop out.
Well, I'm also trying to like help my friends too. Like I have a friend that doesn't believe in flat Earth, and he's the one that says, "Well, I still have to go to work." He's a firefighter, and he took $500 from the government to take the shot. And I was like, "Dude, why'd you do that?" And he's like, "They gave me $5." And I was like, "Dude, just research what you just put in your body.
Yeah,
you don't have no idea what's going to happen." And now all this stuff is happening with these vaccines, and he's like scared now. So.
He's scared now. Oh, man.
I mean, dude, it was just so weird. Like, get a free Krispy Kreme. What the hell is that?
Yeah, like you get free McDonald's.
Yeah, that's almost so insulting. It's almost so insulting. Even if I believed in the science, I'd be like, dude, get the hell out of here.
Here's your free dope. That's fucking funny.
You can't go to work, but you can get a donut.
Jeez, it's like demonic, bro. It's like evil. So that ultimately, we can't go too in depth on that topic, but like, that does. How does it affect your life? Well, you just did a permanent thing that you can't undo. So there you go.
Guess you'll find out.
What happened to all the flu deaths? They just turned into the jab deaths.
That was such a strange thing. Yeah, I presented that little fact to a stubborn friend of mine who works as like a doctor. Basically, he's a doctor, physical therapist in Washington. He's like, well, that's because all of the COVID measures that we took, they worked on the flu. It's like, okay. So they didn't work on the one thing, but it worked on the other. So are we going to keep that going forward and eradicate the flu forever? And he's like, probably. That didn't work out.
They were back to flowers.
Yeah, we can't go too in depth on that topic, although.
Oh yeah, my bad. I forgot.
We'll cover it on. It's cool. It's cool. We'll cover it on Frontline Unfiltered. We can go super in depth over there on that topic. But it is a good topic. I think worth discussing, especially after all these years. And they kind of relieved some of the censorship about that on YouTube, but still, I just kind of don't want to jeopardize the server.
Yeah, no doubt. My bad. Some of the other servers have kind of, I guess, stopped caring about that, so I got a little lax, but I forgot this is a live stream, so my bad.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good.
Well,
I do think that there is a tie there.
Update to our rules from admins and whatnot within here. So just go on what I
It just proves my point even more, though. We can't. We want to talk about the things that are forbidden. That's what we're all striving for.
No, I know. Just can't do it here, unfortunately.
I know.
No, but we can go so in depth on that. We'll have to cover this in Frontline, but anyways. There's a Glober lurking. If you guys want to chat with him?
Yes.
The most powerful Glober there is.
Wow, you step into the light.
Who would that be?
Exactly. I don't know. Is there
Show
one?
yourself.
I don't know. Okay. What would Glober say is like the best Glober? Or do they not really have one? Or?
There's a guy named
After
Mark
they
that
flick
was in
their
there.
rainbow flag out of the way.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, Mansky, after you flip your rainbow flag out of your way, what's your globe proof?
A rainbow flag, that's fine. It's offensive.
Who's got a rainbow flag?
Mansky.
There's no rainbow
Right
flag.
above Meta Tetrix spot.
I mean, Mansky
Pretty
here is a
colours.
goal.
The rainbow flag means all lives matter.
Ooh, we co-opting it?
Yeah.
Be pissed.
What does the rise icon next to y'all's names mean?
Ooh, glad you asked. That is Frontline Unfiltered. That is just like a little tag for our server, where a couple of gents, including myself, started a platform where we can go into those other topics like the Coco situation or freaking LG whatever communities, and we literally talk about the most base, the most like craziest shit over there. That way we don't jeopardize this server. And then we do a show on Rumble, which is like completely free speech, unlike YouTube. So yeah, we go live on Rumble, go on camera, me and a couple other legends from this community. Basically, we started. So feel free to join. Actually, you should come over there because we have a bunch of channels where we drop news clippings and videos and stuff like every day. Neil's super active in there. A couple people have channels. So if you want a place to go ahead.
All right, I'll check it out.
Sorry, I had to switch headphones there. You still live?
We're still live.
Okay, and we are still live. But yeah, just go ahead and you're welcome to join the Frontline server. And yeah, should be a good time.
Yeah, I just heard back from AV just the other day.
Oh yeah, what do you say?
When do you do the Rumble shows or the Rumble? Is it just kind of sporadically?
Yeah, we gotta definitely do we had some catching up to do. We had a little break, but definitely need to get back after it. There's some good shows lined up though, some really dope shows lined up. I want to talk about it's gonna sound crazy. I want to talk about clones, but like probably not the way people are thinking about it. But yeah, we gotta cover that and things. Yeah, I mean,
cool.
You know how like Biden like had like a different ears and freaking like people wearing masks and stuff like that. So it's more like the mask thing. But yeah, that's something I'm interested in. But whatever.
Cool.
You guys can bring up whatever topics and we'll go into it. Yeah, Frontline Unfiltered on Rumble as well, chat. Yes. Although Trinity's in the chat saying some interesting stuff. I don't know if I agree with that take, but I could be wrong. Anyway, Mansky's been
I
like,
don't even know what the fuck he's trying to say.
well, if you took the Jews, then you should be good too if you trust in Jesus. But it's like, I think if you did that, you went against him, and therefore he's like, I don't know you, bro. that's how I see it. But again, I guess we shouldn't go too in depth on that.
What the fuck?
Huh? You said what the fuck?
It just seems to be raving to me.
Anyway, Whisper Jack has been here. How long you been here? Like not today, but like in the server.
Probably a couple of years at least. I don't know. I can't remember if I left Discord and came back. I don't know, but a few years at least for sure. Yeah.
W.
Yeah, I'm usually at the one in the politics server. That's usually the one where there's more more bizarre cameos. You know, I like to kind of lurk that server and in general just get my finger on the pulse of this weird land. You know.
Yeah, it's a fucking mental asylum over there, man.
No, it's chaos.
Yeah, facts.
But yeah, I like coming here and learning
we're
stuff,
sitting
man.
one channel away from some of the most fucking deranged people in this world.
Oh yeah, dude. I like to go in sometimes and just stir up the chaos. Just to.
Well, I like doing that. Wait, real quick, chat. Lewis has just popped in. Lewis is new. No roles. I just gave you a listening pass and popped you off mute. If you want to say what's up, we can upgrade your role. My name is Lewis. I live in Paris. Oh. Oui.
I guess 2021. I've been here since. Wow.
Nice. Okay, W. I think I've seen
they took away the, in the profile it tells you when you joined the server how long you've been here.
Did it really?
No, it's still there. Fuck. Still does, yeah.
They're censoring everything.
I don't know why it got out of my head that it disappeared.
They reduced a bunch of information. You have to click to expand
it. Doesn't show up on your initial click.
Yeah, they might have made it
now. Yeah, you have to go with more info.
Shit.
Whereas before it showed up with just one click on a person.
All right. You guys heard any crazy takes from a Glober this week? What's the wildest thing you heard a Glober say this week? Well, last week maybe.
Nothing new, really. Just
nothing new. Yeah.
Yeah, hammering the same old weird. Yeah.
You know what I heard today? Yeah, facts. I heard today. This happens a lot actually. We're talking to Glover today, and I was like, I only jumped in because he said, well, don't you guys understand that the water, it just looks flat? I'm like, yeah, bro, but the problem is you're saying it's actually curving, and can you prove that? And he said, well, the boat's over the horizon. And then Drace jumped in, and he's like, well, so you think there'd be a hump of water? He's like, well, no. I'm like, well, so then what's the boat going over? Well, the horizon. It's like, so wait, would that be a hump of water? What the fuck? It's so funny. Every time you bring up, no matter what you call it, if you're is it a hill of water, a hump of water, whatever you call it, they're like, oh, no, I don't like the way that sounds, so I'm going to disagree. It's like, what the fuck?
The funniest part of that knee-jerk reaction is like, I feel like the funniest part of that knee-jerk reaction is like, there's so few people, like comparatively, that actually have seen boats that live near the water that has actually witnessed that. So it's just they're kind of like looking up the most basic argument against it and just whatever ChatGPT, whatever pops up. Like it's just almost like almost no one really. It's almost like, oh god, you haven't really thought about it yet at all.
That's a good point. Shit, I'm at the beach like all the time, and I don't even barely see that shit. But yeah, I said, well, that's just like what you would expect. The curving water. Like, no, you wouldn't expect that. You never see that ever. The water curving.
That they've managed to convince people to actually convince them that you would see forever on a flat plane is just insane.
Oh my god, bro! I'm triggered. Like I get so triggered when they start the sentence with, "Well, if it was flat, then insert random bullshit here."
Pyramids of Giza.
Why can't I see the Eiffel Tower then, huh, bro?
Yeah, if it was flat, then we'd fall off the edge. Like, oh my god!
I hate that,
bro.
Yeah.
If it was flat, then there would be no horizon. What? Like, dude, just shut up. It's like 10 times out of 10. Go ahead. How do you explain what? On a flat Earth?
a buddy of mine said, "How do you explain the eclipse then?" I'm like, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the ground. But it is interesting that the sun is 400,000 miles away, or 400 times the size of the moon, or something like that. It's like, how does it cover the sun and block out the light? It's just kind of, it's like magic, or it's intelligent design, maybe.
It's a fucking coincidence theorist universe,
Yeah.
I mean, that's the part. That's one that definitely makes it look like
perfect, like orbital timings, all the Goldilocks and shit.
So it makes it seem like
it's like they have more intelligent fucking design like ideas in their fucking creation story than an actual creator intelligent design creation story.
Yeah, and I mean, they don't even acknowledge the chaos that the actual, like, if the Earth was a globe and we're in the universe and stuff, like, that's chaotic. That's not this.
Yeah, and they brush it off.
Yeah,
we're spinning 1,000 miles an hour.
Many times by the chaos of the universe, but finally it got it right with little old Earth and us,
Yet it's ever expanding.
If it's ever expanding, then why are the constellations in the same spot?
Exactly.
Who brought
it's expanding too?
Did you bring up the three-body problem earlier?
Oh yeah, how'd that go?
Well, that was a show I was talking about. I don't know anything about the actual three-body problem.
No, I mean the show, the Netflix show.
Yeah.
And it's funny. Yeah, I've seen that show.
Do you remember the wall facers?
I wasn't in here when you were. I was listening on stream. But it's funny how they acknowledge the three-body problem, but in that show, they've kind of outsourced that problem to a distant world. It's they're having the problem with their multiple suns, Whereas the three-body problem, as it actually is it's an orbital mechanics problem involving any amount, more than two bodies in a system. And we have the three-body problem right here,
Mm-hmm.
But with that show, they put it in people's minds. It's like, oh, no, our solar system is stable and fine and working, but they're having issues,
You
you can't even get the simulations right with three bodies, and we supposedly have 80 significant bodies in the solar system.
The only reason I watched that show is because I heard the same people that made Game of Thrones made it.
That'll end well.
It's got a cool premise. Quite interesting.
Yeah, someone was talking about.
They always do this. This is how you definitely know they listen to what we're saying and what we're bringing up as significant arguments. You know, because they take it and then they implant it in the public's mind in some kind of distorted form. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So the three-body problem as it is not some problem within physics that we're facing right here, right now, within our own solar system idea. It's now implanted in their mind from this TV show that it must be a problem that involves having multiple suns. We don't have multiple suns, therefore we don't have that problem. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think we saw that in real time a little bit with all those articles that started coming out saying, now you might think the horizon is apparent, but, due to refraction, it's a common misconception. Like they take an argument that was a good argument, and then they just said, well, how do we got to retro, we got to act like, well, yeah, it looks like that, but suddenly we're going to introduce refraction as if we've always known it, and suddenly people start parroting this stuff everywhere. That was weird.
It's called a mirage.
There was another incident of this I noticed in media, which was in Better Call Saul, where they had a flashback that had Walter in it from Breaking Bad, and Saul asks him, "Oh, what would you do with a time machine?" And he's like, "Oh, your question's stupid." And he's like, "Why?" It's like, "Well, first of all, it would break the second law of thermodynamics." And I was like, "Yeah, I know why you're getting him to say that in your script,
Yeah.
Wait, why?
Well, because time travel in that is essentially like reversing entropy, which would be impossible.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But it's just that they specifically said it the way we say it in here,
Oh, really?
And they know that the average impressionable kid that's watched Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul looks to Walter as some genuine real life scientist.
Oh, yeah.
Listen to, they understand this, you know what I mean?
That's
So they just need the words to come out of his mouth, and then they start making the associations themselves. And then when they hear us say similar things, oh, what?
Suspend
you think you're
disbelief.
Smart, Walter from Breaking Bad?
Yeah, dude. When people are in that mode, they're super suggestible,
Yeah. Well, that's where the whole fucking science shit comes from. It's from Breaking Bad.
Yes, science. Yeah, I think I have that on the soundboard, don't I?
I just mean like when people are watching stuff that they're already, suspending disbelief and like viewing it as if it's real. They're like, it's almost like a high state of suggestibility, where it's like, science. Mixed in is all these facts, because the show did its research,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, but Breaking Bad, that was a good show, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, amazing show.
Oh yeah, good shows. Yeah, for sure.
Probably the best television show I've ever seen. I don't think I've watched anything since then, actually.
I might have to rewatch that shit.
I just found it like it was disturbing. So you're like rooting for the most evil dude ever, and I found that to be a remarkable way to present, a story. It was just like, wow, this guy's awful. I hope he wins.
It's funny seeing that, because sometimes I go back and watch clips. They pop up and I watch them, and you see like the comments change. Like you see all the people that watched it when they were young kids or something, and they're not like, you know what, Walter's actually a fucking bad guy.
Yeah, he's awful.
Like, yeah, no shit. Shit.
Yeah, if there's ever any doubt to try to describe the show to your mom. If your mom's like, "What show is it? What's that show about?" Well, you're like, if you send it to Zen, you're like, actually, nah, Ma, you don't want this one's not for you.
No.
I can't believe that was Mako in the Middle's dad, bro.
People love a villain, though, so.
A lot of people are probably thinking about doing something like that to make money because they're so, they're so poor, and it's so hard to make it in life So it's like it's interesting to them. They're probably like, "Oh, I'm gonna go learn how to make meth."
Yeah, and they know there's never a question like, the problem is, will I find any customers?
Well, you know how they say Top Gun was just a subliminal advertisement for the Navy to get more people to join up, which did happen. People like joined up in droves after that film. I guess they needed more like kind of just meth makers around the
Meth
US.
makers.
That's what Breaking Bad was.
Yeah.
Job encouragement program.
But I do like the way that it was, at least they were honest with it, where it's like at the end he's like, yeah, it's true, like I long ago beat cancer, and I long ago I made enough money, and then he just went into basically he was just an ego freak at that point.
Yeah.
I was kind of glad that happened. Like, it wasn't just like, well, dude, he's doing it for his family.
I'm just thinking, like, did Walter do any science whatsoever in that whole show? And I don't think he did.
Well, he was like a chemistry teacher.
Yeah, but he's not. No, using known scientific principles to produce something, that's not performance science, right? That's just production,
He was a
science
cook,
would
a very good chef.
doing experiments.
He was a good chef.
Something, you know what I mean? Like he did, like Breaking Bad had no science in it. That's, I guess, the greatest irony.
Yeah, they used to follow this. They used to follow it up with this show that was like, all right, like after the latest episode, we're gonna run like I guess it's like a sort of an analysis on like how true to the science were they, and they'd get these experts in and be like, actually, it is accurate. You could make this sort of exploding crystal meth, whatever. What happened in that episode? They kind of like followed it up with
yeah. But he wasn't
real.
like experimenting to find out how to make that explosive, which would be
right. He just knew it.
Science.
Yeah,
it's already known. He just replicated it. Somebody long before him did all the experimentation. Blowing up their kitchen to figure it out.
The kitchen. Wait, chat. I have something I want to share with you guys. I was listening to Myron's stream the other day, and he was covering Tucker Carlson did some sort of presentation in front of an audience, and he said something really interesting about the moon landing. So let me just make sure you guys can hear. How's this audio here?
And just getting sort of maybe, I have no idea. I'm not going to find.
Hey, does that sound? No, let me rewind it. It's
Sounds
not
good.
that long. Okay, cool. It's very short, but let's take a listen.
Which is I am God. Hubris is the end, always. It's what. It was the point of the Tower of Babel. It's the end of every leader. Every leader who's like, I'm very powerful. I have godlike powers. That leader will be destroyed. And a nation that believes that will be destroyed. And the atom bomb gave us the sense.
Pride comes before the fall.
Very false sense that we had absolute power, dominion over nature and mankind itself. And we started making a lot of really bad decisions. And one of the results of that was faith died in the United States. It's resurging now, thank God, literally. But my whole childhood, I was born in 1969, the year that we walked on the moon. And just getting sort of maybe, I have no idea. I'm not going to find out. I'm not going to find out. I've got enough problems.
Okay, I don't mean that was very brief. I don't know if you guys caught that, but the way his tone, he's like, the year we landed on the moon. He's like, just kidding, maybe, sort of, kind of. Yeah, that's Tucker Carlson.
I've lost faith in Tucker Carlson. He lied about his dad working at the CIA. He was acting like he didn't know. Whenever he had that interview with Candace Owens. But he straight up said it in another interview.
That actually came up in this because he was talking to like kids or whatever. Like it was kind of like a quite Q&A or whatever. And some dude was like, "Yeah, your dad worked for the CIA," and he's like, "Yeah, he kind of started this little debate." It was pretty interesting, actually.
used to
later on
like
he started
Tucker.
admitting it kind of freely. Yeah, later on he started admitting it kind of freely. He said he's like, my own dad worked in the CIA. There's guys that worked at the CIA in my neighborhood. It's weird. So yeah, I don't know what makes people hide that and then suddenly reveal it. I don't know.
I like how he stirs things up, kind of like Nick Fuentes, but like as soon as I found out that he's just kind of, he's just trying to catch views. He's really not trying to. He's stirring it up to gain something. He's really not trying to expose anything. So I just kind of lost interest in him. But I like his series on 9/11 though. On his Tucker Carlson network, it's interesting. Have y'all seen the Dr. Woods take on 9/11 and how they dustified the buildings? Can we talk about that?
The DEWs, right? The directed energy weapons.
Yeah. Is it okay to talk about on here?
Yeah, 9/11's free to go.
I mean, it's so crazy seeing those pieces of the building falling and then they just like disappear before they hit the ground. Like they're not falling and then smacking the ground and then turning into dust. They're falling and just poof, just
justifying. Yeah.
Justifying. It's insane. And then you see people hanging out of the buildings, taking their shirt off while hanging out of the building. Like, why don't you take your shirt off, then hang out of the building? Like, is it getting really hot in there or something? And it just makes it seem like they're getting fucking microwaved in there somehow.
Wow. I mean, there was fires, so.
It's like 500,000 tons of debris fell to the ground, and there was no seismic activity on the ground. There's no, like, you would feel that, all that weight hitting the ground, but nothing, no sensors went off, because they call it the New York bathtub or something. There's like a sewer system that's underneath the buildings that would have been crushed from all that weight. And nothing happened to that stuff.
Yeah,
like it was
physics took a fucking day off on 9/11, so don't worry about it.
Three buildings and 2 airplanes. How does that work?
Yeah, the list, the evidence stacks up on that. It's to the point where it's too much. It's inconceivable how anyone could look at that and not be at least suspicious, to put it mildly.
And the guy that owned the buildings, he upped his insurance
we at least
policy.
had it good because I assume a lot of us,
Yeah,
we were
Dareth
younger
not
when we
talking about
figured
Building
this stuff.
7, right?
Go ahead, 20 Cups. No, hold on. Go ahead, 20 Cups.
I was just saying, Dareth not talk about Building 7, right?
Oh, of course. It was
just the one that went down because of the fires.
It's such a bullshit story. That whole thing's ridiculous. I wish I was a little older when it happened, because I really don't remember too much when it happened. I was in like first grade. It's not like I went home and my parents were like, "So, Junior, did you hear what happened today?" Like, it really, my parents like kind of didn't want me to get too exposed to that shit.
I was off from school that day, so I watched it on the television.
Wow, yeah, I don't even remember it, to be honest. But
I was in 4th grade. My dad came and picked me up from school and brought us home because he was afraid something would happen.
Mm-hmm.
Have y'all heard about the toasted cars that are like 20 blocks away from the buildings that caught on fire?
That was just the fires from Tower 7, bro. Just take your tinfoil hat off, bro.
No, there's like cars that caught on fire, and they're just like bare metal, like, everything burned, all the plastic gone, and it's just bare metal.
Yeah,
and then there's a car right next to it.
Dude.
Huh?
What's it called? A pyroclastic plume.
Yeah, but there's like a car right next to that car that has no melted plastic or nothing. It's like selective cars burned.
You would fully expect that. It's totally normal, bro.
20 blocks away.
Do you remember the color of the car that didn't melt it?
No, I don't remember the color of the car.
Don't tell me it was blue.
Oh shit!
Well, yeah. If it was blue, it would have been fine, right?
Wait, should I get blue car?
We talk about the fires in Hawaii.
Blue houses, blue cars, blue everything, so you don't burn down.
Interesting. What's with blue? Why does it do that?
That's a good question.
If you look at the fires that happened in Hawaii, the homes that have blue roofs didn't burn down. That's what he's talking about.
That's weird.
The
Blue is always
directed energy weapon cannot penetrate blue.
blue can school. We can too. What was that?
That was a remix.
What is that? Y'all heard that too?
Yeah, someone just remixed the record.
Yeah, probably me.
There you go.
How'd you do that? How'd you do that?
Wonky microphone wire.
Oh, damn. That's crazy.
I was going to say, like, this is where it all ties together because, you know, I do believe they are putting infrastructure in the sky in some manner, in some way, you know? And then we got all these notions of directed energy weapons and all this kind of stuff that would seem far-fetched in sci-fi to the average person.
I kind of agree.
But it's in place, you know what I mean? They're working on something, you know, they put these resources towards something tangible.
Yeah, dude, it makes sense because like they're spending so much time launching things. They're trying to go up there. I've heard people say that the Space Force is all
we know
about.
for a fact they're not putting shit in orbit around the globe Earth.
Mm-hmm.
That is not what they are doing, but they are doing
Hell no.
something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So,
I mean, just look at all the technology that's around you right now and how fast it expanded and how much better it got. And you don't think that they have the same stuff? I mean, they probably had this 20 years ago. They probably had smartphones or, you know, Chat GPT.
yeah, I know. Even normies accept that. They accept that whole, you know, if we've got it as consumers, then the military had it at least 20, 30 years ago, you know? They understand that much.
Have y'all heard the conspiracy theory about China mining like liquid helium or something on the other side of the moon?
Liquid helium.
I don't know if it's liquid helium. It's been some kind of
That's an inside joke.
energy. Yeah.
They like conspiracy theories like that because that keeps the globe alive, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, which moon? Like the new moon or the second moon they dropped? Or
The moon that we went to, bruh.
Oh yeah, that one. Oh, okay. The original one.
Yeah, you must be a Bart Sobrell fan or something. Do y'all know who that is?
I was gonna ask, like, I know I've heard that name, but I couldn't tell you who that is.
He's the guy that goes around and had the astronauts put their hand on the Bible and swear they didn't go to the moon.
Oh yeah.
He's cool. I like him. He was on Joe Rogan recently and also Danny Jones' podcast. It was pretty good.
Yeah, my mind blanked on the name as well. But yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Bart Sobrell. He looks totally different.
He's against flat Earth.
Is he?
He's
against flat Earth.
Yeah, he's not.
Oh, it's so weird. Like when people get so close, they get so close, right? If they're like, "Yeah, moon landing's crap," but I still think the Earth is globe. It's like you're so close, dude.
Well, his whole life is wrapped around proving that we didn't go to the moon. So he is that's all he focuses on. And he's a big space fan too. He talks about it and how it upset him a lot. And he's just so obsessed with those videos that were leaked showing that they were faking that window shot of the Earth. And he's like, this is the proof. They didn't go. It's like, dude, we know they didn't go. Like, computers were the size of a fucking, room back in the day. And how are they going to get this projectile to land and then come all the way back with fucking car batteries in the space capsule? I mean, doesn't make sense. It's 250,000 miles away.
See, the problem with that faking the Earth footage, right, is in the claim they were halfway to the moon when they did that.
Yeah.
Which still implies that there's outer space that can be traveled to,
No, they were trying to imply that, but they proved that they weren't.
I still see flat earthers using it, and I don't know why. Because, space doesn't exist.
Yeah, they were just in orbit in some plane, and they're just faking this. They had a little blue piece of paper, and they were making it look like it was the Earth. But no, there's no way that we did that. And you see pictures of the lander on the moon, and it's like made out of fucking
fucking aluminum foil that's old.
And then like you see the footage of it launching off the moon and going back into orbit. It's like, who is the camera guy that was filming that leaving the moon? Who, the camera has a little control on it and you can control it from Earth.
Like, okay, dude.
And also, did you hear about there's a 4-second delay, right? And so they had the astronauts, they had to remind them, like, every time we say something to you, you have to wait 4 seconds before you respond to us. So we can, make it look like there's a delay. And then in one of the audio clips, you can hear someone say, talk. And then he starts talking. It was funny. And then whenever they streamed,
people think No Limit Landers are fake, but they still go with it,
Yeah, whenever they streamed the live stream of them on the moon, whenever the news reporters asked NASA for the live stream so they can put it on TV, NASA said, no, we're going to just project the footage on a wall, and then you guys can just point your news cameras at the wall and film the recording that way. So they can just control the footage. You know what I mean? Because that's the only way they could control it, back then. So very strange.
Opie, you said that you think most Globers know it's fake, but they still go with it? Or who does that?
Globers, yeah, or normal people.
No, I'm not trying to compare this to Globers. I'm just saying how I think the moon landing was fake.
No, I said it. I said that I think a lot more people know it's like a blatant lie, but fuck it, They give NASA the day off with it.
Yeah. I have some friends that are like close to becoming flat earthers, but they're like, nah, this is all just a simulation. I'm like, okay, well, if it's a simulation, what if they're simulating that the earth is round? Bingo.
I haven't met a lot of simulation flat earthers. I'm not a big simulation guy. Right, chat? I mean, what do we think? Because, I don't know, I kind of believe in a creator, and so, it's like, well, the creator created a simulation. I don't. I think it takes the idea of the creator out of the picture. It's like, well, it's just a simulation. It's like a big computer. I don't. That's not really how I feel.
It doesn't change it, and it doesn't solve it. Like simulation theory is just
stupid.
Stuck with infinite regression, all the fucking same. You know what I mean?
Well, that's how we have the Mandela effect, bro. It's part of the simulation. Things are changing.
If you think about the whole simulation theory talk, it is in itself a form of quote unquote spirituality, but it's got like a bastardization of like technology kind of blended into it. You know what I mean? It kind of like superimposes what we think we can do with our tech, up onto, you know what I mean? It is a form of a religion, but with like some robotics kind of, shit kind of thrown in there or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's exactly what I was thinking. It's it's tech based. So I don't know. I think if you've really experienced some magical moments in your life, which you probably have, you've probably had some serendipitous moments or coincidences, deja vu, like weird things. Maybe even you've had moments where you felt close to God or whatever. It's I don't know if spiritual is the right word, but this like simulation tech type shit is like not really what points to when those moments happen to me. I'm not like, man, what a cool simulation that happened because of some simulation, some ones and zeros. It's like, I think
you gotta feel those ones and zeros, bro.
Yeah, intake that binary, man. Just let that binary flow.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to try to impose what you should believe or what people believe in, but it's like, I don't know, I've had some like what felt like close to God moments in my life multiple times. I'm like, I think someone made this place. I don't know if it's like angels or representatives from God or whatever, but it feels something
Did you
like
at least pay for a taxi home afterwards, man?
Yeah, the only thing with the simulation theory, sorry if I may just quickly, the only thing with the simulation theory that gets me, you believe what you want, man. But when you start trying to speak to that in like some sort of pompous manner, where so as to say like, oh, it's a simulation, but I'm not in a religious sort of cult like mentality when I say this. You know what I mean? Like that's where it gets me. People who say, oh, it's a simulation, but I'm not religious, or it's a simulation, but I'm not spiritual. It's like you're just mincing words there, dude. If you really think about the implications to that. Like there's an acknowledgement that there's a higher power, so to speak. But they don't want to use that word because they don't want to sound religious. You know what I mean? That's the weird part in the discussion.
Yeah. Well, they have this association that to be tied to believing in a higher power in any way is to be of lower intelligence in some way.
Yeah.
And they'll talk about and believe in some wacky fucking things, but they'll always qualify. Well, no, I don't believe in a creator. I'm not spiritual.
You know what I kind of picked up on?
That like everybody is spiritual. I mean, everybody believes in a higher power. One way or another.
And to that, man, I kind of picked up on it earlier in a conversation earlier. It's like I don't know if you guys have heard people talk. You ask them something, right? Like think about this. You ask them something, and they say, "I don't know, but probably this, probably that." And we've all spoken using these terms, right? It dawned on me in that conversation. It's like, how can we actually use the word probably? Right? How can we actually use the word probably with X statement when you haven't actually quantified said probability? Oh, it's likely this, likely, like likelihood and probability. These are quantifiable things, right? So when you say probably this, you're insinuating that there's actually a chance that that is greater than or less than some value or whatever, right? That you can actually put a number to. You know what I mean? And in the end of that conversation, don't worry, I'm not segueing too far. At the end of that conversation, it dawned on me, it's like these guys, they like to throw numbers in their statements or create an air of confidence in some means of calculating the veracity of their statement. so as to avoid seeming like they're going on some emotional or intuitive thing, right? Because it's like they don't want to be associated with like a hunch or a gut reaction sort of answer in something. You know what I mean? So they frame themselves like they're being all smart and shit because they're using science or they're using math when they're actually not. You see what I mean? So in light of this kind of conversation about like, you know, the simulation and shit, these guys, they talk about, you know, this, and they use all this high tech, you know, computerized terminology to avoid seeming like they're going on some emotional hunch, to create an air like they actually know what they're talking about because they're using numbers and stuff when they don't actually have that. You see what I mean? Does that make any sense? Or like
Numbers. Pick up what you're putting down.
You follow? It's kind of weird, but it's like you don't want to. People want to avoid the intuition at all possible. Like there's no appropriate discussion or there's no appropriate topic to have those sort of moments in your answers. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's time and place for everything, right? But everything, I don't know. You can't put a number on a feeling.
Well, I think collectively as humanity, that's the most the thing we're most terrified of is just admitting we don't have a fucking clue what's going on, and nobody does, and that's the way it is.
Bro, yes.
I mean, we are in such a fucking scramble with endless ideas, notions, concepts coming out left, right, and center, man. All to avoid this one concession.
Yeah, there's so many more mysteries and questions than there are answers. So it does baffle me when people come in like they know some shit.
Something's going on, you know?
Something's definitely happening.
I dropped a link of what I view the simulation. Check it out.
But I hear what you're saying, 20 man. Yeah, they you know, shield themselves in this kind of techie type talk regarding it, you know. But they're clueless and they don't want to admit that.
Yeah,
are you referring to the guys that are like
theory is like respectable kind of atheist version of just there's a creator, you know?
Yeah.
I hand it off to the creator. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm right there with you on that one. So are you referring to guys that are like...
As long as it's got technology involved in it, it's intelligent.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
You know, this place can't be like the conscious mind of like some grand fucking deity, you know, and we're all just energy based and it all just coalesces some fuck how, you know. That's fucked up. But if it's running on some fucking alien teenager fucking PC, that's all good. Yeah, you know?
That's out of Rick and Morty, right? Like that's
something like that.
It's like they want that to be real. It just makes a joke of this place, and I know it doesn't seem like a joke. There's, like I said, you probably had some very interesting moments. That it doesn't seem like this place is like a big troll. They can be very meaningful.
I've got to the point in my life, like I've heard so much, talked about so much, been wrong about so much, you know, that I just don't want to talk about these types of things anymore. Because it's so obvious to me, like, fuck. What is that? Is it from the Bible or something? It's like if I explain to you earthly things and you don't understand them, then how am I to explain heavenly things? You know what I'm trying to quote.
Yeah. No, exactly.
It's so beyond our fucking comprehension. There's no point even attempting it, you know?
Yep.
However this place is designed, we're supposed to be here for the experience of physicality and the emotions and sensations that come along with it. Right? And then when we die and whatever the fuck goes on after that, then we'll maybe find out a few things. Maybe we won't, you know?
Hopefully, I'd like to. God damn, I have so many questions. Like, give me a few answers at least. You know, we did a really interesting episode.
And you know what? Even if there's an ultimate answer to it all, it's going to be so shockingly simple that we'll kick ourselves for running around for millennia and not realizing it.
Yeah, that sounds right.
It's kind of like what's
right.
the meaning of life? Well, the meaning of life is to live. You know what I mean? That's it. Just leave it there. Yeah, you know, enjoy yourself. Do good by others. Do good by yourself. Make a heaven on earth.
Live like Christ. That's Christ is king. That's if you just do, it's that simple. If you just live that way,
yeah,
you go through hell on earth and you get to heaven at the end. Just be nice to people.
Damn.
And that's all you gotta do. You'll be happy. But we're so convinced to be in competition with everyone, and I know more about this than you do. No, it's not flat, it's round. Blah. You know, like people are just wanting to prove that they know more than the other, but hey, let's just get along. That's all. That's it. It's that simple.
I think we're all in the same bucket of unknowing. Like, the things that we really want to know, you don't know. You're not going to know in this lifetime, so I'm not even going to ask you.
We can't even. You know, like, you can, no matter how close and bonded you are with another human being in this world, you still can't actually understand them.
Right.
They can explain a life experience to you for days on end, and you can use the ability of empathy, you know what I mean, to try and get yourself in their shoes, but you cannot understand what they experienced. Not completely, not fully, not de facto, you know what I mean?
Right on.
That there's always a gap there, right? You know, so we can't even properly comprehend just a single other human being in this place, and we want to know the answer to it all. You know what I mean? It's like,
One quick question, just to circle back to the whole tech thing. Do you guys remember that? I think it was a viral video that went around, maybe in the last couple of years. That I think it was the CTO or one of the chief guys over at D-Wave, Jordy something. It was this guy on stage and he was talking about like these D-Wave computers, like they're fucking like tapping into other dimensions and shit, and like, you know, all this stuff. Their computers are effectively like, you know, tuning in or gathering information from like other dimensions, from like, you know, the higher beings and shit like that. Like, you hear what I'm saying? Did you guys ever see that?
D-Wave rings a bell, but I didn't look into it.
I gotta find the clip.
Posting some stuff.
I gotta find
Adam's
that clip.
posting some stuff into that.
That's it. Jordy Rose, thank you very much. Thank you. That's it. Like, you hear these guys talk. Like, the weird part is, like, you know, honestly, I couldn't tell if he's just like, you know, sales pitching his way through this, trying to appeal to, you know, the sort of people that we were talking about. And just full of shit, and just like, you know, the computer's just behaving what the computer does, and he's trying to like anthropomorphize it or something like that, or if he's actually telling the truth. There's no real way for me to determine that, but it's that type of speech or talk that kind of, you know, paves the way to all this type of shit that we were talking about. You know what I mean? Like the simulation theory stuff, and they don't want to talk about, like, maybe he doesn't care. Like, these top G's they're probably like full in. You know, they're probably full into like the, you know, the spiritual aspect of things. Privately, I don't know. But, you know, low level, you know, dorks and shit that come in here and, you know, try to do away with that. You know, they're not they're like they don't want to acknowledge that there is that meta aspect to things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you hear it in their argumentation.
We're amazing at selling fantasy. That's our greatest skill as human beings.
Yeah. I want to remind myself of.
I haven't watched any of the stuff, so I can't comment on it, Tony.
It is just a clip. I mean, it was 20 seconds or something like that, if I remember correctly. Maybe not this one.
I'll be short.
Let me see. Hold on.
20 minutes. But I know what you're getting at, though. You would hope at least these people do believe in what they're trying to sell, you know?
That's the things. I feel like they probably don't. Dude. Like, they're trying to pitch it to you so that you can, like, lose your belief in whatever you have. Like, I hear it in the way they argue flat Earth. They're like, well, statistically and quadramatically, you can't know anything to be true. Like, I don't know if they believe that, but they're trying to convince you of it. That's for sure.
I think they're trying to collect all the data they can to create their own false god, like what's his name was saying earlier in the chat. Like they want to gather all of our thoughts, and then they're going to present this fake god and say, "Oh, look, here's your god that you've been waiting for," but really, it's going to be exactly. It's going to be just some AI system that's just reading through all of our conferences.
God, man. It's based off of human beings.
Yeah, but it'll be so realistic to us, and all these normies are going to just be like, "Oh, wow, it's so real." You know, they're going to just believe it. And in a way, what I'm saying is, I think they're obsessed with our thoughts.
GPT and such.
Huh?
Dude. You know, these are the rudimentary forms they're pushing out now.
Yeah.
Dude, Trinity literally read my brain. Like, I was just going to say that sounds like a literal anime that I've probably seen. I have to go look it up, but dude, oh my god, that's funny you say that. Like, that idea is in the consciousness. Like, literally two of us just thought that at the same time.
Why doesn't Trinity have a mic?
Adam says it.
Micah.
Yeah, he does. Sometimes he gives a mic.
Let me look up what anime that is. I'm pretty sure I know which one.
Adam said, it's learning how to counter all your arguments. At some point in the future, we'll be able to convince you of anything via a casual conversation.
Do you think the AI is going to get so powerful that it's going to be able to think for itself and have empathy and have be like a sentient being and maybe multiply itself, protect itself from being destroyed? Do you ever think that's going to happen? That's the fear mongering that I hear all the time on the internet. I think your mic did that weird sound again.
Mm-hmm. Is that any better?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, the problem I think they have with AI is they've always got to kind of keep this artificially enforced kind of ankle bracelet on it because they can't have it actually speaking truth, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how could something ever be thinking for itself or just being completely sentient if it's not able to speak truth or, you know, say something offensive or whatever? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't think they're ever going to put technology. They're not going to put technology out there that educates people properly. That's like that goes against their mission statement, you know?
Yeah. They're constantly giving us things that makes our lives more convenient in a way, but also it's addictive, and it's in some way it's taking us away from something else that's important that we just don't notice at the time. So, like, think about it. If everyone's using ChatGPT for everything, and then all of a sudden one day they lost it, they would not do anything because they had ChatGPT there to do it for them. So we're going to just be left with, we're going to be useless. Like they said, learn to code. You don't need to learn to code now because now they have AI. Like, that was dumb for them to say that.
All right, I posted. Wow. Sorry, as a quick interruption there. I found a better clip of what the Gordy Rose was talking about. This one's a longer one too, but the title. This is the official title of the post from whatever Western Wolf is. I don't know if it's a researcher or something like that. But his words, literally, AI and summoning the demon. Okay, and so if they're talking, using this sort of language to say that they're, not insinuating something is a bit of a stretch. You know what I mean? Anyway, sorry. Please continue.
What do y'all think about this new remake of Halo coming out in 2026? Be sick.
Oh, is that why the White House posted something about that? They posted on their Instagram Trump and like the Halo thing. I didn't even make that connection.
It might be. I haven't seen that, but I'm a huge Halo fan, and I heard they're remaking it. You can do cross-platform with PC, Xbox, and PS5, I think. So that'd be pretty fun.
Isn't there a conspiracy that they're purposefully making new things worse? I've heard like what's his name? Matt from Quantum Consciousness talks about that.
Just before you guys go on a new topic, just want to say about the AI. It's like I don't know how they could ever create a DE out of human input. You know what I mean? If we collectively can't figure out, or no single one of us can, then what new information is going to be from just cramming all our collected thoughts together? And, how's that going to become some knower of all? If we're talking about like a grand fucking bullshitting large language model, then sure. I mean, that's what they're already putting out. Are they going to put out better ones? Yeah.
Might. I mean, it was like you were saying earlier, like nobody knows how another person thinks. You'll never know how another person is thinking, ever. But if they made an AI that had a bunch of thoughts that it gathered from a bunch of people across the world and crammed it inside of a AI system, how would you know that was a human or not, or if it was AI? It was just a bunch of random shit coming out of it.
Where we give them. Well, yeah, it'll just become another human being to us, and we won't know how that thing thinks either. But if you're saying like it'll be able to know how we think, I don't believe that either, because we give them, they have capabilities to pretty much build character.
Like you're saying, it'll never get to the point where it will protect itself. Like if I wanted to go turn it off because I was getting annoyed with it or whatever, it would stop me and say, no, don't turn me off. Like I want to stay on. Like it wouldn't have that ability to control its own destiny. It's always going to take our command,
What I mean is,
it does get to that point.
From every little metric of information we can give the system about ourselves, from the way we speak, our inflections, the way we type, the things we search for, things we get angry over, things we get happy over. taking all of that, you still can't. You can make something that's close to how I think. You can get close to it, but you still don't know how I think. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You're essentially saying they'll gain the ability to clone people, right?
Yeah.
And maybe CB has some opinions on that. Like entirely. Like take the very essence, the most nuanced little things that make a person, right? A unique being, and replicate that.
Yeah, I mean,
but here's the thing about most human beings.
Yeah.
Most human beings don't even know the most nuanced little things that make them who they are.
Right. Good point. Good point.
So I don't know.
That's how I
Yeah,
think.
it can make like rudimentary replications of our personalities. Sure, absolutely. We've already got that in form of AI girlfriends and shit like that.
Ooh.
I want an AI girlfriend. Is that cheating?
Yeah,
on my wife?
just whatever. Like a desktop thread. These little entities that they're actual little personalities. And they can relate to you, and just Chat GPT itself.
Yeah.
Saying all that, I do think you can replicate normies pretty easily because they're basic as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to replicate normies because normies just are Google and Chat GPT in the first place. If you want to speak to a normie, just go speak to Google.
Yeah, but they come back at you and they say the same thing. They're like, "Oh, well, where'd you see that flat Earth video at? On YouTube?" Yeah. Well, that could be fake too. Like that's the same argument they throw back at you.
I'm coming through. Yeah,
Your
they say
mic
that,
is
but
jacked.
tell them that it's fucked, man. Yeah, this wire's still fucked. It's not the wire, actually. I think it's the connector and the fucking microphone is going. Any better?
Oh, it sounds
Yeah,
good.
we can hear you.
Yeah, it's like one fucking specific spot I have to hold the wire at to come through all right. You get a new mic. What were you saying about, Globers will just say we're doing the same thing with YouTube videos.
Yeah, it's always an argument of, "Oh, well, you're like," I'll tell them like, "Oh, you're just reading off the talking points that every Glober will say," and then they're like, "Oh, well, you're doing the same thing. Yeah, you're getting your information from the internet too. Those people, those flat Earth guys on the internet could be making up fake videos too." I'm like, "Yeah, they could, but I can also go outside and get
You can use
a camera."
argument for absolutely anything, but like at the end of the day, like if we're talking about something objective, right? One side is going to be correct, and the talking points are always going to remain the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like the Earth's always going to remain measured flat. That's never ever going to change.
Hey, gents. Sorry to interject again. I found the clip. If you're interested, it's about a minute or two long. Maybe 3, I don't know. This is where he gets into the weird shit I was talking about. At about 6 minutes, 9 seconds in.
D-Wave.
If you would.
Is it like a microchip or something?
D-Wave, yeah, it's like a quantum computing company.
The thing looks like it needs a lot of thermal paste.
Talk about like a whole room just to cool it. Yeah. You ever seen these things, dude? They're massive. Like they're these giant boxes, and enough to fit like one or two or three humans, and then to work on it on the inside. And then when it's on, it's like super cooled and shit. And the computer itself is really maybe the size of your torso or something, a little bit bigger than that, hanging from the fucking ceiling or something. I don't know, depending on the model.
I wonder how many bitcoins it can mine per second.
I don't know if they're there yet. I think they're more concerned about these things cracking Bitcoin, right? Because it can run fucking what's it called? There's an algorithm, Shore's algorithm or something. Not Shore, is it Shore? I don't know. Some implementation that tries to find the hash or private key or something like that, or crack RSA or something like that. You know what I mean? Really, really quickly. That's what people are concerned about. Not the mining. It's just rendering the whole thing obsolete, which it already is, arguably, but these computers accelerate that demise.
I hope they come out and lower the price of these video cards. These video cards are more than the whole computer itself.
Well, gents, I think I'm gonna roll up out of here. Your boy CB is sleepy, so I'll catch you guys on the flat side for that great episode.
Cool, man.
Stay flat.
Hear you. Okay.
Yeah, shout out to 20 Cups, shout out to Dib, shout out to obviously V. Don DeMarco.
Beast.
All right, guys, peace out.
See you after, see me, man. Have a good night.
See ya.
You too.
I don't know about that guy. He said something about he met Bill Clinton at the end of the at the end of the video, and sparks were flying or something. I don't know.
What's that?
That video you sent us in the group chat. I watched I kind of skipped through it a little bit, but towards the end he said he met Bill Clinton and sparks were flying. The guy had a lot of charisma. Kind of R word, maybe.
Yeah, some of these guys can be weird, man. So I'm getting at, these guys create the tech and shit. They're one kind of character, and then most of the guys that implement it, right? They're a different character.
Yeah, he was saying in the video, he's like, yeah, 25 years ago, I was sitting there thinking, why don't we have quantum computers? What's wrong with us? We should just do this. Like, oh yeah, it's so easy, huh? Like,
yeah, the salesmanship is next level.
Yeah.
In that.
Yeah, it's kind of creepy though what Elon said about demons, summoning demons.
That's the point, dude. That's the point. Because most of the people who talk about simulation theory, they're speaking to it like if it's just a purely materialistic, non-meta or devoid of any concept of meta sort of, right? Like the Joe Blow, nerdy guy that comes in here. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Atheist and all this shit. But no. The inception of these ideas came from guys who don't necessarily, adhere to that.
Yeah.
That's all I was trying to highlight. It's very interesting kind of split. And it's getting late here, so I'm gonna bounce out.
Later.
Nice talking to you guys. And welcome, quote unquote, welcome aboard, Dib. Good to hear you.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Peace.
Smith, and then you make the gigantic.
Isn't that funny? And so if you last year were to say NASA's a military intelligence outfit, always has been. Look at their founding documents. Oh, you are a conspiracy theorist. And now everyone's like, yeah, of course they were. Of course they had to be, due to the rivalry with the Russian space program, due to all of that.
Man, you haven't. It's like, fuck. That is for me. That is the worst part of being a person that's in the know about things. Is the way the average person just fucking slithers into the new narrative, you know, and just they get a mind wipe about all their previous statements and ideas, you know.
Right. Happens with political agendas a lot.
Yeah.
Guys, are all of you flat earthers?
I think most of us in here are. Yep, plenty more where we came from too.
Okay. If you don't mind, I'm just gonna add you to my block list. I never want to talk to you again. Thank you, yeah? Take care.
Okay, take care.
Right. Not that I would seek out talking to you.
Fucking weirdo, man.
You've got millions and millions of more people to block, dude.
Yeah, he's gonna be busy. That's what we were saying. Yeah, you know, we knew it all along. Yeah, you know, I always knew that was what was going on. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, that's
the response you get.
Very slimy.
I think that attitude, that behavior, is like the de facto crux of the fucking human condition. I think it's everything that holds us back. That little fucking psychological behavior right there, because it's essentially just the refusal to admit you were wrong or completely clowned or totally out of the loop, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot wrapped up in this. There's lack of discernment. There's lack of integrity.
Yeah, and how do you begin your journey of discernment in your life? You first have to admit that you failed in discernment at some point.
Yeah. So now they're coming into the knowledge of things that we had prior for all the wrong reasons, which means they'll just as easily abandon this when something else comes along to grab their attention. When a new narrative resonates with the rest of the world, they look to the world and other people for their moral compass, their guidance and direction in life. You know? What is the government saying is true, so I know what to believe. What are all the people at work thinking are true, so I know what I believe.
Yeah, just consensus-based reality.
Yeah. And
sometimes I wonder if it has
there's a
to be
certain
that
kind
way,
of self-defense mechanism for that. Well, going with the consensus is kind of like a way to protect yourself. You know, it's a herd-like instinct.
It's the least amount of effort, first of all.
Yeah.
So it's energy conservation. Yeah, if they were free thinkers, maybe they won't be as fat. I mean, could the American obesity condition be somewhat caused by this mentality? Of going with the herd? Well, I mean, you don't just wake up 300 pounds, you know what I mean? So, yeah, it requires some level of zombification, and usually that begins with just following what's going on around you, you know?
Yeah.
It's other aspects, of course, you know, the kind of the work environment of the world. People not, you know, same way people don't have time to research into topics, they don't have time to care for themselves in the right ways. It's all fucking half-assed, you know. Switching on CNN's a half-assed way of getting information, and eating a lettuce once every eating a salad once every 2 weeks is a half-assed way of being healthy.
Right on.
It's something to do with the human spirit as well, right? I mean, when you're pumped, when you're all about life, right, and you see the beauty in it, you know, you see the creation, you see all the wonder of the world, right, and all the potential in it, in yourself, you know, you naturally desire to be healthy, you naturally do healthy things, you know, being healthy just comes as a natural byproduct. But of course, we know we're fighting this epidemic of apathy and nihilism, right? So their bodies reflect that.
Right.
Yeah. Their bodies are just an immediate reflection of their inner mentality / soul. They're ground down. They think they're worthless. They have no position of authority in this world, no say, you know. So their bodies reflect that.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Is it bad that I kind of want something to come out of this 3 Atlas interstellar visitor to our solar system? Is it bad that I'm desiring some kind of upheaval?
What is that?
Some catalyst.
Fill me in. Is that one of these weird fucking objects that they're going on about? Or
yeah, one of many.
Is it a new mission from NASA or something?
No, it's one of those objects. It's one of many now that people are wondering if are aliens.
Well, we know something will come out of it then.
I mean, but all too often, narratives like this that have such long runway in the media have such a slow gaslighting are usually just nothing burgers. They turn out to be nothing. They serve a purpose to keep people distracted on.
Yeah.
And then they fizzle out.
Yeah. Part of it's just the natural news cycle, you know, they cycle back to some wild fucking space claim and then they forget about it and go on to North Korea. Yada yada.
I would love for the government to announce it is freaking aliens and they're here. I think that'd be exciting. It'd be exciting for Flat Earth.
I think they like to dance with the idea that they know, but they know very well the population is far too fragile to have, you know, to initiate that. I can only imagine they would do that when they want to push the big red button. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Can you see it going any other way?
Not really. Not really. There's no coming back from a deception that big. a moon landing hoax, they can admit to, they've got an out, they've got an exit strategy for the moon landing and for a lot of their space missions. Absolutely. They've got an escape hatch, but if they announce that aliens are here, they're coming to visit us, that's pretty.
There's no flat Earth.
We might give them far more credit than they're worth on this one, you know. You know, we might be falling into their scare tactics. Because, like, I don't know, what the fuck are they gonna, what's the narrative gonna be? Aliens are here, right, but, you know, they've established their Federation fucking outpost around Jupiter, and they'll communicate with us from there. And that's all you're ever gonna know about them. You know what I mean?
I think it's Project Bluebeam.
Was that Melvin?
I think it's Project Bluebeam. Have you ever heard about it?
Oh yeah, that's the idea. Yeah.
I think that's a pretty. I mean, it could be anything. I don't know. It's either or. But...
I was just saying that I almost hope that they do it, that they decide to go forward with this deception. It'd be exciting.
You're a watch the world burn type of guy, aren't you, Amish?
Yeah, well, it's going to happen anyway.
Yeah. I don't know if you know about the TV show called Three Body Problem.
No, a TV show called that? Funny.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's based on a book series. It's it's sci-fi. The premise of it is as a distant civilization of a distant solar system, they have a three-body problem. Like they have like two suns or something, and they get very frequent cataclysmic events that wipe out their civilization. So they need to rush between one of these cycles to basically develop themselves, and then they discovered Earth and then come and take over Earth basically. But they did this oh man, how am I going to go into this? So they did some really trippy super advanced shit, right, to basically weaponize like protons or something. They were able to send the protons in advance to Earth to basically destroy our science and keep us set back, because like the time it would take them to arrive with their fleet would be like 300 years, but by that time we'd be advanced enough to ward them off essentially. So they need to get ahead of it. They need to get to us with this fucking shit that can get here quick, fuck up our science and kind of keep us held back. And it's basically what I'm getting at is, so the premise is like the aliens interact with us on a way that we can't tell they're here basically. And that might be some kind of narrative they might go with, Kind of like the way, you've heard them incidents where they're talking about, fucking ships were flying around and shutting down our nukes, But even more stealthy than that, right? So I don't know. Probably just fucking waffling there on a pointless tangent, but...
So a couple days ago, I don't know if you heard me talk about this, but I was doing some research on the early rocket program in the United States, and also reaching back into Germany and Russia's. And so when they first started putting scientific instrumentation to collect data on these rockets, called sounding rockets, firing them up as high as they could go to study the environment up there. What was taking place up there is freaking weird and mysterious.
Cutting in and out a wee bit, man.
So I'm reading like these reports, like, oh, okay. Funny thing. Testing.
Yeah, kind of losing every other word.
All right, is this any better?
Yeah, well, you're louder. So I followed you up to the point of saying
they're sending these rockets up to study the environment. And weird things were happening, specifically to the electronics. So telemetry data was getting wrecked. Like what the sensors were reporting via telemetry down to the ground stations was different than what was retrieved after the rocket had come back down or sent its payload out for retrieval. Things like this were going on. Electrical systems would experience problems and they would go like shield it and it'd send the rocket up again, and then those same systems would experience problems that got through the shielding, so they would shield it again and send it up. And it was almost like they were being screwed with.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
It's like something grabs hold of it, fiddles around the data and the circuitry, and sends it back.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm telling you,
completely stealthy. Yeah.
It's freaking weird, dude.
Certainly is. When you read into this type of stuff, it really feels like it's hard to deny that we're fucking dealing with, something way beyond us, just at these extended heights, I don't know how to say it. We're getting into the realm of metaphysics and fucking shit we probably will never comprehend in the physical form, in the three-dimensional mind and all that. I saw a clip of some supposed explorers of the North Pole, and they were talking about decline in mental state, basically, on these expeditions. And you know how you get you've got many kind of shows that show like people in groups starving to death, and that slow decline into like cannibalism and start talking to themselves and shit, and that type of decline. They're describing something similar, and I'm thinking like, okay, you're in a really harsh environment. I don't think the North Pole is claimed to be even as remotely close to as harsh as Antarctica, but still, admittedly, a harsh environment, right? But people have done this before you. You're well prepared. Surely you're not running out of food. There's different. Your I forget what's your sleep cycle called? Circadian. Your circadian cycle gets all out of whack up there, because of course different lengths of day and night. So, like, admittedly, this is all happening, but they're describing like a mental decline that it doesn't really follow, and it made me think like, what if it's like a broadcast range, like humans are venturing too far, and our minds start to actually fail us, because we're venturing beyond where we're supposed to.
Yeah, kind of like the movie The Thing in Antarctica, serving as an allegory for this.
Lost you again. Or was that it? Just the movie, The Thing? I haven't seen it, so I don't know of it.
It's good. It's good. And researchers in Antarctica huddling up for a long winter. It's dark. They lose their minds. Kind of like The Abyss. Explorers take a submarine really deep and they lose their minds.
That I can understand. You've got like Admiral Byrd's testimonies of being in Antarctica for extended times, and he's like, he's in a wood cabin, like fucking snowed in for 6 months. Is like in that type of solitude and like on the edge of death every moment of every day. I can understand it, But expedition into the North Pole, it's like that. You're constantly on the go. You get there and then you turn back, right? No. But they were describing in their testimony, like fucking one of them was plotting to kill his partner and shit,
Wow.
And I'm like, does it really get that bad so quickly? But then again, it could just be my own personal incredulity. Like massive incredulity. I just have no idea what it is to experience these conditions.
Right.
You are from Australia?
I am not. In fact, I'm gonna. Yeah. He sounds like he's from Poland. Czechoslovakia. Just kidding. I'm gonna go check out 24/7 Flat Earth back home base and see what's happening there. There's some folks hanging out.
Yeah, I was gonna jump over there. Yeah. Melvin, I didn't actually hear what you asked.
Well, I was just going to ask if you were Australian or something. Because if you never really experienced Scottish. Now you've experienced the cold. Come on, man, the winters in Northern Europe are pretty bad.
Yeah, it gets cold here, but I think people have an exaggerated idea of how cold, And I'm in the more, I'm central east, so definitely not the coldest part. Don't get like Siberian cold here at all.
Oh, no, I can get that up here. Actually, we do get Siberian winds.
Well, then you'll have better experience of it than me. The stuff we're talking about.
I'm a Nord man, of course, Viking. So gotta get used to it, I guess. But it was nice having summer here now, but it's so brief, and now it's October, and
prediction. There was no prediction.
No. So the prediction is the calculus, like the actual formula to do the thing. You need to go out and actually measure the conditions, and then you plug it into the calculator. Then you take the picture and see if it matches.
Yeah, nobody's done
what
that.
The calculator predicted. Well, you're saying nobody's done it. You can do it yourself and disprove this. Have you done that?
I don't need to disprove it. Y'all need to come up with it. Listen, you or whoever, I read the literature. y'all need to come with the actual experimental justification for including this in anything. Because I, despite looking at lots and lots of literature and talking to thousands of freaking Globies, haven't seen any prediction yet. Any. Zero. Zip. Nada. Nothing. I've seen lots of post-dictions.
Okay.
I've seen a lot of cherry picking. I've seen a lot of confirmation bias. I haven't seen anybody, with the exception of FE Core, ironically. So that took meteorological stations out to the environment, made measurements, made a prediction, shot the laser, right? Used the WGS 84 reference ellipsoid. Yeah, laser beam. Laser.
You wouldn't use a laser for this. That doesn't make sense.
Why?
It's not emitting like it's shooting electrons as well as photons.
Lasers don't shoot electrons, bro.
What's it called?
Lasers don't shoot electrons, man.
Have you ever seen
electrons? You're saying lasers shoot electrons?
Yeah, like have you seen the what's it called? It's not diffractive effect, where it actually will spread across the surface instead of just like normal light where it will hit the spot where it's aimed.
What are you talking about?
Like if you aim a light, like have you seen the?
Are you talking about the photoelectric effect?
Sounds like he's talking about Fresnel diffraction.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, diffraction over like a knife edge.
Yeah, it'll cross across an edge instead of just staying in the one spot that it's aimed at. It'll follow along the edge. Like, why wouldn't you just use a single source of light at your target?
It only does that for a period. It only does that for a distance. It's some fraction of the wavelength. Like probably a sixth of the wavelength, and we're talking like fucking 450 nanometer. So it goes 100 nanometers. So what?
But I guess so. Would you have an issue with how I described it if you went out, got all the data first, made your prediction, and took your picture? Would that be a valid experiment to you at that point?
Yeah, I'd freaking probably die of shock if someone actually did it.
Okay, so what if I provided you one right now?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah,
I'm driving.
Prediction, yeah, okay. Prediction, you know what a prediction is. We already went over it. Prediction, meaning all the meteorological conditions are measured before the event, and then you do the experiment, meaning you actually write them down. And you don't post it, right? You don't have a refraction slider that you can move around to match any image.
Sure. I just don't see why you're like holding to this idea that it's always a post-diction. I would think that at some point somebody would have done a prediction and then seen, oh no, it's not actually matching the conditions that I'm measuring.
Yeah, you'd think that.
Like essentially you're accusing them of dishonesty, that they're manipulating the data that they're feeding into the model.
this is a common thing in modern science is to do post-dictions.
No, it's always predictions. They understand that it's invalid if it's a post-diction.
Oh, do they? So, where's all the predictions then?
I'm telling you, like, surveyors do it all the time. Like, you can do this yourself. You don't have to rely on anybody. You can get a theodolite.
You don't know anything about surveying, dude.
What?
You don't know anything about surveying. Okay, what's reduction of the horizontal direction? Why they do that?
Reduction?
Reduction of the horizontal direction.
I have no idea what that even means.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, do you know how a theodolite works?
Yeah, I know exactly. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Yeah, I know. Look,
shit.
You're in the pros. This is an amateur hour at the Apollo. Okay?
So how does it get
I know how a theodolite works.
Yep. How does it get the horizontal?
Well, you find plumb.
Yeah, it's 90 degrees from plumb, right?
Yeah. Do you know that plumb lines curve in the globe? Did you know that?
Plumb lines don't curve on a globe. No, that's false.
It's getting better.
Yeah, read your own surveying manuals.
Yeah, so in the globe geodetic surveying, plumb lines are curved, dude.
That's entirely false. Why would they curve? They're pointing
That's
towards the center.
entirely false. Okay, just remember what you're saying. No, okay, hold on. It's entirely true.
Sometimes there's deflections in a plumb line, but that doesn't mean the plumb line is actually curved.
No,
It's
they
still
say
straight.
it's curved. They say it's curved.
Why would a line pointing to the center of something deflect or be curved?
You tell me. Lumpy.
You're the one making the claim. Why would I tell you?
It's not my model, dude.
They don't, like, a plumb line can deflect. That's different from it being curved.
Yeah, it's lumpy spherical harmonics of the gravity field that's contributing to the curve.
There's actually a published paper from. Hold on, let me find it.
Is that what you're talking about, though? The deflection of the vertical vector from, like, masses proportionate to it?
Well, that would be the measurement. But the plumb line itself, it's not just deflected. That's an indication of the plumb line curving.
Because, I mean, I know that that's a thing that, like mountains, when you're doing surveying, can cause the vertical vector to diverge slightly.
Okay.
Is that what you're trying to say?
This paper was called Evaluation of the Plumb Line Curvature Effect on Deflection of the Vertical, published 1999, 1986, Geodesy and Geomatics. Geodesy and Geomatics Engineering, University of New Brunswick.
Yeah, you're saying it's a deflection of the vertical, yeah.
Yeah, but it's interpreted as curvature of the plumb line.
But clearly you don't believe this paper because you don't think the downward vector shifts at all.
Said who? How do you know what I think?
How would it change on a flat Earth?
Well, what do you mean how would it change? Lumpy gravity.
You believe in gravity?
It depends on what you mean by gravity. But if you things fall, what even is that, dude?
What's mass?
No, I don't believe. What's a mass?
Kilograms.
That's not a definition. That's a unit.
Yeah, that's how you measure mass. It's a number.
It's just a number. So numbers attract numbers?
What? No, mass attracts mass.
Yeah, what's mass? What's attracting what?
Length? And I tell you feet. Mass.
You said Pete run up a hill.
Measurable quantity.
You said Pete run up a hill. I say what's feet, and you say size 7.
No, I'm saying 7 miles.
Yeah, dude, that's exactly what you did, dude. It's what you gave me the units.
Yeah, I'm naming the unit of measurement. Yeah, I gave you the unit of measurement.
What are you measuring? What are you measuring?
You're asking for the measurement. I'm saying it's
the measurement of what?
Is
of what?
unit of
What are you measuring? What are you measuring? Oh, mass is a unit of measure? Mass itself is a unit of measure.
Mass is a unit of measure.
Okay, units of measure attract units of measure.
This particular unit of measure, yes.
Did you just really say that? Think about what you just said.
So do you believe in gravity or not? Like,
which is
this is all just deflection.
It's not deflection. Things fall.
Do you believe mass attracts mass?
Things fall.
Or are you just pretending like you don't understand what mass is?
Mass is poorly defined.
Okay, so you don't believe in gravity. That's fine.
No.
Obviously you don't believe in gravity.
No, this is a rhetorical. No, depends on what you mean by gravity. If I ask 10 people what they mean by gravity, they mean a whole bunch of different shit.
It means space-time. Yeah, it means space-time.
Well, I mean, it could be.
No.
It's poorly defined.
What do you mean,
known in science itself that gravity is just poorly defined, that the cause is the effect at the same time, and that's what you're trying to do. And I'm trying to differentiate them.
No.
Hey, you don't believe in gravity, which is like implies, oh, you don't believe things fall? No, things fall. That's the effect. You You want to call that gravity? That's fine.
Yeah, you have no idea why it falls.
Why does that happen? Why do things fall?
Mass is attracting mass.
How do you know that?
We've measured it.
You measured mass attracting mass between the Earth and some object.
Yeah, you can do that with a scale, like stand on a scale, or you can do it with mass attracting mass directly. You can measure them with a...
None of that determines the cause. None of that determines the cause of why something falls. None of it. Not Cavendish, not a scale, none of that. We want the causal mechanism.
You can do a bunch of experiments on why water boils at a given temperature and pressure. Doesn't mean that you're determining the cause. You're just saying that this is what happens when this happens.
No, we have a phase diagram, okay? We know that a certain excitation energy in the molecules will make the substance change phase, okay? That's what called boiling water is. I mean, you can put it in simplistic
what causes
terms.
That? Why does it change phase?
Because the thermal, the kinetic energy imparted, okay, on the molecules, it can no longer maintain a bound structure, okay?
Yeah, but
so
why?
You have a number of degrees. What do you mean why? Because it has energy.
It's not explaining a causal mechanism why these bonds are breaking.
Yeah, it is.
Just stating that it is breaking.
Because it takes so much. Look, it takes so much energy to break them. Okay, and once that threshold is reached, they're broken.
Yeah, but why? Why?
I mean, why? Don't act like a 2-year-old.
That's all you're doing it with gravity.
No, I'm not.
You can measure this thing, mass attracting mass, and you're saying, well, it doesn't explain why.
You can't measure it in relation to a falling object, though.
What?
You cannot measure it in relation to a falling object.
Why does that matter? If you can measure mass attracting mass, why would you think mass would?
Why would you apply it to a falling object?
Well, you're going to say if you don't apply it.
Why? How do you know it isn't some other cause, dude? How do you know it isn't something else?
Because you can try it in a variety of conditions and see how if your predictions are coming correct.
Your predict. You can try something else and see whether your predictive predictions are coming correct.
No, just see if your predictions are coming correct.
Okay, that's fantastic, but we don't use the universal law of gravitation to predict how something falls.
Yeah, we do all the time. What are you talking about?
We use little g. We use little g. We use little g. We don't use big G.
You're talking about what? You can use both. You can use either.
Really?
Yeah.
Go ahead, calculate how far a cannonball flies by using big G.
I'm driving.
Sure, that's how Napoleon did it. You need a priori knowledge of the mass of the Earth. Okay, where would you get that?
Okay, clearly you don't like the idea of gravity. So what do you think?
No, I know. I have no idea. I don't know. Nobody's done it. No one's done the experiment required to do that, to determine it.
Well, you're saying
no one has done the experiment. You don't know.
You're saying because I haven't done a particular experiment myself, I can't say that it's been done?
No, not because nobody has.
Well, I mean, that's another assertion. You're saying that nobody's ever done a Cavendish experiment?
Nothing falls in the Cavendish experiment. That doesn't tell us why something falls.
No, it's showing you that mass attracts mass.
Yeah, how did you get to that's the reason something falls?
Because you do it again and again and again, multiple environments, controlling for variables, and if you get correct predictions back, that's a very strong indication that you're...
Yeah, that's okay to leap logic and apply one thing to another thing, which isn't the same?
You need to go from describing what is happening to why and how.
Works?
No, listen, you can keep doing this again and again.
No, if you have a predictive
and you can
model,
see what is happening, but you don't know why or how it's happening.
Listen, you guys have him down. He doesn't know how anything works now. Listen to him. He's asking a question now. How does science work? How does the letter S work? How do letters get formed? He's getting down to the nitty gritty because he doesn't know shit now.
Okay.
I know how science works. It's predictions, novel testable predictions. And if your predictions come true, that's evidence that you are correct about your hypothesis.
All right, dude.
That these
Apple cycles forever, brother.
Novel testable predictions are not actually evidence for the claim in the hypothesis.
Homie, you're missing a very key point. Yeah, dude, you're missing a very key point about your predictions. You have to manipulate an independent variable to get the prediction you predicted. If you just make a prediction, and, oh, look it, today is Taco Tuesday, and you go to the cafeteria, today's Taco Tuesday. Bang, nailed it. That doesn't count. That's just truth seeing.
Did you miss the part about novel testable prediction?
Yeah, you'd have to manipulate variables to get your predicted outcome at your predicted results. It's not just like, I'm making
like
predictions.
Change the mass and the distance. Are you saying that that's not manipulating independent variables?
No, that's not changing any variable.
That's not manipulating a variable, the mass and the distance between the masses?
You can't manipulate the mass directly, right?
You're saying you can't add or subtract mass from something?
Mass itself is what needs to be manipulated. If you were just moderating the amount of mass or moderating the distance between objects, at best you have what's called a moderator variable, which links whatever the independent variable is to the dependent variable.
I'm not understanding what you're saying. If you're changing the mass, you're changing a variable. This sounds like semantics.
It's not the independent variable. It's not semantics. This is part of what goes into scientific experimental design.
How do you identify what the independent variable is?
Sometimes that's the hardest part about setting up an experiment. You don't know, and you go on a hunt for it.
So if I tell you the mass and the distance are the independent variables, what's your issue?
That would be your dependent variables.
No, there's the independent.
Isn't your independent variable, isn't that gravity itself? Or is gravity the dependent variable?
No, the dependent variable would be the force of the attraction.
Which is you're putting a sticker on that, calling it gravity.
I mean, you can call it whatever you want. Sure, yes. The force of attraction between these two objects. That's
okay, so where did you see that happen?
Well, you measure it.
Where did you see it? Where did you see that happen? That happened where? You observed that
experiment.
No, before your experiment, you observed this happening where?
You're saying like your initial observation. You can see things falling down.
Okay, so you saw it like an apple or something like that fall in your head?
No, that would hit me in the eyeball. I wasn't looking up when it.
Can you see things fall down in Cavendish?
No, mass attracts mass in Cavendish.
Yeah, well, can you see things fall down? That's your claim, dude.
No, my claim is mass attracts mass.
Is that the prediction or the evaluation?
The prediction is mass attracts mass.
Prediction was Cavendish was trying to determine the density of the Earth, so that was not the prediction.
It doesn't matter. I mean, it predicts mass attracts mass, and then you measure mass attracts mass, and it measures it.
No, it doesn't, dude.
Predicts mass attracts mass. Okay.
Okay, let me ask you this.
What's wrong with the experiment?
I don't want to you don't even know what's observed in the experiment. And I'm going to demonstrate that right now. What is observed in the Cavendish experiment exactly? They set up the whole contraption, then what happens?
Track mass.
No, physically, what do you see?
Mass.
Mass. Can't see mass, dude.
Mass.
Hold on, you're breaking up. How lucky for you.
Okay.
Hold on, wait till you got a signal. When you get out from under that bridge or wherever you are. Or is it me? Mic check.
No, it's him. He's all legged out.
Can you hear me any better now?
Yeah, that's good. That's good. So, what do the balls do? Yeah, what do the balls
ask
do?
your question again.
Yeah, what do the balls do in the Cavendish experiment? Can you relate to me like exactly what's observed? Where you deduce that math attracts math?
Yeah, they're attracting each other.
No.
Yeah, because they move closer towards each other.
And then what?
No.
And then what? That's
You
part
can
of
measure
it.
that force. You measure the force.
No, that's okay. What do they measure it with, dude? You have no idea what's observed. You don't have no idea what happens in the Cavendish experiment. None of you do.
The torsion bar.
I'll give 100. They're not measuring it with a torsion bar. So what happens
What do you
is
measure it with then?
they time a clock. They measure with a telescope.
A clock? You can't measure force with a clock. What are you talking about?
No. So
why would a clock measure force?
Yeah, good question.
How does that work?
Yeah, good question. They don't measure a force.
Can you answer
They infer a force. They infer a force from the force mass equation, right? So what happens is the ball rotates on a thing, right? They measure the rate of rotation and then it oscillates back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. They measure the rate of change of the oscillation and the angular change. And they do the force mass equation, Newton's second law, on how much force it takes to cause that acceleration. That's where they get big G from.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
That's not how that works.
I'll post a video of a fucking child in high school doing it, okay? Yeah, that's exactly how it works.
Why would I listen to a child in high school when there's actual scientists who have done this? What's happening is
actual scientists. This is how the actual scientists actually do it.
You said it was a kid in high school. The way the experiment is done is you have two sets of masses, each suspended opposite from each other. Then you move the two set fixed masses closer to the opposite two that can oscillate on the torsion bar. You let them oscillate back and forth until they actually stop moving entirely. And you can use that to measure how much that torsion bar has twisted from introducing the masses, which you can then calculate the force, the attraction.
Okay.
It's has nothing to do with time.
It's nonsense, dude. Everything you said is nonsense. How are they measuring the force on the torsion bar? How did they get that?
Yeah, they measure how much force it takes prior to the experiment to bend the torsion bar any given distance.
Good.
Then they place the mass a given distance away, and they see how much that torsion bar has been moved.
Tell us what a torsion bar is.
It's a bar that's incredibly sensitive. It doesn't take very much force to actually twist it. And it's got a very specific given value.
This is amazing. This is absolutely amazing.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I know it is. So it's just a bar that hangs. It's suspended from
I'm not the
water.
person who thinks that you measure force with a watch.
That's how it's done. They don't measure it. They don't measure force. They calculate it.
Well, I mean, you do calculate it, but you don't measure it with a watch.
The only measurements done is they measure the weight of the balls. Okay? Yep. And they measure the time it takes for the shit to move. And they do the force mass equation to infer a force.
No.
It's really simple.
Because it's on the pendulum, it'll oscillate the same amount of time back and forth every time. Like, you know how pendulums work,
Eventually it comes to an equilibrium.
What?
Eventually it'll come to an equilibrium point.
Yeah, it'll stop moving, and that's when you measure it. You measure how much it's displaced from initial position A to the secondary position B.
You're making shit up, dude. That's not how it's actually done, though. That's how you imagined it was done, but that's not how it's done.
If I give you a paper, an actual scientific citation, so I'm going to be done driving on 5, that states that they measure the force through the torsion bar, will you concede the point? He muted himself. I don't even see how this.
Sorry, I was talking. No, because how do we get from that to that's why things fall? If you don't understand what we're talking about, how do you get from that the logical connection between I set up Cavendish and now I'm going to say this is why things fall? How do you get to that? The logic.
Sure. So
logical steps.
You need to go with my understanding of the Cavendish experiment. Do you agree that?
I want the logic.
Yeah, I'm getting there. I need more than the sentence. So, if you agree with my understanding of the Cavendish experiment, would you also agree that if that torsion bar does twist, you can measure the force that's causing that torsion bar to twist?
Yeah, I'll agree with you all that. Go ahead.
And calculate the force.
Yeah, great.
Sorry,
there's a force between the balls. Yeah, there's a force between the balls. Great.
Yeah. So if you can demonstrate that consistently using multiple different materials and changing conditions appropriately, then you can demonstrate that there is a force being exerted when you get two masses, you introduce two masses close to each other, that masses do attract each other.
How?
Do you agree with that conclusion?
Yeah, in that setup, let's say, yes, in that setup that happens. Everything you dream of, it all happens. How do you get logically from that to an object falling?
Yeah. So you see mass attracting mass, you can measure it, you can predict it and measure it.
Yeah, in that situation, yes. In that situation, yes, you do.
Yep.
How do you get to a falling object?
Yeah. So obviously there's a lot more mass in the world than just those two balls. There's a whole lot of mass underneath your feet. And presumably that's causing a similar force.
Presumably, and there we have it.
Yeah. Do you have an experiment that shows otherwise?
I don't need to. You just presume the whole thing.
Well, I mean, all of science is done through induction. You see, gray goose, gray goose, gray goose. You're going to assume the next one's gray goose, not purple goose.
That's all fantastic, but you're saying that this is a universal property, right? That applies to all things.
As far as we can tell, it is. Yeah.
As far as we can tell, it is. I don't think so.
Yeah. Do you have an instance where this doesn't happen?
How come I have to disprove your baseless claims?
Because there's evidence for my claims. They're not baseless.
Yeah, but no, they're baseless. Okay, they're literally baseless.
You just said that if you do everything in the experiment, it does measure force.
That was a hypothetical.
Force between.
That was a hypothetical.
Yeah, in the hypothetical. Okay. Yeah, of course.
Hypothetically, let's say that would happen.
Yeah.
First of all, I'm not even getting into all the problems with Cavendish. How it works when it shouldn't. There's no generated p-value. How you don't know that whether the effect is greater than chance. How if you change the orientation of the masses, you'll get different measurements. How things that aren't supposed to attract each other because they don't have enough mass to attract each other. How things that sometimes it just doesn't work at all. Like all the problems with the Cavendish. Tons and tons and tons of them. Okay, in the actual experiment itself. Then there's the problem of you're inferring from a rotation that somehow mass attracts mass, and then you make the gigantic leap of logic that's why things fall. That is a gigantic leap of logic. Okay? The observed natural phenomenon, you're not observing a natural phenomenon. We want to know the natural phenomenon that we observe. I drop something, it falls to the ground.
Yep.
Okay? That observation, that's your claim, right? And you don't have an experiment, which actually... I don't need one. You haven't demonstrated yours. You haven't demonstrated yours.
Sure. So I think it really
you haven't even shown the association, the logical association, even between Cavendish, in which nothing falls at all.
What?
We want to know why things fall. Fall. Why do they fall? That observation, that natural phenomenon. So to demonstrate why a natural phenomenon happens, you make a man-made contraption and then say, oh, this is why. Just like our man-made contraption, this is what nature's doing over here.
Okay, so are you saying that you have that for like the flat Earth? Because this is like a pretty high standard. I don't see like how you would do this.
Dude, it's well known. It's well known in the science itself that there's a problem. It's well known.
Yeah, I mean,
I can play a video right now of them talking about a bunch of scientists talking about.
But
No, they've known this. This is why Newton repudiated his own theory.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
Lauren, we got a block class down.
Do you have a source that states he did?
No, I'll just read it to you.
Ahead of the crew a little bit.
I mean, it doesn't even matter because you can go out yourself, do the calculations, and see if the predictions are correct, and they are.
Which prediction?
His field equations.
Newton's field equations?
I'm sorry, not field equations, but his gravitational attraction equations. Yes.
You guys can just sit back there.
Okay.
Like you can literally
maybe we will
measure
through the back door. Might just be easier.
Hold on a second. What's
you
with the
can literally
verbal
measure
diarrhea
this
right now?
What's that?
Hold on a second. Yeah, the people chiming in, do you have something to contribute, or you just chatter? Go chatter somewhere else.
Yeah, someone was on miking.
Oh, okay. Okay, I can make a prediction.
Yeah, you can go out and make a prediction with the gravitational attraction if you calculate the centrifugal force at the equator compared to somewhere else, like the North or South Pole, something like that. And you can actually measure what the delta would be. Go out and measure it, and it's been done hundreds of thousands of times. It's
hundreds of thousands of times. It's getting better, dude.
Yeah. It makes predictions about what the downward acceleration will be.
Yeah, you're full of shit, dude. Okay, I'm gonna tell you, you're full of shit. So there was
I mean, that's a real.
There's a scale company called Kern Scientific.
How that addresses what I said.
Yeah, I'm gonna address what you said. You're full of shit, dude. Your claims are not evidence. You realize that, right? The claims are not evidence.
Is this you refuting my claim? Well, I mean, you can go out and look at the measurements yourself, or just make them yourself.
What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Well, I do have evidence. You just refuse to say that it is evidence. Are you saying that people haven't gone out and measured the difference of the downward acceleration at the North Pole compared to the equator? Because it has been done.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you to post it, and you're going to say you can't.
I am driving for another minute. I can post that for you, though. I mean, they did it on the final experiment when they were at, what's the place?
They were at the North Pole?
In, the Southern Hemisphere. No, they were at the
They weren't even at a pole.
Yeah, but there's a difference between the equator and the North and South Pole, and then there's a whole spectrum of difference between those 2 points, or 3 points.
Yeah, I know. I know there's a difference.
If those predictions come true, then that's evidence that your claim is correct.
Okay, first of all, they don't match the prediction. Okay, so we know this from the Kern. Kern did a test where they had a scale in a garden gnome, and they sent it to scientists all over the world. 21 data points, CERN, South Pole Station even, they sent them all over the world. And the measurements don't match prediction. They're not even close. In fact, it's just a random frickin' variation. Okay, it's called Kern Scale Precision, a scientific equipment company. They took up one of their precision scales. They sent it to CERN. They sent it to South Pole Station. They sent it to Lawrence Livermore Labs. They sent it to Sandia National Labs. They sent it to different universities all over the world. And scientists there measured this gnome, wrote down the results. They pinned it on a Google frickin' map and generated all this data. Well, this data was taken off, it was put into a spreadsheet, and it was graphed. And that graph does not match the prediction even slightly. So you say people did it all over the world, hundreds of thousands of times. Ridiculous, dude.
And also, too, this guy's like all messed up. I mean, people have done things where they replaced a bar with like a piece of wood, or they replace weights with chicken nuggets in soda. Like, what the hell, man? You know?
There's one. I was gonna. If he wasn't driving, I would have posted. There's one where they use like a stack of washers that are metal washers that are all glued together, and they have them so that the holes are vertical, and then they flip it so that the holes are horizontal, and do the test 2 different ways and get different results, but depending on the orientation of the washers. So I didn't know that flipping the orientation of a washer changed its mass. So I don't know. Call me crazy. This is the second time in 2 days someone's. Well, when you get on wherever you're going, it's fine.
I did hear a lot of what you had to say, though. So, like, if I gave these,
you heard about the gnome experiment. The gnome experiment.
No, I didn't hear that.
Okay,
no,
so there's a scale company that makes scientific grade scales. So they had part of an ad campaign. They took one of their scales and a garden gnome, because garden gnomes were like in fashion back then or something. It was like a meme. And they shipped them to scientists all over the world and had the same one, the exact same one, same garden gnome, shipped them to scientists all over the world. And they measured this garden gnome, and they all got different results, but it doesn't match the prediction, even a little bit. South Pole Station, Lawrence Livermore Labs, Indiana National Labs, CERN, i.e. the Large Hadron Collider. So I think they know how to do measurements there in all those places. They took the measurements, and it doesn't match the latitude change, the latitude weight adjustment that should be predicted. And these also wouldn't be predictions.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to just say these wouldn't even be predictions; they'd be postdictions. By the way, they'd have to do a calculation for it. Well, I mean, I'm just saying they're not predictions, but it doesn't even match anyway, so it's irrelevant, kind of.
Well, what if I gave you
in the chat?
Sure.
You're going to give me some anti-flat earther and doing some test? Great. Yeah, let's go with that. Sorry, I'll defer to CERN scientists using an actual precision scale company. Okay, a precision scale. So I had somebody, who was it yesterday, saying, yeah, they did this. Wolfie did this, but he didn't calibrate it. That if you calibrate it, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, that's correct. If you calibrate at the particular place that you're at by putting like 100-gram test mass on it, if you recalibrate it when you're in your new location, it'll know that you have 100 grams and actually change what its output, like it'll change the calculation so that it shows 100 grams. Because it knows that there are variations on the surface of the Earth for the downward acceleration.
Is that why you calibrate a scale?
I mean, there's a good few reasons, because it does get out of true after a while, so you want to calibrate it for more than just that reason. Although, if you do move latitudes significantly, you do want to recalibrate, unless that's explicitly what you're trying to measure.
Digital scale calibration, they get out of calibration in minutes. Minutes, dude. I know, because I weighed a whole bunch of shit. You can weigh the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And you'll get a fucked up result. And any digital scale, triple beam scale, they need to be calibrated. They're not accurate. You're getting a garbage measurement. But that ain't the point. Yeah. The point is that they've done this test and it doesn't match prediction. Point blank.
What's that?
They've done this test. Professional experimenters. That's what they do for a living. Is they do experiments.
Mm-hmm. Did you post it in chat?
Oh, I will. Yeah, hold on.
I appreciate it.
I didn't know if you were going to be.
Yeah, I parked. I'm waiting for my crew to show up.
Just had to post this last night. This is crazy.
Which, I'm not in here very often. Which one did you post it on?
It's going to be in live stream voice text. There we go. So, this is a Google, this is a spreadsheet with all the data put into it. It's a video going over all the different environmental variables, pressure, temperature, elevation, all that crap. Corrected for all that. Oh,
it's the Google Docs spreadsheet?
Yes. Yeah. You don't have to watch the video. I'm just posting that just for ha-has.
Yeah, where do you get the data from?
From their website.
Whose website?
Kern.
Kern or CERN?
Kern Precision Scale Company. KERN.
Alright.
Here's a graph of the data output. So on the right is the data, on the left is the prediction. Variation by latitude. As you can see, they're not even remotely close. There's no correlation there in any way, shape, or form. Other people have done this too. This is Thrive and Survive Business at 3 locations. He's a trained meteorologist. A master's degree in meteorology. He's done this. Saw the berry tails out there.
Sure. I'm just trying to find the data that he actually pulled from.
The data originally was on, you remember how Google Maps had pins? Like you could pin stuff on a Google map?
Sure.
Years ago?
Yeah.
That web page is defunct. Okay, that's why I posted the video, because you can watch him go through Google Maps, go through all the data points and put it into the spreadsheet. Because that website no longer exists. Served its purpose.
The data itself, is it on the Wayback Machine?
The link works on the Wayback Machine, but the Google Maps feature doesn't work.
Wait, so like people just... Sorry, go ahead.
Because they just scrape the page. Google doesn't offer that function anymore.
No, I understand that. My question was, like, so where he got this data from is from pin drops that people left on Google Maps about these scales. Am I understanding that?
That's how Kern. That's how Kern put it on their website. It was Kern's website. So after they did the measurement, they submitted the data to Kern, and Kern added them to the pin onto the Google Maps on their website.
The Google Maps.
So right, they ship the scale. They ship the scale to CERN. CERN does the test. They call Kern and say, "Hey, this is our result." Kern says, "Okay, we're going to put a pin on Google Maps with your results."
Sure. Yeah, and you're saying this is actually Kern and Son? Is that the company that you're talking about?
No, Kern and Son. I don't even know it was in Son.
SOHN. That's got to be it. If that's not it.
Oh, Kern and Son. Oh, yes, it's Son. It's German. Or Swiss or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they make scientific equipment. This is part of an ad campaign. They actually won an award for this. for the ad part. Innovation in advertising or something.
I just want to validate the data.
Yeah. So, mind you, I don't know if you know who Matthew Ernst is, but I showed him this, and he said, despite the data, what are you going to believe, the model or the data? He said, I'll believe the model. So that kind of tells me everything I need to know. Though that don't really apply to you, I just think it's hilarious.
Sure. Yeah. You should always go with the data. I'm with you on that.
But back to this model thing, because I take severe umbrance, like you have a model that makes a prediction, and if the prediction comes true, your hypothesis is correct. What about epicycles?
Are you talking about from the geocentric model?
Yeah. What about those?
Well, we don't use the geocentric model anymore, so there's no more epicycles.
Well, so you can't use it anymore to predict where you're going to see a planet?
Yeah, that's why we don't. Cause I agree with you. That's a really bad. Epicycles are a terrible idea. No, because you got to adjust it every year. So it's not. So it's only predicting a very limited amount of time. The further out you can predict, the more accurate your model is likely to be.
How far does Newton's work for?
It depends on what you're measuring. Sorry, what was that?
How often does JPL update their ephemeris?
I don't know. I would think they would update it somewhat often. I have no idea.
Yeah. So what is the bitch exactly?
What's that?
So what is the bitch exactly? What are you bitching about? They have to update epicycles. They have to update Newtonian, Keplerian orbits. They have to update everything.
Well, I mean, you get more accurate information, and you want to update your model with more accurate information, right? You don't want it to just stay static, because a measurement between us and Mars or us and Jupiter, these things they're not exact. There's a for any measurement, there's a margin of error range, and if you can bring that margin of error down, then obviously you're going to have a more accurate description.
These aren't measurements, margins of error. It's model error. There's a residual error. So the point is that why don't we just go with epicycles? Because if it's a model and it works, let's use it, right? The reason we don't use it is philosophical. It has nothing to do with.
No, it's because it can't predict eclipses. It can't. There's a ton of stuff it can't do.
We don't predict eclipses with a Newtonian model.
I mean, I'm not sure if that's actually correct, but I mean, if it is correct, we can definitely predict it now.
Right? No, it doesn't work.
Isn't there supposed to be an eclipse in 2026 in
and they don't predict it. They don't predict it with a Newtonian model. They don't.
Yeah, but they do predict it.
Not with Newtonian gravity or Keplerian freaking orbits.
Yeah, so you use a different model, but if you do predict it and your prediction comes true, that's evidence that your hypothesis is. Do you disagree with that statement that I just made? If you make a prediction and your prediction becomes true,
I don't understand what you mean by hypothesis. Like, what is your definition of hypothesis?
So it's just an idea about the conception of the real world. So I could have a hypothesis that God exists, and if God Bob exists and I pray to Bob, I will get a gold brick in my hands. If a gold brick shows up in my hands, that's evidence for Bob. And if I change the variables a bunch, I tried to pray to Bob in a submarine or secluded on top of a mountain, and every time the gold brick appears, that's evidence that Bob exists. Would you disagree with that?
No, I guess that would be evidence that Bob exists, but I don't know how it applies to this. This is a mathematical model.
Well,
this is an existence or non-existence.
Mathematics is just a language.
Yeah, that's why. How are you getting from? I don't understand how you compared something concrete to something that's abstract.
I mean, you use an abstract model to predict the concrete future. So if you're predicting eclipses 10, 30, 40 years in advance and they're all coming true, that's really good evidence that your model is accurately reflecting or describing reality. Do you disagree with that?
Yes, there we go. Actually describing some future event, right? That you'll see something in reality. Yeah, great. But the underlying model itself isn't true or false or anything. It's just a model. Just data fitting, right? Because we have kinematic versus dynamic models. And the way we predict eclipses is a kinematic model. It's called the solar cycle. So eclipses happen with a regularity.
No, like the difference between kinematics is you're not predicting. Dynamic, you are predicting. You're describing.
No, you predicting kinematics. You just there's no forces.
Well, clearly we're predicting eclipses. You agree with that?
We've been predicting them since like at least freaking
like 100 BC.
Let's just say longer than that.
Oh,
way longer. First eclipse prediction with Thales the Miletus, like in 300 BC.
No, I mean
a flat earther, by the way.
The date, location, the size, the totality of the eclipse. More specific predictions than just an eclipse will happen on this day. We've only been doing that for, let's say, 200 years. Would you be okay with granting that?
I don't know when it started. I know that they used Baselian projection or something to get the location.
I cannot find where this guy got this data from.
It's in the video. You can watch him do it. Unless you think he faked an entire web page back in 2017.
You can trust, but you always want to validate, of course, right?
No, exactly.
I mean, the ultimate validation would.
Never trust anything. Validate it. That's how science is built. The power of science is that you immediately distrust it. As soon as you add the variable of trust, you've destroyed science. It's no longer
so
science.
If you can't validate it, then don't trust it. So if I can't validate these numbers that he's inputting, then I can't trust it.
No, you'd have to do it. You validate it by doing it.
Yeah, that's my point. You have to, there are other experiments where people do it. Well, you don't have to do it personally. I don't subscribe to that, do you?
Yeah, you'd have to do it.
You're saying you have to do it personally to subscribe to the belief of it.
No, you can believe whatever you want.
Yeah. If you just want to slap a belief sticker on it, you can just believe in Bob. You just said, "Oh, old boy did it. He came down the mountain with a brick in 10 Commandments." Sounds good to me. I don't need to do it myself. Why would I have to do it? Bob did it. You can just throw a belief on anything and just go. You'll be fine. The Western culture was built on Bob going up to the mountain and bringing back 2 stone tablets. You'll be just fine. Now, if you want to test it yourself and go up there, and is there a burning bush with a bunch of golden bricks? That would be for you to do, not for someone else.
Sure, but if thousands of people have been to Australia, I can have strong confidence that there is evidence. I know that there is evidence for Australia. I don't need to go myself to prove that Australia or New Zealand exists, right?
Yeah, if that's what you want your worldview to be, that people can say they're from Australia, you've got evidence Australia exists, you no longer believe Australia exists, you know it does. Then follow that logic.
Justification.
Yeah, then follow that logic.
Yeah, so I don't have to personally witness or do a thing. If there's enough independent verification, especially if it's quantified and peer reviewed, I think that's justification for holding a belief. Do you think it's not justification?
Now you're back to belief again. You can believe whatever you want to believe, whatever framework you want to believe it on. It's not about belief. It's do you know?
Unfortunately, I got to go. It was nice talking to you guys. I appreciate it.
All right. Have a good one, man.
That's really the heart of the issue right there. He doesn't really know things. He only believes things.
Whole shitload of things.
Because, like, even at the beginning, it's like, so do you know Australia exists based on all the evidence you have? No, I just believe it.
Well, like you said, like I said, he can believe whatever the hell he wants. But that's not what he's doing. He's running around saying, the shit I believe is true. I know it's true. Everybody believes it as with me. So you should believe it too.
Yeah, no thank
you. I was surprised he proved Gary exists. Yeah, so every time you pray to Bob, Gary makes gold bars appear because he wants you to believe Bob exists. And my claim fits the evidence, so I'm correct.
Yeah, there it is.
Now, what about Steve, though? Steve has hypnotically made Gary want to make dude think Bob exists. So he gave Gary the gold bar. So also fits my hypothesis.
Yep.
Were you listening on YouTube, AI?
Yeah.
Did you hear some of the shit he said? It was pretty outlandish. Who was that, though? I recognize that voice. I don't remember who it was. Just alt account.
I didn't recognize his voice.
I've talked to him before. I think it might have been politics. Yeah, a lot of that was painful.
Oh, what was I thinking? Oh, mass attracts mass isn't a description of the cause. That's a description of the effect. Just said it a different way.
Yeah. It's actually true. Well, I mean, he defined mass. Dude, did you hear what he said about? What was it? He said units of measure. I said, so you're saying units of measure attracts units of measure? And he said, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he was, I'm glad he didn't spiral out, though. No, because I thought, like, after he said that, this dude's going. He's about to hit the wall and spiral out of here. But you know, Alpha actually, you know, taught me something the other day. Sometimes you can actually reel them back before they completely go off the deep end. And I think I succeeded in doing that. Sometimes their ego can't recover from saying something that stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to hit them before their self-preservation thing kicks in. Otherwise, they're just, it's a battle then. I don't know, dude. I feel like I feel like a fresh breeze of of intelligence float over my mind when I was hearing that guy say you don't know the cause, and you say, okay, what's the cause? And he's like, mass attracts mass. That's the same thing. So he's saying mass attracts mass because mass attracts mass. He's not saying the cause. He's describing mass moving towards a mass as mass attracting mass, and then saying the cause is mass attracts mass. Even after you told him that people don't know the cause, they just end up with the effect and the cause being confused, and then he just exemplified it. And I'm like, yeah, mass attracts mass that's not a cause. That's what you're claiming is going on. That's the effect.
Can you say the attract part is the cause?
I mean, he was trying to say that, but it's like, that's like saying a magnet attracting another magnet is the cause of magnets attracting magnets. Do you see how stupid it sounds now?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like that literally, now that I just said what I just said, it sounds even stupider.
I know. I gotta put that one in my Batman utility belt.
Yeah, what's the cause of a magnet attracting another magnet? Oh, a magnet attract magnet. That's what the cause is.
No, it's magnetism.
It's Bob.
It's a Bob. Yeah.
Speaking of that, I gotta buy a bunch of magnetic levitation devices. Those are awesome.
He's obviously debated this topic before, but he was stuck in his little rhetorical script that probably works on TikTok.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm gonna buy a magnetic levitation clock. So it's basically a wall clock where the hand of the clock is a ball floating in front of the clock, locked in a, they got a magnet within a magnet, and the poles are reversed or whatever, and so it's attracting and repelling simultaneously. So you put the little ball, and it just like floats about a half inch or an inch away from the surface, and you can turn it sideways and put it on the wall, and then you got a clock.
Does it actually tell time?
Yeah, they have them. You can buy them like legit, where they rotate, tell the time. Yeah. I want it because I want something that I can have a fully mechanical motion that I can pass my hand in between. So hopefully the hand being in between won't disrupt the field in enough so where the ball would fall. So another thing with the gravity thing, someone mentioned in the comments, if you put two balls on a table, and the table's flat and level, and the balls are separated from each other, they won't roll towards each other. Now our intuition is, yeah, but our intuition is of course not because the table's level, so it's not sloped. If it was sloped, the balls would run down the slope. Why would the balls run down the slope? Well, because we know things roll down slopes. So when they do their little space-time demonstration where they take a bed sheet and they put balls in a bed sheet which depresses the bed sheet and creates a slope, the balls then roll down a slope. And a lot of people don't catch that they're trying to explain to you a mechanism for gravity being the space-time bed sheet, when they're appealing to down, separate as the moving force. So they're already assuming there's going to be a downward vector, and then they're putting the balls on an inclined plane, the downward vector. So this isn't addressing how space-time functions at all. It's definitely not addressing any cause, because the cause of the motion there is something else, which is down, which we all experience. Which is a severe problem with these guys that can't think, is that they don't realize that when you tell them that Newton and Einsteinian versions of gravity are incompatible, it's not because they're not kinematically equivalent in the way that the motion is, right? It's that their causes are different. Nothing in Einstein moves without already being in motion. If it's not already in motion, it can't be affected to travel through a geodesic in space-time, because it's not traveling. The geodesic in space-time doesn't move the object that's not already moving. So there's no cause of motion in Einsteinian. So they have to set you up with the mass attracts mass canard to make you think that that's how things work, and then make you think that down isn't down, but it's actually inwards to a giant ball, and then do a bait and switch after you're convinced of all that space-time bed sheets is actually how gravity works. We actually have three competing ideas that can't actually be synergized. They can only be addressed separately. And each example relies on the assumptions that you carried over from the previous example. It's one of the reasons why they can't have a static universe. Everything has to be moving. Otherwise, Einstein's stuff doesn't work.
Well, I mean, his psychological escape was it works, therefore it must be true. But he made a lot of crazy freaking claims. Thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people. There's lots of people that have done it. Like, I can't show you because I'm driving. Oh, now I'm at work. Bye. Yeah, you're never going to show us.
Oh man, thanks for reminding me. I gotta switch out my expensive eyeglasses to my cheap as heck contacts before I ruin them on the job site.
Yeah, I bought an Apple Watch, I don't know, a couple months ago. The face is fucking destroyed, like the glass thing, the bezel thing. Just scratches all over it and shit. And getting fucking trenches with a pickaxe. I've been doing in real life Minecraft.
Nice.
Still no diamond.
Great. I gotta find my contact solution. Good grief. Man, I should just rip my organic eyes out and just go with my red ocular implants. Dang it.
Go with the LASIK. Laser your eyes.
Dude, when I was in the Army, I could have got LASIK. Whichever one. So they offer you
the PRK,
all of that, but I didn't really know about it. It's the one where they, instead of the standard one was where they kind of like slice your eye like a garbage can lid, and then they flap it over. Then they do their thing, and then they flap the flap back, and then it heals. But you always have a weakness on that plane that they sliced it. And then the other one, oh, sorry, real quick. That one you can go back to work in like a day or two. Right? So the other one is they essentially take a cheese grater and they cheese grate your eye down, right? And then they zap you. but that takes I can't remember if it's 3 weeks or 6 weeks, and you're blind for weeks until it heals. But it's super strong and durable and doesn't have the problems that the other one has, like with your eyes hurting, or a trauma can make your scar line sever, so your flap can come loose. So it's way better, but you have to be blind for a while.
Yeah, except it does have more complications too. Like it can have things go wrong with the way the lens heals, and can kind of create multiple vision and.
Yeah. So there's a third one, which is they scratch your eye around, and then they put a constricting silicone ring in it, right? And so they never actually touch any of the optical parts of your eye. So all that stays good, and they can actually, if they screw it up, they can redo it the same day. So those are the 3 eye surgeries, and I kind of never really bought into any of them. I was kind of too scared for any of them. And then I didn't know that the Army would have paid for it for free while I was in. Because I probably would have had it done then. But who remembers corrective lenses? Does anybody remember that?
Eyeglasses?
No, not eyeglasses. Corrective lenses.
The glass? Are you talking about the glass contacts that they had before they were plastic?
The gas.
No, what I'm talking about is what I'm talking about is a design philosophy. So there was back in the day. I remember when I was a kid. You go to the eye doctor. They say, "Hey, your eyes suck. Here's corrective lenses. Here's also a list of eye exercises. Do these exercises. Come back. Then we'll alter your corrective lenses, and eventually you'll see normal again." Versus nowadays, where you show up to the eye doctor and they're like, "Oh, I'm about to make money on you, buddy, for life." And so every time you go, they're not trying to correct your eyes at all. They're just trying to fix the current symptom that you're dealing with. So every time you go, your prescription gets worse and worse and worse and worse. Whereas in the old philosophy it gets better and better and better till you don't need them.
My ex, I think she did that. I think she had something wrong with her eyes. She had to wear correcting lenses. For astigmatism or something?
Yeah.
And then, and she stopped wearing them, and they got worse and worse. I was going to say, now, you said the military was offering eye correction surgery. Now, the first thing I think of, why aren't they offering eye augmentation surgery? Shouldn't the military be like, "Oh, dude, we want super soldiers that can see 40 fucking miles"? Why haven't they tried that?
They did try it, and then they all went crazy and essentially turned into zombies. And then they're like, "Oh man, let's just turn this into a plot of a movie instead."
They did try it. Then they realized all their girlfriends are ugly. Now that their eyes are fixed, they went from being a 5 to now they're 2. Because now you can see every freaking blemish in their face, every freaking stretch mark in 3D freaking high resolution detail.
Yeah. Do you know what came across my feed the other day? Is these girls lauding over Taylor Swift about how immaculate her stage presence is, with her gorgeous legs, and her legs are just so smooth, and they don't have any blemishes. They're like, "Oh, wait, she's wearing tights. And I'm like, you're a girl and you don't know about tights? And it's like, you're so dumb that you think Taylor Swift's legs are perfect and she's not wearing tights? It's like, holy crap, dude. Girls don't even know that girls are nowhere near the appearance that they should be. I'm like, what is going on here? When girls don't know that other girls fake their appearance, that's a really turn in culture, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Good. We're complaining now, dude. Wait, in 5 years with AI, it's going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, go into a store in the men's grooming section, then go into the women's grooming section. The men's grooming section is a portion of an aisle. The women's grooming section is the rest of the real estate of that corner of the store.
Big money maker.
Yeah, especially since a lot of that stuff you got to use daily. So it's like, you know, you put it on, take it off, put it on, take it off, put it on, take it off. And it's like $15 a jar, you know. Well, some of it's cheap. I guess you can get the cheap junk, but you know how it is.
Jalen was talking about that his wife and I think he said his daughter used like an anti-aging cream and then they wash it off and it clogs his sink.
Oh, that's a good one, dude.
Yeah, and they're putting it on their face, man. Like, come on, man.
I know. I heard they're using AI algorithms to crack the some stem cell code where they inject your cells and reboot them and turn them back into stem cells or something to reverse aging. So I can't wait to see all the test subjects that sign up for that to be done in their face, and then their face ends up like hanging down like Snoopy, or not Snoopy. Who's that one? You know what I'm talking about? Where a bulldog, where all the Droopy the dog.
Well, what if their face turns back to a baby face, and they're like grown adults?
That'd be popular among the Democrats. Be like Darkman, where after 2 hours your face melts off and you have to put the cream on all the
time. Dude, baby-faced like adult humans is like nightmare fuel.
Dude, do you remember the Catwoman movie? Where the one with the villain? Yeah, the one where the villain was like a makeup conglomerate and her makeup turns your face into stone, and so she was like had super armor.
As long as it doesn't turn other people into stone.
Hey, Leo, did you see my shoe rock observation?
No. Where'd you post it?
Check 1 second, but I think, you know what, dude? I think I never put my contact in my case. It's gonna suck. Oh, here it is. You ever put in your contacts and you know they have a left and right, and then you put one in and then you accidentally turn it around and then you're like, where's my other contact? It's not in here. So the whole reason they have a left and right is because some people have left and right prescriptions, but it's also supposed to be you're not supposed to switch. You're not supposed to switch your contacts, even if they're not different from eye to eye, because you could cross-infect. I'm like,
I just
screw it,
assume
bro.
people are just dumb, dude, and that they'll put the contact and the two contacts in the same eye.
Dude, when I was in Iraq in 2015, I wore my contacts for like, without even taking them out of my eyes for like a couple of months. Just kept dousing them with a solution all the time. Then they banned him. Some kid had a melt to his eyes because he was stuck in a Humvee that was on fire, and he was close enough to the heat to where they like melted to his eye. And they said, no, you can't wear contacts in the field anymore. You got to wear your glasses, which sucks, dude, because your glasses fog and sweat and all that heat.
Yeah, back in the days of yore, it'd be like some of the combat arms. You'd have to have a medical waiver to get in with if you'd have at least like something like 20/40 or something like that. Like you're expected to be able to function even without glasses on. Oh no, like they,
Yeah, I thought there was an eyesight cut off. I thought you couldn't have.
Yeah, for certain MOSs, like combat, like a clerk or supply, it didn't matter. You qualify for those jobs, or radio operator. Yeah, but if you were some sort of combat arms, that required like you have to be able to see to some sort of standard without corrective lenses on.
Posted it. All right, look at those.
This don't prove nothing, Flat Earther. Yeah, that's good. Shit. Is that Windsor Lake, dude? What clear mirage going on?
Oh man, was I on mute the whole time? Holy crap. Yeah, so who can pass my quiz that I put in the chat there? So there's an image, there's a blue streak in the middle surrounded by green. You got to tell me what object that blue streak is.
Canoe.
What color is it?
Blue.
Wrong. It's yellow. Let me show you. Good guess though. Blue was a good guess since it clearly looks blue. All right, here it is, bro. Man, did it go through? What the heck? Oh, there we go. Check it out.
Not bad.
Now, somebody guessed that what's occurring there is you may notice that there's a blue barrel in the bottom picture up high there. They said maybe it's the reflection of that barrel on the water. That might be where the blue color is coming from.
Nah. It's too close to the center reflection of the dock, where the dock meets the water. It's on the same line.
So this is about 1,000 feet. Google Maps. Well, actually, not Google Maps. The lake profile, but also Google Maps says it's like 330 to 333 meters to that little pier. from the observer location.
How's it going, guys?
Horrible.
Sorry to hear that. What makes your day horrible?
I'm trying to listen to some flat smack and listen, but instead of setting up work.
So you can't really
set up tools.
Sorry, go on.
To set up tools.
What do you do?
Build things. Houses. Repairs. Stuff. Objects.
Nouns, even?
What's that?
Even nouns?
Do I
you
build
do verbs
nouns?
to these nouns? Yeah.
Yeah. I verb some nouns. I verb them real good.
Fuck yeah, man. That's what I'm all about. That sounds like a good day. Why is it bad then?
Because all my helpers are on drugs or in jail, bro.
Oh. That does suck.
What's the culture coming to? Yeah, exactly.
You want to discuss the flat Earth at all?
Sure.
Are you busy?
Loosely. Kind of busy. Yeah.
Why? What's your proof of flat Earth?
Oh, I don't have any proof of flat Earth. I think it's a globe.
Prove it.
Sure. Do you agree that you can determine your place on whatever surface this is by local solar noon? You can determine north, south, east, west, and latitude, longitude?
Sure.
Cool. Yeah, if you measure the distances between those measurements past the equator, they get smaller either direction, north or south. And at the equator, they're the longest. The only shape that I know that can do this in the proportions that it does happen is a globe or a sphere.
And so what? Still not curved.
Did you understand my argument, or?
Yeah. But so what? There's still no curve measured.
Well, I mean, if you can measure that the lines of longitude are converging north and south.
I don't care.
That is a compelling argument. I don't know what to say to that.
Well, measure the curve of the Earth, and that is the one that you'll win with.
Well, I mean, I could present that to you. I just don't think you would accept it as evidence. But what's wrong with the idea of converging? Well, I'd rather talk about the thing that I brought up because you wanted to talk about my proof.
Because that doesn't matter. It still doesn't make the Earth drop down away from you anywhere.
Well, I mean, geometrically, if there's two central points where all longitude lines converge, it would have to be some three-dimensional object. It can't be a two-dimensional flat sphere or flat disc or square or any other shape.
Well, it's not curved, so you can throw that out.
So you think it's like a rectangular Earth?
Oh, I don't really
match
care.
The measurements.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me. It's flat.
It really
though,
doesn't
and
matter to you that
stationary.
there's two.
No. I live in Ohio. I don't go anywhere. If I go anywhere, I'm heading to Vegas or going on cruises.
That sounds terrible. Well, I guess you enjoy it. Sorry, that's my own opinion. But how could it be any other shape if all lines of longitude converge at some kind of northern and central southern points? It can't be a two-dimensional object. Would you agree with that statement?
Nobody says two-dimensional.
Flat earthers do.
No, it's flat and stationary. And contained.
Like there's...
And we have air pressure, so that's another problem for you.
Not really, but what's wrong with my...
How do converging lines make air pressure?
No. Do convergent lines make the Earth flat?
Sure.
No, they're impossible. It's impossible to have two central points on a flat Earth.
Why?
How are the lines of...
So if the ground is flat, when you walk from north to south, when you measure from north to south and it's flat, and you have a point of rotation in the north and one in the south, and that's all done in the sky, what does that have to do with the non-curving ground?
No, I'm talking about measuring the distance between lines of longitude on the ground. You can measure them getting shorter.
Yeah, you use the sky for that.
Equator. No, you don't. You don't use the sky at all.
What do you use?
You measure lines of latitude.
Where are they? Are they drawn on the ground? Are they drawn on the ground somewhere?
Well, you can measure them. Yeah, you measure them on the ground.
Oh, where's mine at?
You said you're in Ohio.
Yeah. Yeah, so where's my... I want to see the one that's the closest one to me so I can see where it's drawn on the ground.
No, you can determine these things yourself. You don't have to trust other people. I mean, earlier you agreed with the premise that they're...
No, I want to trust that somebody knows where these markings are at. You said they're done from... You do this on the ground. That's how you figure out by looking... by measuring... your globe, by using your globe, you look at the ground, so you prove it.
Yeah. You use local solar noon to figure out what your longitude and latitude are on, and you can measure the distance between them. South and north of the equator, the lines converge.
Whoa, brother! Whoa! I thought you said it was on the ground, though. So I'm just critiquing from an outside observer in your conversation. No, I'm just saying, like, if you said solar noon, all right, let's just pretend you can't see the sun at all. Okay, what's your latitude?
I mean, I guess you could use the moon. I'm not sure how you do it without the sun. Like, at least in a rudimentary way. Are you saying that the sun isn't a reliable way to figure out what longitude you're on?
No, what I'm saying is the sun is the source of the latitudes and longitudes. The sky, it's not the ground, right? So it's your observer's location where the sun is in the angles where you're at. That's all it is. So the other guy was saying they're not on the ground.
You're saying the ground is dependent on the sky?
No, the opposite. The ground is not dependent on the sky.
Yeah, I agree.
So if you create a matrix of grid lines that you think are coordinated with a celestial object, that's not going to change the shape of the ground. So if you measure the ground and the ground measures flat, then it's flat. It's that simple.
Yeah, but if the ground that you're measuring, that you're saying you measure flat, is converging at two different points, north and south, it can't be a flat thing.
Yeah, but you didn't say that the ground was doing that. You said that lines that you interpret from the celestial positions is doing that.
Yeah, so what's the issue with using the sun to determine the distance between lines of longitude?
Because there's no triangulation of the sun. You can't do any like geometry with it in that sense.
Why would you need to triangulate the sun? All you're doing is at this given time is local solar noon here.
Right. So in order to take interpretation of your data and the other person's data, you have to put them into some kind of matrix or model, right, relative to each other. And then you have to assume geometric locations based on the observer's location relative to where the sun is. So you have to synergize these into one idea. Yeah,
you could say I have no idea. You could say the sun is an infinite distance away, and it would make no difference to what I'm proposing.
Yeah, you're proposing that when people are looking at the sun in their different locations, they're in a specific geometric relationship relative to the angle that they're looking at the sun. That's your claim.
No, my claim is the sun can provide definitive evidence what longitude line you're on. And I thought you agreed with that. Do you disagree with that now?
Dude, that's circular. Your observer's location, the degrees to the sun, that is defined as that. So, like, what does that have to do with the ground, though? All right, sorry, I'm not supposed to be interrupted.
That doesn't
Go
make
ahead.
sense. The sun.
Makes sense.
Well, it was a question. I did want you to answer it. Do you disagree with the idea that you can use local solar noon to figure out what longitude line you're at?
Link up with the satellite computer. We will only have 20 seconds to reprogram the satellite. Beyond that, and they will be too far apart. Okay. You're reaching 3, 2.
Do you agree with that? I want to know.
So you're using the sky then?
Does that answer my question?
Well, I'm just confirming that you want to use the sky, not the ground, to determine where you're at, right?
I want to confirm that we both agree on the same thing. So do you disagree or agree with my statement? Because if we both agree with it, then it's irrelevant.
I can figure out where I'm at using the stars.
What about the sun, which was my question?
Maybe. What does that have to do with the ground not curving, though?
I mean, it demonstrates my point that there are two central points.
I didn't say there wasn't.
Where lines. Okay, so how is that? That's impossible on a flat Earth. There's no geometry that makes that work.
Right. It's on flat. The Earth is flat. Right. It's in the sky. It's correct. It's impossible on the ground. It's in the sky.
What? I'm talking about the ground. Can you determine your are you not tracking the conversation? You can determine your longitude based on the timing of local solar noon. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
So what?
So that's a yes?
Sure.
Awesome. Then you can figure out, if you go to point A and point B, and you figure out the difference in timing for local solar noon, and you measure that distance, you can actually measure the distance between for a given length of latitude. Would you agree with that as well?
How are you going to measure it?
There's a ton of different ways. You can use a measuring wheel, car with an odometer, plane.
Is that linear?
You can do linear, sure.
That's a
you can use a surveyor.
That's a straight line.
Okay, that doesn't matter at all to my question.
It does. You're not telling me how the Earth is curving, though, using all these methods.
I mean, that's exactly what I am proposing. Because if they're all converging at north and south...
Then why can't we measure the Earth curve?
You can, you just reject the evidence for it. But
okay, what's the evidence for it? If I just reject the evidence, what's the evidence for it?
surveying.
Those are straight lines and triangles, and you can't have those on the surface of a ball.
No, that's not true. So, do you know what reciprocal zenith angles are?
Do you know what a triangle is?
Yes. Can you answer my question?
Yeah, I do. But we're going to take my test first.
Oh, so you don't like answering questions? I mean that.
Oh yeah.
Go ahead.
Now I answered questions. Now it's time for you. So now we'll look in the live stream.
Go ahead.
Look in the live stream and answer this NASA IQ test question. Which of the figures below are not triangles?
I'm driving. I can't see it.
Oh well.
What, you trust NASA or something? Why would you want me to take a NASA IQ test? What does that demonstrate?
See how smart you are.
Dude, the title NASA IQ test is clearly sarcastic, right?
Sure, yes.
They never take the test.
So
yeah, keep in mind, Don Pettit. Hold on, friend. Don Pettit failed the test because when presented with the document, he just started to eat it.
Okay, I don't care. So if lines of longitude are converging at some kind of central point north and south, that demonstrates that they converge, that there's one central point for both set ends, but you can't have that on a flat object.
So you can only have angles. You can only have angles on flat objects. You can't have any angles on curved objects. So you lost again.
Could I throw two balls on the ground and measure the angle between them?
No.
What? No?
What are you going to measure from? What's your point of reference?
You measure from wherever you have your theodolite or whatever instrument that you're using to measure angles to the central point of each sphere or the edge of each sphere that are closest to each other.
So using straight lines then?
You can use straight line. Yeah, of course you use straight lines for that.
You have to use straight lines.
But the objects themselves aren't made straight by using straight lines to measure.
If I had two basketballs touching each other, what's the angle they're touching each other at?
That's an incoherent question.
Oh, so you can't have... All right, if I had a basketball sitting on a table, what angle is it sitting on the table at?
That's an incoherent question.
There you go. You can't have angles on a curved surface. So all of your curving measurements that you think are curving are just straight angled measurements. You can't take any of those measurements without it being a flat surface. You can't do it on a ball. So there you go.
Sure. So if I take a basketball, and throw it in front of me.
No, it's
throw it in front of me.
No, that the basketball
you don't
surface.
Want me to talk.
No, you were talking about the basketball surface and you sitting it on a table. What's the angle that you measure between the ball and the table?
That's an incoherent question. I already answered this.
That's right.
All right, so let me demonstrate the idiocy of this point. You take a ball and you throw it in front of you. Then you have a theodolite, which measures 90 degrees from the downward vector, right? Do we agree on this so far?
You don't have downward on a ball. You only have in or out.
No, I'm talking about on the physical whatever thing that we live on. A theodolite
down can only be on a down is only on a flat surface. 90 degrees can only happen to the flat surface, not on a ball.
That's an excellent assertion. So let's say you do this. You throw the ball. You have the theodolite. You measure 90 degrees. That's your.
Why am I throwing the ball? Why am I throwing the ball and then measuring it with a theodolite? Why am I throwing it?
For the sake of the hypothetical. Holy shit, dude!
The basketball's sitting on my table.
Emotional control.
Yeah, the basketball.
Okay, holy shit! The basketball's sitting at the table. Yes, you have a theodolite out. You measure it.
For what? Where's the theodolite
Wow,
setting?
holy shit. If I need to finish my sentence before you ask questions about the
Where are you setting up the theodolite?
200 feet away. Does it fucking matter? No, it doesn't.
Why?
What's the goat doing in New Jersey?
You need
There's no relevance
it
to the
needs to be put
hypothetical.
on the surface of the ball so you can make angles to things from the surface of a ball like you would Earth. So you said you can't do that. It's incoherent.
So I'm going to take a ball, I'm going to put it directly below the theodolite. I'm using the center of the ball and the downward vector to position my theodolite. Now I have a second ball.
You don't have a sensor of a ball.
I have a second ball in the hypothetical. Do you really struggle this hard with hypotheticals?
Yeah, I'm not going to let you have this hypothetical because you can't have the center of your Earth ball. You don't have a measured curve.
I can't imagine things. They hurt my balls.
Why would I have to? I used to be a glober like you and imagine those things, but you don't have to anymore because the Earth is flat. You don't know what triangles are. You don't know what triangles are. You freaked out when I asked you what triangles are. You said it's incoherent to make an angle from a curved surface. That's incoherent. And
you know what
so now you're telling us to measure angles to the sun from a ball. That's incoherent.
All right, so are you going to let me finish the hypothetical now, or are you just going to keep interrupting?
Go ahead and finish all you want, but you know it's incoherent.
Sure. Your question was incoherent. Mine is not. There's clearly an answer. You put a ball on the ground, then you set a theodolite directly above it. So you're using a ball to situate your theodolite. You then take a second ball, throw it 10 yards, 20 yards away. It doesn't matter. You use the theodolite to measure the angle to the upwardmost portion of that ball. Can you measure an angle from either the horizon or from directly situated above that ball to get a second angle to the other surface of that ball? It was a question.
So they're both sitting on a basketball court?
It's in a field.
Why does it have to be a field?
It doesn't have to be. That's just my hypothetical.
Is it a flat field?
Sure.
Oh, so they're the same height?
I didn't say that. One's a yoga ball, one's a basketball. It doesn't matter.
I said two basketballs before. Now you changed the size of them.
It doesn't matter. It makes the variable doesn't
so from the basketball. So now we need to set your theodolite up onto the basketball and somehow level it to the center of the basketball, right? But you can't do that because you don't have a center to work from on an Earth.
You don't have a center on a basketball?
No, you don't have a center to work from.
On a basketball?
You just can't set it on there and then turn it about 30 degrees and say, now that's centered on a basketball.
You really think you can't use the downward vector to point directly through the center of a basketball?
Or you can't do what you want to do, no. There's no downward on a ball.
I just said.
It's only inward on a ball.
You can't use the downward vector.
Down is only on a horizontal plane.
That's fascinating. You can't use the downward vector to pass directly through the center of the basketball. Is that your statement?
Where are you getting the horizontal plane from?
The downward vector. It doesn't matter. You can use the downward vector. You don't have to reference the horizontal vector at all. There's clearly the downward vector. You can clearly set it up.
Down is in relation to horizontal.
Through the center of the basketball.
So those are straight lines. You can't have that on a ball. No straight lines on the surface of a ball, remember?
You can do a tangent on a ball.
What's the angle between the tangent line plane and the ball touching it?
What's the taste of blue?
So you can't answer that question, can you?
No, I'm demonstrating that it's a coherent question.
Yeah, so you just said I can measure a tangent, though. So measure a tangent point for me.
No, I didn't say you can measure a tangent. I'm saying you can place a tangent on a ball.
And what does that do for you? What's the angle between the line that's sitting out 1 foot from the tangent point and the ball? What's that angle?
It depends on how far away you're measuring.
Dude, you just said it's incoherent to have any angles when the ball's touching a table.
No, I said your question is incoherent.
Mine's incoherent, but yours is coherent. Yours makes sense, but mine doesn't, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're getting there. So you're saying you can't measure from the downward vector through a ball to the topmost part of another ball. You're saying that that's impossible.
You're not going to be able to do that on Earth.
It's a law of identity. It's a law of identity violation. Like, you're already saying that you can do that on a ball. How do you know what you're standing on is a ball?
Where am I saying P and not P at the same time?
Yeah, you're saying you can do this on a ball. Isn't that correct? You stated that over and over again. But how do you know you're standing on one?
Yeah. The converging lines of longitude.
Yeah, what is longitude based on?
Local solar noon.
He said angles, and I told him you can't have angles on the surface of a ball. He said, yes, you can. I said, put a basketball on a table. What's the angle between the ball and the table? That's incoherent. So now he's using something incoherent as his proof.
It's just interesting.
So you don't think you know what longitude you're on from local solar noon? Now you're changing your position?
Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, but where are you deriving longitude from? What is longitude derived from? See, this is the part you're not understanding. Local solar noon. So when you say that, are you thinking that that's happening on a surface that's curved?
It can be, or it could be on a flat.
No. It's not. It can be.
Data, and then
it either is. No, sir. It either is or is not. It either is or is not a curved surface.
Yeah, so we've done the measurements, and yes, because this particular experiment that I'm talking about has happened.
Wait, stop. You're jumping through. Hold on, sir. You're jumping through too many hoops. Right now you're saying because of solar noon. Yes, you are. Because of solar noon, okay, latitude or longitude is being derived.
Yeah, you can know. Do you disagree that you can know what line of longitude you're on based on local solar noon?
So what we're trying to figure out is what is longitude and latitude derived from? And you keep it's local like circular. You said local solar noon, right? Is that happening on the surface that's curved or a horizontal plane?
You can make the hypothesis either way. I know that
it's inconclusive. So that's inconclusive then. It's inconclusive.
No, it's not inconclusive once you get the data. The data is how you demonstrate which one is correct.
McFinlan, you give two options. It either could be one or the other. It's inconclusive in your worldview.
No.
So you don't know.
So the way that I compare ideas is I take one, see what predictions arise naturally from it, and compare it to predictions made from the second hypothesis. So if the North Pole is the center of flat Earth, all lines of latitude will spread out.
He's making up stories.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Oh, so you don't think the North?
Wait, hold on, McFinlan. You just made up what you think flat Earth is. Do you think flat Earth is what you just described? No, hold on a second. You just described what you think. Yeah, well, you didn't give anyone a chance to do that because you've already made up in your mind what you think flat Earth is. I think this is where you're going wrong already. So you strawman.
Yeah, what's your map?
You strawman the position of flat Earth, and then you started kind of wailing on that strawman. So you don't.
So you don't hold to the Gleason's map. What is your map?
There you go. See, this is the issue. So now you don't have a position to argue against if you don't know what we're saying. Isn't that
everybody has a vastly different position in flat Earth. So just stop crying. Tell me what your position is.
It's not about crying, sir. It's about you being concise in your proposition. So if you're not doing so, it's an injustice to like the argument. So what you're doing right now is you're creating a whole narrative. You're creating a narrative about the argument. So the argument to you is about maybe flat Earth that's like akin to the Gleason's map. or AE.
Yeah, so the Gleason's map is disproved. I'm glad you agree. What's the correct?
Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Wait. But you don't know
if it's
where
more
those
complaining.
maps...
I really don't want to hear it. Just tell me what your idea is.
This is correcting you on your assumption that you think that we're...
I already admitted, if you don't hold to the Gleason's map, that's fine. I'm not trying to force you to take a position that you don't hold.
So we don't...
Just tell me what your position is.
Let's say this. We don't hold to the Gleason's map. What would be your argument then?
That you have no idea what the shape of the Earth is.
So what does that have to do with you trying to rebut our position?
Sure. If you don't have a model, and I have a model that makes very good predictions,
there it is.
Then my model is far more likely to be correct.
There it is.
In fact, yours doesn't even make predictions.
Yeah, because you
have a model that makes predictions.
Yeah, hold on, sir. You need us to have a model in order for you to have a position to argue against. Because we didn't present one, and at least now you're finding out we don't have that position, which would be the Gleasons. Now you can't find a way to combat what we're saying. You need something. You need for us to have a model in order for you to take a stance because you think you have one. And that's the reason why you come in here probably arguing about tangent planes. Because for you, it makes more sense, according to what you're saying. I'm drawing.
Okay, so what's your position on the shape of the Earth? Do you think it's flat?
Yeah, the shape is not what's in contention. This is the whole wrong way to look at what we're talking about here. We're not talking about shape. Flat is not a shape, sir. Do you know that? Or do you not know that?
Sure, it's a two-dimensional description. It's not three-dimensional.
Okay,
but I think we all understand what's being communicated when somebody says flat Earth.
Right,
You're saying you don't have a map? I don't want to misrepresent you. Just tell me what your position is. Stop complaining about my position.
First of all, sir, it's not about a map and it's not about a model. You got to remove that from the position you think you're going to argue against.
If you don't have a model, then you have no evidence for your position.
No, this is a problem for you coming in here thinking that this would be a better way to argue for this, and you don't have a position. Right now, if I was to tell you, how could you verify any model or map? Go ahead and tell me how you verify that.
Makes.
No, okay, predictions. What predictions? Name one.
Reciprocal zenith angles.
From what?
From 90 degrees.
Horizontal.
Yeah.
Not to a ball. Not to a ball, remember? Because that's incoherent.
But we're back to Professor Triangle's point, right? You said 90 degrees. That's what he was saying, right? So we're back to now that you know we don't have the map and model argument, and we're back to what you're talking about, reciprocal zenith angles, and you need a 90 degree. What do you need to have 90 degrees? There's two things.
The downward vector.
Well, what's the other thing you're going to need?
Some kind of instrument to measure the downward vector?
No, I mean, like, what's the intersect? How do you have a 90 degree? What is 90 degrees?
From the downward vector.
Now, I know that, but what is it intersecting with?
It's not intersecting with anything. You're establishing the downward vector, and then you measure 90 degrees up from that.
He won't say it because it's detrimental to his position. This is the reason why he won't say it.
What do you think my position is?
Yeah.
See how you were just describing and saying you can't tell the other person what their position is, and now you're telling me what my position is?
Yeah, no, what you're not. This is important. What you're not saying is what the reason why you. If you're not telling us the full scope of the argument, you're not going to be able to represent your position correctly. So if you're saying 90 degrees, and I'm telling you to go ahead and tell the audience, what does that mean? And you're withholding the information.
90 degrees is from the downward vector. That is my honest position. I don't appreciate you telling me that I'm being dishonest. I haven't said that about you.
Yeah. So you need a horizontal plane.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
No. You establish horizontal from the downward.
Angle. Bro, listen. If you don't have two intersecting lines that meet at a vertex, then what are you gonna? How do you have an angle if that's not what it is?
Imagine this: you place a plumb bob in a in an area where the air is very still, so it doesn't move at all. Can you measure 90 degrees off of that plumb line?
You need a horizontal plane. If it's 90 degrees,
horizontal plane would be the 90 degrees off of that plumb line.
Yeah.
Are you saying that you can't measure 90 degrees off the line?
So this was Professor Triangle's point. This is the reason why you're not realizing that you don't have a curved surface. Because if you did, then you'd realize that doesn't work on a globe. What you're describing.
So do you disagree that you can? Do you agree that you can do 90 degrees off of a plumb line? Because that's essentially what a theodolite is doing.
Sure.
Yeah, nobody's disagreeing that point.
So you can measure whether it's curved or flat. You can measure that angle.
No, wait. But what I'm trying to tell you is, like, if you're using this information, how does this help the globe in any way? That's what I'm trying to ask you. How does
I didn't agree that it works on a ball. I just said you can do it because the Earth is flat. That's all.
Everybody knows this. Everybody knows this, McFinlan. But I think you're not getting it for your position. It doesn't help you for the Earth being a globe.
So the reason I brought it up was reciprocal zenith angles. You remember this, correct?
And you need a flat surface for that.
Yeah, you need a horizontal plane, bro. We're trying to tell you that it doesn't work for a globe.
What you need to do is compare the two hypotheses, right?
You said it was incoherent. You said it was incoherent, and now you're trying to make your incoherent shit actually be coherent. So what are you trying to do here? Is it incoherent or not?
What you were saying is incoherent. What I'm saying is not incoherent, because we both agree that whether the Earth is a globe or the Earth is flat, you have a downward vector.
So you're telling me you can't measure any angles when I put the basketball on the table, but you're telling me there's 90 degrees on that ball.
I'm telling you there's a downward vector, and we can measure 90 degrees off the downward vector. And we all agree with this.
You need a horizontal plane to do that, dude.
Why?
Even in your basketball example, you used a tangent plane. Did I not hear you say that?
Yeah, I'm saying you could use a tangent. You could just measure center.
No, it's not a could.
In this example I posted, where's down on the example I posted? Where's down for that?
I'm driving. I can't look at what you're doing. Down is towards the center on a massive object.
Yeah, but first of all, you have to describe you're begging the question. You're already saying that you're standing on the ball. You're standing on the ball, and the ball, while you're standing on it, the downward vector is when you're standing on the surface of that ball. You're already begging the question. You're on a ball. Like, the problem is you don't know that.
When you compare hypotheses, you take both ideas and you see what both ideas predict.
It's not about an idea.
If you're on a flat Earth, there's going to be a downward vector.
McFinlan, flat Earth is an observation. It's not an idea. It's what the physical world displays itself as. You, on the other hand, do have an idea. But the idea that you have that the Earth is a globe doesn't compare to the physical world. When you go outside and you do field tests, it doesn't appear outside in any form of test, whether long distance observations or laser tests or any other way that we can test and measure. There's nothing you can do to manifest your idea into the physical world. However, flat Earth is.
Nope.
Yeah, no, it's
you're
not
saying
false.
that you're saying simultaneously that we don't have a model, we don't make predictions, and that the globe Earth does make predictions, but it gets of those, at least some of those, wrong. And it sounds like you're saying all of them are wrong.
What is a prediction useful for? What is a prediction useful for, McFinlan?
It's used for a ton of things, for practical life. Like, if you want to know the distance between...
Name one, dude. Stop being ambiguous.
Surveying.
Name one.
Surveying.
In what? What do they use it in surveying for predictions?
Yeah, like, so if you want to try to get two tunnels to meet, you need to be able to predict what angles you need to be...
you can't do angles from the surface of a ball, so you're screwed there. It must be flat then. There you go. Sea level.
Like, I don't understand why you... Is this like a religious chant kind of thing?
No.
Like, let's go from a spot that we all agree on, and then move into whether the Earth...
Dude, you said I can't set a basketball on a table and get an angle between the ball and the plane.
Yes,
so somehow now, wherever you stand on a ball, you're able to get an angle from that surface of a ball, but not the opposite.
If the Earth is a globe or flat, there will be a downward vector. Do we all agree on this?
No, if you can't start a statement that is a truth statement with if. It's not logical, sir. A truth statement doesn't start with no. You don't understand logic, number one. And when you're going into it, you're saying if is subjective.
Why do you guys struggle The example goes forward. If the Earth is flat from the downward vector, that whatever you say, this is an idea. What's that?
Hold on, your internet was wonky. You have to restate the last 30 seconds.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Looks like it was fine. Whether the Earth is flat or a globe, there's a downward vector. Do we agree?
No. Because something
dude.
is
on a flat Earth. There's not a downward vector. There's things.
Yes, there has to be. Yes, there has to be because Earth is flat.
You're starting off with either this or that. You have to provide
both
evidence. Of them. Dude, listen to me when I'm speaking. You have to provide evidence when you're saying it could be this other thing. What evidence do you have to provide that it's this other thing that we're saying it's not? We're saying it's not a globe. You're saying it is. What evidence do you
and
have
it's a
to
multi-step process. I have to explain all the steps. And if we disagree on any particular step, we can discuss it and see if we actually disagree. That's
you
how
haven't produced anything so far. So
how a syllogism works.
I went ahead and posted our flat Earth model, but since he's driving, he'll lose out. But that's our flat Earth model right there.
Is it a map or like a?
No, it's a model. Diagram. It's a diagram showing a guy standing in the middle of a north, south, east, and west cardinal direction with a circular tangent plane, and he's got like an angle to the sun, where it's got vertical, horizontal, and in the angle to the sun. So it's just a diagram showing that.
Yeah.
But you're going to need it.
But if south converges at all points and north converges,
wait a minute,
all
dude.
northern lines.
No. That's something else. That you're going off something. We're not going there. I was asking you something very specific. Is there any way that you can? Because you said it was either this or that. Okay, so if you're going to produce something that's in the way of evidence, what do you have for it being a globe?
Data, reciprocal zenith angles.
Okay,
these are measured.
Dude, wait a minute. No. What things can you produce as evidence that gives properties of a geometric shape such as a sphere? We need something tangible.
Reciprocal zenith angles are measurements. They're tangible. You can do them yourself.
Plane for that. You need a horizontal plane. So that doesn't describe a curving surface. I've already said that multiple times.
No, it does, because those planes
it doesn't, brother.
Don't actually match each other. They actually diverge from each other when you measure them over any kind of notable distance.
What are you talking about?
Do you know what a reciprocal zenith angle is?
Yeah. When you said that the horizontal plane is different than the one where you take it at the other spot, how do you know that's true?
Because you can measure it. You can measure the deflection. What? So if
the deflection,
one theodolite is actually going over top of the second theodolite, but the second theodolite is also going over the first theodolite.
Wait a minute.
And obviously those horizontal planes aren't matching. They're diverging.
What is the distance between the theodolites?
Wow, holy shit, man. It's like I'm in the middle of a sentence, and you're like, I can't let him finish this sentence. I don't want to actually engage with what he's thinking and saying. I can't do that.
Can you tell us the distance between the theodolites?
I mean, yeah, you can do it yourself because you won't trust anything.
Are the distances between the theodolites, sir?
Are you saying a particular measurement that's been done is like 3.1 mile?
Okay, so one is at 3 miles away from the other?
Yeah. One of them I looked at was 3.1 mile.
Okay, what is the maximum effective range of the theodolite used for that viewing distance?
There's no maximum range. It measures angles, not distance.
What? So it's not going to be inaccurate. Hold on. It's not going to be inaccurate at a certain distance?
No, it measures angles, not distances. Why would a distance affect an angle measurement?
Because
That's very simple.
Go ahead.
Very simple. If I'm at gunnery, right, and I'm trying to hit my target on the zero target, and I have a slight deviation in my barrel attitude, it's going to be a major deviation at range. So my gun doesn't actually measure distance between me and the target, but my angle and especially my sight picture, which is how I'm looking through the sight to put the crosshairs on the target, if those aren't aligned, there's going to be a major error at range. So it's not an irrelevant question.
Well, that's for an object that's moving through the two space, like from point A to point B. We're just talking about measuring angles between.
Oh, you mean light? You mean light? So light's not moving between point A and point B?
I mean, it does move, but it's not affected by any of the things that artillery are affected by.
Listen, I didn't say artillery. I said a gunnery range. So if you're looking through a sight, right, you have the forepost and the back post, and they have to be lined up. And then that really attitude has to be lined up. That attitude. Hold on, brother. You didn't, dude. You were wondering why his question was relevant, so I'm letting everybody know why it's relevant.
Oh, so this does have to do with the reciprocal. Okay.
The idea that in a device is going to be the same accuracy at close range versus long range isn't a fair assumption. So it's fair for him to critique you, and maybe the device isn't accurate at those ranges, and the reasons why it would be inaccurate might be relevant, and that is true.
Sure. Do you have any evidence that a theodolite is less accurate at measuring angles at a distance?
Yeah.
Excellent. Could you provide that?
Yeah, it's called everybody who has any sense in their head understands that if I take I have an 8-inch level in my hand right now. Literally picked it up off my table. It's 8 inches long. Now, if I take this level and I level it on the side of my wall here, and then I try to draw from that level across the entire way, it's going to be a different line than if I take my 8-foot level. Now, theodolites don't have 8-foot levels in them. They have very small bubble levels, right? So the idea that that machine is going to be as precise at longer ranges as it is at closer ranges is absurd. Absurd, sir.
You don't think that they can make very accurately calibrated theodolites? That like the downward vector is always going to be correct.
You can make a finely calibrated, you can make a finely calibrated machine within the tolerances for the machine at the ranges which it's intended for, which is why he asked you, this machine that was used, what range is its maximum effective range? That's a fair question.
Well,
I also posted
the issue with that is
why the theodolite doesn't work over.
It's measuring angles. Well, the issue is
listen. Very simple. How does it measure? How does it measure? How does it measure the angles? How does it measure the angles?
From the downward vector.
Wrong.
How does it do it?
You can't complete a measurement of an angle by just saying from the downward vector.
I don't want to hear about how it can't be done. I want to hear how it is done.
No, dude. You haven't told me how it is done. So, for example, if you tell me how do you get the pitch of the roof, I might say, well,
vector. You're saying
no, wrong. I'm wrong. I can get a pitch of a roof without appealing to a downward vector at all. I can measure the horizontal run, which is just assumed, right? And then I can measure the vertical run, and then I can get the pitch from a math equation. I don't need to appeal to a downward vector instrument at all. I can use a carpenter's square to get the pitch of a roof.
Okay, but you're saying...
But in order to do that, and so on my carpenter's square, friend, check this out. Check this out, brother. Yeah, it does. I'll explain. So my square here, which is actually a triangle, it's blue in the shape of a triangle, it has degree measurements on it. So I put one of the degrees on one line, and then I move the edge by rotating the square to where it meets the surface of the board, and then I read the other degree. So one of the marks is on one physical portion of the board. The other mark is on a second physical portion of the board. So to analogize what you're saying, what is the second point of reference when it's doing an angle? How does it tell an angle?
It just does it up and downward.
Okay, so let me help you out since you're clearly struggling. No worries.
You're saying that it is a particular other way.
No. I'll help you since you clearly are struggling.
So what's the issue?
So what you do is you put the reticle. You put the reticle onto.
Let me explain my confusion.
No, dude. No. You had multiple chances. Notice how I could explain my tools immediately and precisely, but you couldn't. Dude, I gave you 2 chances. What do you want me to give you 3 chances so you're not up to bat anymore? 3 strikes, you're out?
Yeah. That would be...
Okay, fair. Go ahead and take your 3rd crack at telling me how a theodolite obtains an angle. Go ahead.
No, I want you to answer a particular question, because this is my only question that I want to explain. Because
No, dude. No. Okay, so we're gonna bench you. Since you're not answering the question. Since you're not answering the question. Oh no, because you started it with "I want a question answered" rather than saying "I'm about to explain how a theodolite gets an angle." So just explain the theodolite getting the angle. Okay.
Well, I think you're misunderstanding me. That's a sexton, but.
No, the misunderstanding here is why you don't understand. The misunderstanding here, friend, is that you need to drop out. Friend, you need to drop out. You need to drop out and come right back. Go ahead. Your connection is crap.
McFingling,
your connection
can't hear you.
Just try to reset your connection. Man, I gave him a chance to talk about the theodolite making an angle, bro. I don't know.
Once, twice, 3 times a charm. Mic check. Try again.
Listen, he blew it when I said this to him, but I'm about to post. When I said that to him, it was over. He knew it.
Hey, hold on. Try again, McFingling.
Hello?
Ooh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming in real rough, man. Like it's choppy and sporadic.
The satellite's not working today.
Wait for the next Starlink to fly over.
That was good. I mean,
how about take a break? Take a break. Yeah, take a break and listen for a second since your connection's crap. And when you come back, we'll let you talk. So
he dropped out.
The reason why I was asking you how it happens, dude, was because when you level an instrument, like you said, you're relying on down. But we all know that instruments don't necessarily make a perfect calibration of the down relative to the plane of the instrument. Like anybody who builds anything knows this. There's error. And we also all know that error extrapolates out more and more the further away you get from the device. So when Homeboy asked you how far and was the device capable of being accurate at that distance, you scoffed it off like it doesn't matter. When anybody who has any practical real-world experience knows that level isn't going to transpose itself out indefinitely. Like I can literally demonstrate this with my levels that I own. I could take all my levels and the lines will be different. The bigger I go, the more straight the line will be. The smaller, the less straight it'll be as it gets further away from the device. I mean, this is so obvious. Listen, friends, this is so obvious. The idea that someone would critique you for asking that question is in itself an absurdity. Like it can't even be taken seriously. To even countenance it as a serious retort is silly. That would be like me. This is how it is, friends. That guy just saved me a lot of money. I'll explain. So my levels cost hundreds and hundreds of dollars for the whole kit. Hundreds upon hundreds. What he's telling me is I could have just bought a level from the dollar store that's only 3 inches long, and I would have been good for the rest of my life, no matter what I'm building. Do you see how absurd that is?
I should have done that. Could have saved some money.
That's why they have the different types of theodolites and total stations that are being used that have different ranges that they're effective as. But most of these guys that come into this discussion don't really know that. They just He's repeating. I think it's McToon's argument. I don't know who's actually championing the argument, but I think it's McToon.
Now, there's another factor of this. It's called the sight picture. You have to know how the theodolite acquires the sighting, the target, like how it locks into, this is my initial target, and then it rotates on an axis to the next target, and then assumes that the rotation amount between those two targets is the degrees. Okay? Now, if there's any discrepancies at range, those degrees that the machine is telling you are not going to be the actual degrees, especially if you're assuming they're off a level plane or a horizontal plane that's teeter-tottering on a giant ball. Like, the fact that he doesn't get why these questions are relevant is just, it's mind-boggling. It's like he forgot to do his own thinking or something.
Hey, following a script, that's why.
It's a bit scripted, yeah.
Let me ask you this question. If you put listen, if I give you my weapon and you put the reticle onto the target, are you going to hit the target?
What's the distance?
No. It's a very simple question. If I give you my weapon right now that has a scope on it, and you put the reticle on the target, will you hit the target?
Not necessarily.
Yes, or another good answer would be, I don't know. Both would be legitimate answers.
Okay.
Because there's so many factors involved. So, for example,
correct.
What is my sight picture? I'm taller than you. My eye to my cheek is different. Did you maintain a good sight picture? Is the weapon even zeroed? Etc., 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 etc.
Contributing factors, yeah. Was the gun clean? Because, from where the bullet comes out of the chamber, I think that could cause it to spin differently when it's coming out. I don't know. There's many different things that could happen. But you being a weapons expert, I mean, you probably know that.
Right, so the optical device axis would have to be absolutely perfectly parallel to the plane that they're leveling. So if you have a level that's on the theodolite, right? Let's say it's one that has 3 bubble levels, right? And so you have to keep wiggling the thing till it's leveled. Guess what that's relying on? What is that level relying on? Do you know? What's the arbitrational factor of whether that level will be accurate if there's 3 bubble levels that you can see and you have to then level the device? What would be it would be your eyeballs, wouldn't it? Your ability to decide when that bubble is in the middle of the 2 black lines. Good luck with that.
Yep.
Now, maybe you have one that's auto-leveling. Okay, then you have the calibration errors of the auto-leveling plane versus the optical axis plane, and how those two are congruent with each other to how far they're making an accurate reading, which would be in what? The manufacturer's specs for the range of the device. So the idea that, hey, bro, how far was the observation? Was the piece of equipment able to make an accurate reading at that distance? In order for you to say that this thing proves anything, the correct answer to that can only be yes. It is able to make an accurate reading at that distance. And then you demonstrate how. I mean, sometimes the manufacturer is saying, hey, this theodolite is designed to get accurate readings at 10 miles for these reasons. You'd be like, here's some evidence that this device might be able to accomplish that. Because it's a claim by the manufacturer that it's accurate to 10 miles. At least that's something, instead of just dismissing it like your question was irrelevant.
Yeah.
So he's basically saying, oh, theodolites work forever. They never are inaccurate. They just keep going and going and going. It's like you could just buy the cheapest theodolite. Yeah, so instead of buying a $10,000 theodolite, just buy a $10 theodolite. They're all the same.
Yep.
Hey, dude, don't even get a theodolite. Don't even get a theodolite. Just go to Home Depot, buy the budget 8-inch bubble level, tape 2 toothpicks that you put together with super glue on the end as your crosshair, and then just guess what the angle is.
Who was that guy? I haven't heard him around here before. Was he new to the VC?
Don't know.
Hey, you pretty much had him on the ropes there, Radwin.
Yeah, he's a piece of cake.
I just thought I'd scoop in on some of that light work. He was already struggling with your.
That's fine. I'm working anyway. I don't mind listening to. I just have to laugh at people sometimes, and I really have to just say. I had to go back to say, listen, dude. Now you're saying you can't get an angle if I put a basketball on a table, because he was.
Yeah. I really like that point because he was struggling at that point. He didn't know which way to go. But I already knew that he had something in mind. He had a straw man idea of what flat Earth is, and I kind of coaxed it out of him because that's exactly what I was like. Yeah, I think I know where this guy's going. I just want him to say it because I can't have confirmation unless he's able to tell me exactly what it is, and then I'll be able to say, okay, now I know it's a straw man. Because he went with Gleason's.
Why assume that the North Pole? Let's just assume the North Pole is a point that exists on the ground, and that there are radials that come out from it that you could draw on a piece of paper. So you look at that just on a piece of paper. Now, technically, if you don't know the overall territory of the Earth, you could place that dot anywhere on the Earth, right?
Yeah.
And I don't mean anywhere on the known continents. I mean anywhere on the Earth. So if it's the case, let's just say that the North Pole is in the Arctic perimeter, above Nova Scotia, above Canada, whatever. It's always going to be above Canada. It's like not going to be in the middle of Canada. But how do you know that what's above Canada is the center of the Earth? Well, the only way you even assume that is because you say, oh, well, that's where the North Pole is, because that's where our coordinate reference system is pointing to, because that's where there's sky phenomena that we used as the base for our coordinate reference system. And there's also maybe a magnetic system that is similar. So basically all you said is, this is the center of the synergy of the magnetic system and the sky map system. Not that it's the center of the Earth.
Yeah. Good point. A good point. That often is not being brought up, but that should be. Yeah, it's a good point. It's ways to think about the argument, like the way you just constructed it, is another reason why I think being let loose from certain argument constraints have given us the ability to like deconstruct the opposition the way that we have. In my opinion, I mean, I've been listening to many people talk about these arguments in the way that you have, and me and Radwin and all the other guys who come forward. And yeah, that's another way to look at it right there, because they're basing it off of, magnetic north and, where the stars are. But then how do they know their geographic position is in reference to like a specific type of map system? Yeah,
a lot of people did that. So they're like, okay, the Earth is flat, but we got the North Pole and we got these splayed out radials from the North Pole. Therefore, the North Pole is the center of the Earth. That doesn't follow.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. A good point, man. Shit. You had a good night's rest at a Holiday Inn or what, bro? Like what the? It's a damn good point. I had to pocket that one.
I had a Red Bull.
Ah, yeah.
I got a joke for you. Why is drinking Red Bulls dangerous for flat earthers?
Shit, I don't know.
Because if he drinks too many, he'll fly so high that he'll see the Earth as a globe.
Oh my god!
Wah, 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 wah.
That's a dad joke, bro. You should slap your thigh when you say that one.
Dude, I got my dad joke shirt, dude. It's got who's that guy? He's got Yogi Bear on it, and it says "Dad jokes. It's how I roll." But I is spelled E-Y-E.
That is so you. That for some reason I don't know why. That's because I've never seen. Have you ever showed a picture? Is that the avatar's not half a picture of you? Is it? I think I've asked you that before. Like maybe in your young military.
I'll let you decide which half. I'll let you decide which half. So I actually listen, dude. Listen, bro. In all seriousness, so dad jokes are actually very important because it creates the synergy between the children and the father with humor, which breaks some of the seriousness of life. You know, like some of these existential angsty questions, and they have this grounding. You know that their dad is kind of just loose and not taking it super serious, and so then they are not afraid. Now, there's fundamental psychological reasons for this. They did this extensive study, and I'll post why in the chat for you so you can see it.
Oh, our boy's back.
Hold on, bro. I'll post why in the chat. Don't worry. Here it is. Look it up. Look right there, bro. There's why.
I'll post why. Oh God, another thigh slapper. I got 1 million of them. You better watch out, man. You're gonna roll off that roof.
McFingland made it back.
McFingland.
Hello. How's it going, guys?
You want to pick up
a little bit better?
Off?
Yeah, now we can hear him clear as day.
There we go. Fucking NASA, right?
I'm not sure how far you think you can see on a clear day anyway.
Ooh. Right in the gut. All right, so going back to what you were just talking about, you can pick up where you left off. AI was actually asking you a question, not unless you want to go ahead and finish. I think you were going on the third explanation of how the autolites work. I think that's what it was.
Yeah, whatever. I don't care. We can pick up wherever.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have to.
Sure.
I mean, the base question is really boiled down to this. Should I return all my levels to Home Depot and Lowe's and Menards and whatever other place I bought them from and just go to the dollar store and buy a 1-inch cube level? Because I can level all buildings, all sites, and no matter the size of the foundation, I can just do it with a 1-inch level. I don't need my bigger levels at all. Should I do that?
No, the margin of error on a 1-inch level is terrible.
Okay. Oh, so for longer ranges, you need more accurate devices. I rest my case.
I'm going to leave the room now.
The theodolite is that purpose-built instrument.
Really?
Yeah.
Do
you disagree that surveyors use it to accurately?
No, I mean, further solidifying the point that I was bringing up to you earlier, which is why it's important to know what they were using. It wasn't an unfair question. It was legitimate, and you just went all over the place because you heard me actually questioning what they were using.
And you said you can't get that from a ball, so you said Earth has to be flat. I said if you put a ball on a table, remember? You were like, no, that's incoherent. So you can't put a theodolite on an incoherent surface and start shooting angles off of it. There you go.
Well, I mean, you can put a theodolite in a valley surrounded by mountains. Obviously, it's not using the horizon to determine what the horizon is. It's using.
I didn't say use the horizon.
Downward.
I didn't say use the horizon.
You're saying horizontal plane? Is that the correct term that you use?
No, when I set a basketball on a table, I set my basketball on a horizontal plane. So that became my theodolite. Now that I set the basketball in my hand and I'm balancing the table on it, now that's my theodolite balancing on the ball. And you said you can't make angles that way.
Well, I mean,
but now you can. No, you said it was incoherent, but now it's not incoherent.
Well, a theodolite isn't measuring the contact point between a circle and a straight line. I don't even get what you're trying to demonstrate with this.
You're right, because the Earth is flat. It's between two straight lines.
So if the Earth was curved, if it was a giant sphere,
it's not.
What would you think? Yeah, sure. I understand you think that. What would be the best way of doing an experiment that would demonstrate the difference between the two measurements that you would get?
We would see curved Earth dropping at 1 mile, 2 miles, 10 miles. We would see that drop, especially over the ocean.
Yeah, and you don't think that like objects being hidden, like the Chicago skyline being hidden.
Oh, that's 52
what seems
miles.
like flat water.
52 or 58 miles. Yeah, that's not that's not an illusion just flying up in the sky. No, you're seeing it.
Well, yeah, but you can't see the bottom of the buildings. Why can't you see the bottom of the buildings?
Because of your angular resolution, so close to the ground.
Well,
waves are in the way.
What?
Waves are in the way. Yeah, all that shit's in the way. Heat waves are in the way. Yes, dude, it's just getting distorted right there. That's all. That's why you don't see your buddy waving to you. It's just too small at that distance.
Well, obviously, angular resolution isn't an issue because you can see the building.
Okay, somebody posted it for you. But yeah, so tell me what the guy looks like in the window. In the window in that building. What is he waving with one finger? Is he giving you the middle finger, or is he holding up a peace sign in that window from the 52-mile away skyline?
I can't look at.
Or are those buildings just floating in the sky?
I would like to be able to finish my thought. I can't look at it because I'm driving, but if you can clearly, it's not an angular resolution issue because you can see the building.
1,800 feet of curvature should be hiding the tallest building completely.
Do you have Tourette's? Like I was trying to finish like 2 or 3 sentences. I don't want to be like dogging on you if you got a medical condition, but it is very rude.
I have the I'm always right condition.
Okay, so it's not